at a blood-soaked battlefield where a brutal fight had just unfolded. Thick, choking smoke mixed with a pungent, sickening scent of blood hanging heavy in the air. Perched on a jagged mountain peak, a somber voice echoed, blending into the wind whistling through the rocks. So this is how it all ends. I'm sorry, everyone. I was just too weak. Those words spilled from Evan, a young man with sorrow-filled eyes. He covered his face with his hand, his voice choking up as he continued. Chris should have been the hero, not me. Seeing Evan tormenting himself, the purple-haired woman standing beside him turned, her eyes shining with determination. She bit her lip, struggling to keep her emotions in check, and then spoke up to encourage him. Please don't say that, hero Evan. We gave it our all. Evan sighed softly, replying with a regretful tone. Sure, but if Chris, with his heaven-sent talent, had just bothered to study swordsmanship a little earlier, he probably would have surpassed the 9 stars and become a legendary 10-star hero by then. The man they called Chris was sitting quietly, his empty eyes fixed on the two of them chatting. But they didn't seem to sense his presence at all, perhaps because he was already dead, nothing more than a faint shadow in their memories. Evan continued, his voice heavy. If only that had happened, couldn't the two of us have stopped the apocalypse? Looking back at Chris's past, a man once hailed as great, it all started with his insane talent that allowed him to learn anything in the blink of an eye. Thanks to that, he left behind a glorious legacy and was titled the Journeyman of the Great Outsider. Everything began one day when he was 20, escaping his crude, rough-hewn stone family, carrying a dream of success through dark, danger-filled alleys. Then one day, just like any other ordinary day, while Chris was diligently working, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed across the sky. He looked up, his eyes widening in shock. High above, a mighty legion of knights riding pitch-black steeds appeared under the command of the brutal Demon King, arriving to invade the Magic Empire. That event would later be etched into history with a haunting name, the Era of Destruction. In a remote little town, people crowded around a news bulletin. On an old wooden board, a paper was pasted, with scrawled writing clearly stating, recruiting companions to accompany the hero. Seeing the notice, the young man's eyes lit up, and he rejoiced in his heart. This is it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'll definitely climb to the top and enjoy wealth and glory once the war is over. But life isn't a fairy tale. In the end, they still failed. Ultimately, the light domain fell to the rampaging Demon King. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. Returning to Evan's conversation, he continued, his voice full of remorse. If I could, I wish I could turn back time so that Chris would have been chosen as the hero. Hearing these words, the young man, now named Chris, sank into thought. Hero, huh? Even if I turned back time, I wouldn't want to go through this again. One lifetime of suffering is more than enough. Anyway, dreaming is meaningless now that this world is about to end. In the sky, a fiery red orb of energy erupted, radiating terrifying power. Violent lightning bolts struck the city below, tearing through space with deafening explosions. The three of them, Evan, the purple-haired woman, and Chris, could only stand frozen, helplessly watching the scene of destruction. Deep down, Chris thought, this is truly the end. He closed his eyes tightly and whispered to himself, in the next life, whether it exists or not, I just hope to be born into a wealthy family and live a peaceful life. That was his final thought. The scene shifted to a peaceful room. Gentle morning sunlight streamed through the window, mingling with the soft, breezy autumn wind. In the room, a young man sat quietly, his eyes fixed on his own hands. After a moment of contemplation, he whispered, I've regressed. That young man was Chris. This time, he had been reborn into the body of a young master of the Magic Empire. He walked to the window and threw it open. A magnificent view revealed itself. Majestic castles standing tall and splendid under the sun. Chris murmured softly, the aesthetics here must be the Black Magic Clan. True to its ominous name, this was one of the 12 pillars of the Magic Empire. Based on what I've determined, I have regressed 15 years into the past. 15 years before the Era of Destruction began. Looking down at the courtyard, Chris was astonished to see large, shaggy magical beasts carefully tending to a vibrant flower garden. He thought to himself, I thought I'd seen everything in my past life, but I never expected to see a magical beast pruning flowers. He turned to look in the mirror, his eyes flashing with shock. Not to mention, I even know who this bastard is. The person he had regressed into was Christian van Berenkazar, a notorious name. In another room, a blond young man was having dinner with a seductive fox girl. He spoke, his voice curious. The noble Van in his middle name. Is he a devil for one of the branches? The fox girl nodded slightly, her pointed ears twitching. That's right, Chris is still as sharp as ever, isn't he? She explained, the Count Khazar family is a branch of the Baron Counts, also known as the Black Magic Clan. So, is that a more powerful family? The blonde guy asked. She replied in a soft voice, not exactly. Even though they're just a branch, they hold a firm position within the Black Magic Clan. Not to mention, they're incredibly wealthy. I doubt you could find a villain in the Magic Empire who doesn't know them. The fox girl continued, her eyes sparkling. I hear they have 2 potential heirs, but the eldest son, Christian, is a real bastard among bastards. He's always causing trouble everywhere, to the point where Count Khazar finally had to give up on him. She reached out her hand, her voice dropping. Ah, but that's old news now. Hearing that, the blond man startled. Why? Has he turned over a new leaf? The fox girl replied slowly. No. He was murdered by his own kin. The scene shifted back to Chris. His face darkened, sweat dripping down his forehead. He slammed his hand against the mirror, shouting in his mind, Damn it. I just wanted to be the son of a normal, wealthy family. And yet I regressed here. Why this place? Why him? Why this miserable, predetermined fate? Chris smirked internally. What do I do now? Think, Chris, think. 3 days ago, he awakened in this body with a strangely coincidental name. And 2 years from now, Christian will die, discarded from the Count Khazar family, a family that prizes honor above all else. This guy must have been a hopeless loser, he whispered to himself. So, if I just live quietly and avoid trouble, maybe I can escape death. Thinking of this, Chris stopped, pondered for a moment, and slapped his own forehead. His expression fell. There's no way that's going to happen. The main reason is Ragnarok, the apocalypse. The Slaughter Demon King initiated the war to sacrifice humanity and complete Ragnarok. By the time they realized this, it was already too late. Both the Light Domain and the Magic Empire sank into annihilation. So if I want to survive, I have to stop the apocalypse, Chris told himself. The Slaughter Demon King is one thing, but the bigger problem is the countless villains in the Magic Empire loyal to him. To do this, I must become the strongest, stronger than the Demon King. And there's only one way to do that. I have to become the Demon Emperor, sitting at the peak of the Magic Empire. He calculated, I have 5 years before the era of destruction begins. It's worth a shot. If I succeed, not only this mansion, but the entire Magic Empire will belong to me. The scene shifted to another room. A loud shout rang out. Christian, I told you to stay in your room. This was Count Khazar's office. When he saw Chris walk in and kneel to the ground, his expression darkened. He yelled, You dare show your face here after causing that incident not long ago? Have you no shame? His eyes narrowed, his gaze as sharp as a blade. If you act out one more time, I'll chop your head off myself. Hearing this, Chris's face turned pale, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He thought, Count Khazar, he really has an incredibly overwhelming presence. But then he took a deep breath and spoke, causing the Count to startle slightly. I came here to apologize for every mistake I have made so far, Father. Inside, he muttered, If I want to carry out my plan, I have to erase the useless image that Christian left behind. Hearing this, Count Khazar was stunned, exclaiming, What? Chris continued, his voice sincere. I'm truly sorry for everything I've done. It won't happen again, he replied, his voice skeptical. You want me to believe you? Just days after your last stunt? Are you mocking me? Chris thought to himself. What was the most recent trouble he caused before I regressed? I've heard so many stories that I can't even pick one out specifically. He bowed his head slightly, quickly making up an excuse. The reason you lost faith in me is my fault. But 3 days ago, didn't I say I had lost some of my memory? To regain those memories, I reflected on my past actions and realized how wrong I had lived. My heart beats for that truth now. After hearing these words, Count Khazar's expression didn't change. He responded coldly, "I've heard your excuses countless times already." Seeing this, Chris immediately followed up, "That's right. Empty words mean nothing. So, from now on, I will prove it to you with my actions." He declared loudly, "Please send me to the punishment cave. I will stay there for a month and show you a different person." The scene shifted to a gloomy forest where the punishment cave was located. Amidst thick fog and pitch-black trees, a magnificent building appeared like a misplaced jewel in the wilderness. This was a prison for high-level devils, a place that not only lacked light, but also tortured all five senses, exhausting the mind of even the strongest after just a few days. But for the current Chris, this place was perfect. "I need a place to avoid everyone's eyes," he thought, his eyes glinting with determination. Back to the conversation, hearing Chris's words, Count Khazar spoke up, his voice full of doubt. "You want to lock yourself in the punishment cave for a month? I don't think you could last half a day in there." Chris replied, his voice firm and without hesitation. "I fully understand the difficulty of that place, but I believe this is the best way for you to trust me." Hearing that, Count Khazar frowned, his cold gaze sweeping over his son. "Do you know how many conversations like this we've had? Every time, you only leave me more disappointed." He stepped forward, his voice dropping. "But fine, I will listen to you and give you one final chance. However, if nothing has changed after a month, I will banish you from the family." Hearing these words, Chris startled, his hands clenching until his knuckles turned white. He thought to himself, banishment means a death sentence. There is a long list of enemies lurking, waiting for Christian's life. Once I lose the family's protection, I could be dead at any moment. After a moment of thought, he nodded slightly, his voice steady. "I understand. But if I prove that I have changed, please grant my request." Count Khazar frowned, his voice showing slight surprise. "You sound confident, as if you're sure you'll leave that place in one piece." He sighed, then continued, "Fine, if you can prove that you've changed, I will grant you any request." Saying that, he turned and left, not forgetting to leave a cold remark. "But don't think I believe it will happen." Immediately after, Chris returned to his room, relaxing for a few final moments before heading to the punishment cave. Suddenly, the door opened, and Butler Cox walked in, his voice respectful. "Young master, the punishment cave has been prepared." Chris nodded slightly. "I know." The two immediately packed their bags and began the journey. They walked through the family's grand hallways, where light from magical lamps hit the stone walls, creating fantastic shadows. Along the way, the servants began whispering about Chris. A maid spoke up, her voice full of mockery. "Did you hear? That loser volunteered to go to the punishment cave." The other girl replied, her eyes widening. "Huh? What is he trying to do? Remember the recent accident when he insulted the young lady of the poison magic clan?" Chris startled when he heard this. The other maid continued, her voice lowering. "You mean the incident where the Count himself had to apologize?" The other girl nodded. "That's right. How embarrassing, having to save face before a rival family." Watching Chris's back, they laughed out loud. "Haha, when will that useless bum ever grow up?" "I bet never," another added. "How long do you think he'll last in that cave?" The girl smirked. "Haha, I could give him 2 days tops." Hearing these words, Chris said nothing, only wearing a wicked smile on his lips, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They continued moving through the hallway, unaware that a mysterious figure had been quietly watching them since they left the room. After a while, Chris and Cox stopped before the massive door of the punishment cave. Cox spoke up. "We have arrived, young Master Christian." Chris looked up at the towering door in front of him, carved with ancient magical patterns. He scanned his surroundings, thinking to himself, using knights to guard it? That's the Magic Empire's style. Well, as long as it keeps everything away from this cave. Thinking that, he rubbed the back of his neck, preparing to enter. Suddenly, a call echoed from afar. "Brother!" Chris turned his head, recognizing a familiar face. Thurn van Baron Khazar, Christian's own younger brother, a model student of the family. Before he could react, Thurn held his sword right up to his face. even though Chris's gaze didn't waver. Deep down, he was startled. That was close. Then he spoke, his voice calm. Do you have something for me, brother? You don't look like you're here to say goodbye. Thurn replied, his voice cold as ice. I know for sure you understand. You are the disgrace of this family. He frowned, continuing, I don't know what kind of tricks you're planning, but if you continue to tarnish the family's honor, I will kill you myself. Do you understand? This is my final warning. Hearing this, Chris was startled, thinking to himself, I see. It might have been this kid who killed Christian. I met Thurn during the era of destruction. He was a notorious devil known for his cursed magic. So, when he was a kid, he was quite cute, wasn't he? It seems he practiced very hard. But then his expression fell, his voice shouting, Get out of the way! Inside, he muttered, To me, he's nothing more than a brat. The one who witnessed the worst moments of the era of destruction. Hearing the shout, Thurn frowned. What did you just say? Chris replied briefly. I understand, so leave. After speaking, he turned and stepped into the punishment cave. Thurn yelled after him, I'm serious. But before he could finish, the door slammed shut, causing him to angrily punch the door, roaring, What kind of attitude is that? The scene shifted inside the punishment cave. Chris walked, his eyes darting around, but everything was just pitch black. He frowned slightly. I can't see or hear anything. Only a vague sensation remains at my fingertips. He thought to himself, They do this on purpose so prisoners can feel the items they brought with them. Otherwise, they'd starve to death. An ordinary person would definitely suffer a mental breakdown here. But it's different for me. I've experienced worse when I was a treasure hunter, he told himself. Blocking the five senses is what I wanted, because it helps me feel deeper within myself. Even though I can't immediately improve this pathetic body, I still have a chance. With my medical skills from my past life, when I was a saint healer, along with bone reshaping ability from the scratch branch, and knowledge of magic stones, I can absolutely do it. He smirked. Honestly, I used to think I'd never touch magic stones because they were too expensive. But now, this is the greatest benefit of a wealthy family. They easily satisfy all my requests, even though I'm a good-for-nothing. In my past life, Evan and I struggled for so long just to get our hands on them. The first step will be the white magic stone, he calculated. It can detoxify the body. It's boring, but it's an important step. I need to use white mana to remove the toxins that have accumulated. Even a small mistake will cause excruciating pain all over my body. Chris closed his eyes, feeling the white magic stone permeate his body, cool waves of energy spreading out. A long time later, he opened his eyes, smiling. This is just child's play to me. The scene shifted to Count Khazar's office. Light from a magic lamp hanging on the ceiling shone down on his stern face. He spoke, his voice low. Cox, how is Christian? Butler Cox bowed his head. He is obediently entering the punishment cave, sir. But I fear that place will destroy him to the point where he won't even be able to cry for help. Count Khazar rested his chin on his hand, pondering. He thought, was sending him there a mistake? A child with such a promising future. Why did he suddenly collapse like that? Did his talent make him too arrogant? He shook his head, whispering to himself. Whatever the reason, it's better for him to fail completely or die than to live a miserable life like that. Suddenly, an image of Christian appeared in his mind. His determined voice echoed, I will show you with my actions, father. The Count shook his head to return to reality, warning himself, no, I shouldn't put my hope in him anymore. He has tricked us too many times. He turned to Cox, asking, did you notice anything strange when he went in? Hearing the question, Cox startled, stuttering, something strange? The Count spoke coldly. Don't hold anything back. Report every detail. Cox took a deep breath and began the report. Actually, the young master brought magic stones into the cave. Among them was a dream stone, a stone that causes hallucinations. Because I didn't know the side effects, I reported it immediately. Count Khazar's expression darkened, his voice cold as ice. If that's the case, then just let him die. Time passed in a flash, and a month ended. Count Khazar stood before the giant door of the punishment cave, his eyes filled with sorrow. In his mind, he envisioned Christian emerging with a gaunt face and a broken body. He thought, he must be exhausted by now. But suddenly, the door swung open. A young man's figure appeared, causing the Count to startle. Contrary to his expectations, Christian walked out looking refreshed, his eyes bright. He smiled, exclaiming, "You're here, Father. I've been waiting for you." Seeing the Count's stunned expression, Christian continued, "Are you surprised, Father? I promised I'd return as a different person." The Count frowned slightly, observing Christian's determined gaze. Those eyes hadn't looked at him like that since he was a child. He spoke up. "So, you were able to endure it?" Christian laughed loudly. "Ha! Is that a compliment?" The Count immediately cut off his joy, his tone stern. "Don't get ahead of yourself. This is just a trivial matter. I don't trust you yet." Hearing this, Christian sighed softly. What an unpleasant old man. Then he said, "In that case, I just need to try even harder." Internally, he thought to himself, he probably thinks I just barely managed to endure it in the cave. But that's not the truth at all. I was too busy training to even have time to be bored. First, I created an optimal body for mastering swordsmanship, Christian told himself. Thanks to the white magic stone, every cell in my body feels full of life after every training session. Furthermore, the dream stone was the game changer. The butler tried to stop me from bringing that addictive magic stone, but luckily, I was stubborn until the end. Thanks to the hallucinations it caused, I pushed past my limits. Moreover, I even created 2 magic cores. He chuckled to himself. They say don't brag too early because I'm only the strongest in theory, right? Christian looked at the shimmering light on his hand, thinking, 1-star aura. Even so, I am a true genius. Of course, I used the dark core to conceal this light. If the devils found out, they would make such a fuss. Everything seemed to end there. But suddenly, a dark stone floated before him. Christian wore a wicked smile. "The one who gave you the dream stone? What a mess. He wanted to use it to make me lose control and collapse. Fine, I'll play along with you until the end. I will use you as a sacrifice for my leap forward." Thinking this, Christian spoke up. "Since I've kept my promise, please allow me to make a request." Count Khazar nodded. "Go ahead," Christian continued. "Please let me use the Black Knight's training ground." Hearing this request, Count Khazar's expression darkened. He snapped coldly. "A useless person like you has no place there. They are one of the 3 knight divisions supporting the Black Magic clan. You must know that only the most elite swordsmen get to showcase their skills there." Christian nodded slightly. "I only asked to borrow the training ground. Having the guidance of the Black Knights will help me improve. I don't want to join their army." Hearing the answer, Count Khazar pondered for a moment, then spoke. "Very well. But remember my warning. Don't let yourself become a disgrace in front of the knights. Otherwise," Christian nodded, "I understand." Then he added, "There is one more thing I would like to request." Count Khazar startled slightly, his eyes flashing with surprise. The scene shifted to the Black Knights' training ground. Warriors clad in black armor stood in rows, bewildered by Christian's appearance. One spoke up, voice full of mockery. "Isn't that the foolish young master? Why is he here?" Seeing everyone whispering, Christian stepped forward, and unexpectedly, they suddenly showed respect. "It must be because we are in a magic empire, where strength is more important than status," he thought. "Actually, there's another reason why I wanted to come here," Christian said to himself. His second request was to enter the library. This made Count Khazar wonder, the library? He continued, "If you have a letter of recommendation from Deputy Commissioner Mellon, I will give you the key. That is the place where all the black magic books of the Count Khazar family are stored." To learn black magic, Christian needed access to it. After receiving approval, he nodded. "I understand." The Count added one condition. "You are still a member of the family, after all." Then he said coldly, "I assume you have forgotten that you once sold high-level magic books on the black market for dirt cheap?" Hearing this, a few beads of sweat rolled down Christian's forehead. He thought, how exactly did this body live its life? He truly was a perfect, useless piece of trash. Returning to the present, Christian held his sword, strolling leisurely, thinking, regardless, my top priority is still gaining the deputy commander's recognition. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front, making Christian frown slightly. It turned out to be Thurn, his younger brother. Thurn spoke, his voice cold. "This isn't a place for someone like you to just walk into." Christian sighed slightly, shouldering his sword, lamenting internally. Him again. How annoying. Then he smiled. Actually, this might be a good opportunity. Thurn approached Christian, his cold voice ringing out. This is my final warning. Turn back. I guess you don't want to throw away the life you just escaped from the punishment cave, do you? Hearing these words, Christian sighed, his eyes momentarily bored. Thurn, can you take responsibility for those words? Father was the one who gave me permission to enter the training ground. Thurn frowned, voice surprised. What? Father? Suddenly, resolute footsteps echoed from afar. A steady voice rose. I respect the Count's decision, but you are not very trustworthy, young Master Christian. The person who appeared was Deputy Commander Melon, a woman with long black hair and an overwhelming aura. Her presence made Christian frown slightly as he turned his head. The pressure from the dark energy radiating from Melon clearly reached 4 stars. Looks like they want to scare me right from the start, Christian thought. But I've been used to this for a long time. He bowed his head slightly, voice calm. Hello, Deputy Commander. Seeing Christian unperturbed by her dark energy, Melon frowned slightly, secretly surprised. He can withstand my energy? While she was still dazed, Christian spoke up. If even the Deputy Commander has to intervene, I guess there's no other way. I will prove that I am worthy of being on this training ground. Melon replied, voice slightly skeptical. You say you'll prove it? Christian pointed at Thurn, saying, if I fight one of the devils here and win, what then? Hearing this, Melon smirked. You're joking too much, young Master Christian. Christian turned his head, voice serious. I'm not joking. Instead, I want you to hold back on spreading your dark energy. As you know, due to my past lifestyle, my ability to use dark energy is far from my true potential. If possible, I want a barehanded fight. Hearing this, Melon frowned, thinking, even if it's a fair fight, we can't let the Heir get hurt. This is a bit troublesome. Then she spoke. You think you'll win in a barehanded fight, young master? Christian replied calmly. That remains to be seen. Now, who should I choose as my opponent? He let his hand drop, pointing at Thurn. Thurn will be just fine. Seeing Christian's hand directed at him, Thurn's expression darkened. His voice gritted. How dare you? A voice from behind rose, attempting to dissuade. I think you should choose a more suitable opponent. You know young Master Thurn is a 2-star level, don't you? Christian thought to himself. 2 stars, a level that no normal 13-year-old child reaches, unless they have innate talent. Otherwise, whether 13 or 23, that person couldn't reach any power at that level. But I'm not your average trash. He shook his head, saying, no, if I intend to prove myself, I must choose someone stronger than me. I think fighting Thurn is best. Finishing his words, he looked at Thurn. How about it now, Thurn? What do you think? You're not afraid of your own brother, right? Hearing this, Thurn's expression grew even gloomier. He gritted out, I accept your challenge. Immediately after, both stood facing each other, surrounded by the knights present at the training ground. Shouts rose from the crowd. One screamed, Young Master Thurn, take this opportunity to crush that bastard. Another added, if you let him off easy, we're having special training today. Christian rotated his joints to warm up, then turned to Melon. How do we decide the winner? Is it until the opponent surrenders? Hearing this, Melon's expression darkened, thinking, what a clueless person. Then she replied, that would be boring. Let's fight until the other person is unable to fight. She continued to herself. If young Master Thurn leaves him disabled, broken leg or 2, for example, how wonderful that would be. Christian pointed at Thurn. Hey, you hear the rules? They said you have to fight seriously. Thurn roared. You insolent idiot. I'll make sure you can't open that mouth again. As soon as he finished, Christian lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch at Thurn's jaw. The surprise punch caused Thurn to stagger, his face twisted in pain. Christian smiled. What's wrong? The match has already started. Thurn stepped back, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning. He gritted out, shut up. Thurn lunged, throwing a punch toward Christian, but he easily dodged. Honestly, if I used dark energy, a 1-star devil like me couldn't win, Christian thought. But what about barehanded? After avoiding the punch, he used his right leg to kick Thurn's chest, causing him to fall backward, clutching his chest in surprise. In my past life, I fought on countless battlefields, Christian told himself. Furthermore, if I count the light energy I gained in the punishment cave, I'm already at the 3-star level. The crowd around was buzzing. One person exclaimed, "What did I just witness?" Thurn stood unsteadily, clutching his stomach with both hands, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Christian taunted, "Don't tell me you're crying? Want me to kiss it better?" Thurn leaned his hands on his thighs, gasping for air. "What kind of tricks did you use?" Christian shrugged, thinking, seeing him in this state is truly refreshing. Then he spoke up. "Tricks? No such thing. You're just a bit weak." Hearing this, Thurn's expression turned into a state of fury. He yelled, "All right." Christian teased, "What did you say? Speak up. I can't hear you." Thick black mist radiated from Thurn's hands. He roared, "I will kill you immediately." A punch full of dark energy flew toward him, but Christian easily dodged it. He laughed. "Oh, you're quick too." Internally, he thought, "That's right, this is what fighting spirit is." Thurn threw punch after punch, but Christian slipped left and right, dodging with a calm expression. Then he swung his hand to block one of Thurn's punches, causing him to unexpectedly lower his dark energy. Before Thurn could think, he took a full uppercut from Christian, looking up at the sky, spitting blood, and collapsed to the ground. The punch just now made the knights around gape in shock, their eyes wide. They whispered, "How could young Master Thurn lose his guard?" Another replied, "Perhaps he was holding back his dark energy to avoid hurting his opponent." Ignoring these words, Christian approached Thurn. Even Melon was surprised by his display. She thought, "Is that so? If not, why'd he lose back then?" Seeing everyone stunned, Christian turned to Melon. "What do you think? Is this enough proof?" Melon nodded slightly. "Very well." Christian smiled. "Thank you." Internally, he thought, "Very good. Success. This way, I will devour everything. Both swordsmanship and magic." The scene shifted back to Christian's room. He sat in a leather chair, one hand summoning a dark orb hovering in midair. Looking at it, he thought, "I have reached 1-star dark magic. But because I haven't fully mastered dark energy, added to the huge amount of lingering legacy that Christian left behind, everything is taking more time than I expect." Christian casually picked up a small bell, giving a light shake. A tinkling sound echoed in the quiet space. He told himself, "To use the light area at the same time, I have to raise my level even higher to make it feasible." Right after the bell rang, a surge of energy unexpectedly appeared. From that flow, a maid appeared, her voice gentle. "Did you call me, Master?" That was Marie, Christian's maid. Seeing how she appeared, Christian frowned slightly, thinking, "I didn't expect them to use a high-level evil spirit, a banshee, as a maid." Must admit, precisely because Christian was always causing trouble, they couldn't use normal people. "Surely I will replace her later." Then he said, "Give me a glass of juice. After drinking, I'll go train." Marie approached, leaning her face close to his, whispering, "Should I prepare the juice with human blood?" Christian waved his hand, voice blunt. "No need, strawberry is fine." But Marie leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling. "Human blood is delicious." Christian frowned, gritting his voice. "I said use strawberry." She was still insistent. "But human blood." Christian shouted angrily. "Strawberry." The scene shifted to the hallway. Christian shouldered his backpack, preparing to go train. Cox's voice rang out from behind. "Young Master, it's still early. Are you going to train already? I worry that you will push yourself too hard." Christian turned back, looking at Cox. He continued, his voice warm, "Of course, I am very happy and proud to see you working so hard. I, Cox, will always believe in you, even when everyone else criticizes." Hearing this, Christian suddenly flared up, clenching his fists. "I have never missed your trust. Who are you to have the right to believe or disbelieve me?" Cox's expression darkened. He bowed his head to apologize. "I apologize. I have overstepped my bounds. Have an effective training session, young Master." Finishing his words, Cox turned and left. Watching his back, Christian thought, there is something suspicious behind that dedication. Then he turned and walked away. A while later, Christian arrived at the training ground. The people here no longer looked at him with investigative eyes like the first time. He whispered to himself, "Their eyes are more settled than before. Now that they've let their guard down, could I gradually win them over?" Thinking that, he threw his backpack to the ground, grabbing his sword to slash a few times in the air to warm up his movements as decisive as a true warrior. That action was spotted by a soldier. He hurried into Melon's tent to report. Deputy Commander, today young Master Christian has come to the training ground again. Hearing this, Melon pondered, her expression briefly thoughtful. What is he calculating? What was that duel about? Young Master Thurn's movements were indeed impressive, but I didn't expect Christian to dispel his dark energy at the exact right moment like that. She wondered to herself, did Christian completely see through the match? If so, his talent might surpass even young Master Escadebaran, the direct descendant of the main family. No, he's just a piece of trash. He lost all his dark energy due to his degenerate lifestyle. Now it's impossible to bridge that gap. Suddenly, noise from outside pulled Melon from her thoughts. She stood up, walked out, shouting, "Why is it so noisy? What's going on?" A soldier replied, "Deputy Commander, the thing is that bastard." Oh, it seems the young master had a small conflict with his servant. Seeing someone lying flat on the ground, another soldier spoke up. "What happened?" The one next to him replied, "Cannon is a one-star devil. Could that bastard have reached 1 star too?" Hearing this, Melon's expression showed surprise. Christian didn't care about the gossip around him. He turned, challenging, "I want to see the renowned power of the Black Knights with my own eyes. But it seems they don't live up to their reputation. Is there anyone here who wants to step up? Of course, you guys aren't cowards, right?" Hearing this, the soldiers around gritted their teeth in anger, but didn't dare do anything. Suddenly, a foot stepped out from the crowd. It was a muscular magical beast with dark purple skin. He introduced himself, voice low. "I am Torin." Seeing someone step up, Christian smiled. "They've taken the bait." Then he waved his hand. "Come on." As soon as he finished, Torin grabbed his sword and lunged. Christian thought, I don't expect them to obediently teach knightly skills to a useless person like me. If that's the case, I'll have to take them myself in this way. All of Torin's attacks were easily blocked by Christian. During the fight, he observed, I've learned their sword-holding style and movement steps. So this is the legendary swordsmanship. If I do it slightly like this, it'll be effective, right? Thinking that, Christian mimicked Torin's movements, swinging his sword with a powerful blow to the opponent's face. Torin spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Melon could only stare in wide-eyed shock, while Christian wore a satisfied smile. With just that one blow, he had taken down Torin. He walked up, sat on the back of the defeated man, and turned to the crowd. How was that? The crowd around was buzzing. One exclaimed, Impossible! Is that bastard really that strong? Didn't his dark energy get destroyed? How could he reach 1 star? The most surprised person was Melon. Her eyes became vacant. So, I was wrong back then. Amidst the whispering, Christian turned, voice disappointed. Truly disappointing. It seems I put too much faith in the knights. If your skills are this pathetic, the deputy commander must be held responsible, right? Hearing this, the knights behind broke out in cold sweat. One whispered, That madman. Should we jump in? Melon spoke up. Young master, I understand you are happy about this unexpected victory. But haven't you gone too far? Christian took a stance. Then could the deputy commander show me the real skills of these dark knights? Hearing this, Melon's face darkened. She drew a sword from a nearby soldier and rushed forward to attack Christian. An earth-shattering slash ripped through the air toward him, but Christian skillfully slipped away, dodging it. The attack left a deep gash in the ground. Melon gritted her teeth, threw her sword forward, and shouted, I can handle someone like you in a heartbeat. Seeing that Melon seemed genuinely angry and wanted a real fight, Christian spoke up, his voice calm. Are you really planning to use your full strength against someone like me? Let's cap our dark energy at 1 star and ban dark magic, all right? Naturally, we'll only use wooden swords. Melon frowned, questioning 1 star. Immediately, a nearby soldier rushed over with a wooden sword, swapping it for the real one in her hand. Melon pointed the wooden sword forward, her voice cold. I'll break both your legs with just half that power. Hearing this, Christian glanced down at his legs and chuckled softly. I'll bet these legs then. What about you, Vice Commander? Melon replied instantly, Whatever works. With that, she charged at Christian, shouting, You're not walking out of here today. A powerful, wind-cleaving slash came flying at him. Christian quickly raised his wooden sword to block. Instantly, he parried and countered. The two exchanged a flurry of blows, the continuous clacking of their weapons drawing gasps of amazement from the surrounding crowd. They watched for a while, whispering among themselves. One soldier exclaimed, "How the hell is he holding out this long against the vice commander?" Another chimed in, "Isn't the vice commander's main weapon a great sword anyway?" But only those in the fight truly understood the situation. Melon thought to herself, "It makes no sense that my attacks aren't landing on him. He's weak inside now. There's no way he's my match." When he fought Thurn and in that match before, didn't the same thing happen? Seeing her spaced out, Christian smiled. "Looks like things aren't going your way, huh?" Melon's face darkened as she snapped, "Shut up." Instantly, a surge of darkness enveloped the wooden sword, manifesting a terrifying magical pressure behind her back. She unleashed a devastating, earth-shattering strike. But Christian remained calm, focused, and slipped to the side to evade the blow. He thought to himself, "Now's the time." Instantly, he kicked off the ground and lunged at Melon, headbutting her right in her beautiful face. Melon clutched her face in pain, blood gushing from her nose. Christian frowned slightly, thinking with relief, it worked. Manhwa en spell sword technique. As long as her dark magic is restricted, she can't use raw physical strength to block me when her guard is down. My call was right. If she were a demon specializing strictly in pure swordsmanship, this probably wouldn't have worked. Melon stared at her bloody hand, stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Haha, a headbutt? I didn't see that coming. Looks like I underestimated you a bit too much, young master. I'll pay closer attention now." Christian just scratched his cheek without responding. Privately, he thought, but isn't the match already over? When I headbutted her, I scratched her with my fingernail. If I had concentrated poison onto my nail, do you have any idea what would have happened? Melon smiled and rested the sword on her shoulder. "I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want? But in return, can I fight you one more time?" Christian smiled. "Además, then you'll have to comply with my second request." Melon replied, "Anything goes." Christian stepped closer, leaning right up to her face, and whispered, "In that case, will you kneel before me?" Hearing this, Melon's expression grew serious. She spoke up, "Do you know that's an impossible condition? My loyalty already belongs to the main family of the Dark Demon clan, the Baron clan." Christian replied, "Of course I know. You're only here on a visit from the main house. But if I become the young patriarch of the clan, won't that fix everything?" Melon's voice faltered. "Young patriarch? That's absurd. The 5 young patriarchs with succession rights are all direct descendants of the main line." Christian smiled faintly. "There's no rule saying someone from a branch family can't become the young patriarch, right? Whatever the terms, I accept your request." He rested the sword on his shoulder. "How about a month from now? I need some more training too. But next time, let's both set our own limits." Melon replied, "If that's the case, you won't be able to beat me by then, young master." Christian shrugged. "Who knows? During times like these, very few things are truly impossible." With that, he cupped his hands in a formal bow, turned around, and left. "See you next month. On that day, I'll show you exactly where your loyalty should lie." The next day, Christian handed Melon's recommendation letter to his father. He said, "The demon's strength is quite lacking. They need to focus more on their training." Count Khazar looked at the letter, recalling Melon coming to see him a few days ago. She had said, "The young master is a genius. Despite his low star rank, he still managed to defeat someone with a solid foundation like me. He wondered even you." Melon replied, "Yes, it was a rare match that I genuinely enjoyed." Back in the present, the Count stared at Christian, thinking to himself, "This kid, this time, he really—" Seeing his father staring at him, Christian spoke up, "Is there something on my face?" He replied, "Nothing." Then he reached out and handed over a key. As promised, "Here is the library key." Christian took the key and quickly made his exit. Once outside, he rejoiced, "Excellent. I got the library key and changed Melon's mind. She's a demon from the main line of the Dark Demon clan. During the Age of Destruction, she was a 6-star demon. If I want to control the entire demon race, I need to win her over completely. She's not fully won over yet, but a month should be enough. After all, I'm a genius." With that, he opened the door and stepped into the library. Thinking further, he smiled, Count Khazar's expression just now wasn't that the proud gaze of a father. I guess even demons have family values. Who knows? He might even be a better father than my dad from my past life. I won't let you down, Count Khazar. The sight before him made him gasp in awe. Walking around, he muttered to himself, blood magic, summoning research, curses, all things banned in the light region. He casually grabbed a book from a shelf. Just as he pulled it out, a pair of eyes appeared behind a shelf, making him jump and yell, "Who's there?" It turned out to be Marie the Banshee. She laughed out loud. "Haha, why else? I'm the librarian of this place." She struck a cute pose and winked. "Don't tell me you want to keep me all to yourself, as your personal maid?" Christian's face darkened. "Shut up," Marie pouted. "Oh my, how blunt. My heart is pounding right now." Christian looked like he was about to lose it and yelled, "Shut your mouth." But the Banshee only laughed harder. Glancing at the book Christian chose, the Banshee said with amusement, "Young master, the book you picked contains a 4-star dark magic spell called Binding Seal. With your current level, I'm afraid you won't be able to grasp it at all." Hearing this, Christian closed the book with a soft thud, crossed his arms, and puffed out his chest confidently. "No worries, I'm a genius." The Banshee mused for a moment, then made an exaggerated expression. "Oh my goodness! Oh ho ho! Our young master is not only handsome, but an absolute prodigy too." Seeing her forced reaction, Christian snapped. "Don't push yourself too hard." Marie giggled and continued. "There's a reason you picked that specific book, right?" He nodded slightly. "Yeah. I need to catch a white mouse." The scene shifts to the next day. Christian was running long drills with everyone else on the training grounds. As he ran, he thought, "The suspects who murdered me. First, Thurn. No one in the house looks down on me more because I'm useless. Next is Cox. Even though he's not a descendant of the clan, he comes and goes from the punishment cave as he pleases. Demons value strength over status, yet he constantly hangs around me, sucking up to me non-stop. It could also be a third faction I haven't noticed yet. Either way, they want to see me ruined. The proof is that dreamstone in the punishment cave. Maybe I should play the scoundrel they want me to be. Whoever seems happy when I act up must be the culprit." At that thought, Christian suddenly stopped and shouted, "Damn it, this is too hard." Then he turned on his heel and walked away. "You guys have fun, I've got a cramp." The crowd watched him go, completely bewildered. What's up with him? Night fell, and the family was having dinner. Suddenly, a loud crash of breaking plates echoed through the room. Count Khazar roared, "Christian!" But Christian didn't care. He turned to the maid and snapped, "You should have picked a decent dish for me in the first place." Then he waved his hand. "Hey, stop standing there like an idiot. Make me something else." Count Khazar's face darkened, and he said furiously, "I was a fool to think you had finally grown up." With that, he turned and stormed out of the dining room. Watching his father's retreating back, Christian thought, "I feel a bit guilty, but it's all for the good of the clan. I hope you understand, father. Go ahead and call me a demon. I've worked hard to spread the rumor that I've gone back to being a total scoundrel who bullies the maids while they're cleaning, wastes money like water, and lives a life of complete debauchery." Staring at the wine glass in front of him, Christian shouted, "Why aren't you letting me drink wine?" Marie laughed. "But you're drinking wine right now." He snapped angrily. "Why my ass? You made it non-alcoholic." She offered a sheepish smile. "You're still too young. Young master shouldn't be drinking yet." Christian scowled. "What does it matter anyway? I'm just a useless loser." Marie chimed in. "So you decided to go back to being a scoundrel? No worries. Either way, this lady will always stand by you." Hearing this, Christian scowled, looked away, and traced a magic circle in the air with his finger. "But like I said, I'm catching a mouse." Looking at the magic circle, Marie gasped, "No way. You've already mastered the binding seal?" Christian smiled. "I told you I'm a genius. I modified it so it could be used even at a lower level. It's not just about timing. I've also been diligently practicing countless spells." Marie bit her lip. "Are you really a genius?" Right then, Thurn pushed the door open and walked up to Christian. Seeing this, Christian thought to himself, "Guess I have to pretend to be drunk." He put on a woozy expression. "What is it, Thurn? What are you doing here?" Thurn shouted. "Is this all you're capable of? I thought you had actually changed for the better." Seeing Thurn's anger, Christian smiled to himself. He's genuinely pissed. Looks like I can cross him off the suspect list. He spoke up. "Thurn, I think there's a mouse in this house." Thurn looked bewildered. What are you talking about? Christian stood up and stepped closer. Someone wants to see me fall. I plan to play along with them for a bit. Thurn was taken aback. Are you saying this is all just an act? Christian poured a glass of wine and handed it to Thurn. Exactly. Even this wine is fake. Thurn asked, who is the mouse? Christian swirled his glass slightly. It's hard to say right now, but they'll take the bait eventually. With that, he slammed the glass onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Suddenly, a butler rushed in from outside. What happened, young master? Christian kept up the act. This isn't the wine I asked for. Tell someone to bring another bottle now. The butler stammered. Mr. Cox is currently busy. Christian asked, what is he busy with? I'll pay him a visit. Thurn was stunned. Your acting is so realistic. You're a natural-born actor. Just a few minutes later, Christian arrived at Cox's place. He slammed the wine bottle down hard in front of Cox, startling him. What brings you here, young master? Christian poured the bottle of wine straight over Cox's head. This isn't the wine I asked for. Are you looking down on me? Cox stood up, keeping his voice gentle. Of course not. I will order the exact wine you require. Christian snapped. I don't need it. He pointed right at Cox's face. Go get it yourself. Cox clenched his fist slightly. But I am busy with work. Christian slapped Cox hard across the face. You expect to work looking like this? Go change your clothes and get moving. Cox trembled, gritting his teeth. I will be back shortly, young master. With that, he left. Watching him go, Christian thought to himself, I have to hand it to him. His patience through this humiliation is impressive. But that hostility, he glanced over at the documents stained with wine nearby and casually picked up a stack to examine them. A smile spread across his lips. There it is. If the butler is the mouse, he's definitely involved in the finances. But that's still not enough. I need concrete proof. Just as he put the papers down, Cox walked back in. Here is the wine you requested. Christian said nonchalantly. Thanks. You're not mad at me, are you? Cox replied. Of course not. How could I ever be mad at you? Christian laughed. He good? I don't know if you realize it, but you're my favorite, Cox. Cox nodded. I'm truly grateful. By the way, young master, I have a message for you. Christian was taken aback. What is it? Cox continued. Your friend would like to meet you secretly at the usual spot. Christian thought to himself, as if they're actually my friends. Cox added, though I'd prefer you didn't associate with them, it is not my place to judge your friends. Christian smirked. Maybe I'll go see them. Cox replied, very well, as you wish. Seeing this, Christian smiled inwardly. Everything is moving along even better than I expected. The next day, at a tavern, Christian met up with his old scumbag friends. They drank and laughed, saying, Christian, I heard rumors that your personality changed recently, but I didn't buy it. After all, we know you too well. He suddenly noticed the young waitress in the tavern and couldn't help but feel disgusted, making a little girl serve alcohol. What absolute scum. The two guys raised their glasses, urging, come on, drink up, Christian. But he didn't clink glasses. He just brought it to his lips for a sip, which annoyed them. What are you hesitating for? Bottoms up. Unable to stomach their repulsiveness any longer, Christian threw his wine glass right into the fat guy's face. The guy choked and coughed, snapping. What the hell do you think you're doing? Christian said nonchalantly, just testing the wine. Judging by your reaction, I can tell this stuff is definitely undrinkable. Caught off guard that his plot was exposed, the fat guy quickly raised his hand to cast a spell, pressing down hard on the waitress's forehead. In the blink of an eye, Christian knocked the girl unconscious. The fat guy gasped in shock. You actually know how to use dark magic? Seeing that no one could stop him, Christian slammed his foot onto the table and raised his voice. I don't think you guys should be surprised by this. The two panic-stricken guys recoiled at his aggression. Christian grabbed the fat guy by the head and slammed both their heads hard onto the table. Blood splattered everywhere as they begged in terror. Stop, please. The fat guy trembled. Why are you hitting me? Chill out for a second. Christian pulled his hand back. Seems like you still haven't realized your mistake. In that case, just die. He drew a dagger, his eyes burning with murderous intent. After being tormented for a while, they pleaded in absolute terror. Spare us, young master. They confessed everything honestly. We were forced to drug you and frame you with fake evidence. He threatened to expose our drug trafficking business, so we had no choice. Christian stepped closer. Who ordered you? The skinny guy stammered, too terrified to speak. He slammed his dagger down right in front of him, threatening, "Spit it out, or I'll chop it off." The skinny guy nearly peed his pants and spilled everything. It was Cox. "Please spare my life. I'll do whatever you want." Christian wasn't entirely convinced. "Really? You'll do absolutely anything?" They chorused, "Yes, we swear." He roared, "I can't hear you." The two wept and cried out, "We swear." At that, Christian smiled with satisfaction. "Fine, I'll hold you to that. You will be loyal to me until death." With that, his magic surged forward, branding them both with a slave crest. Moments later, they foamed at the mouth and passed out. Meanwhile, Cox rushed in to report to Christian's father. "Sir, we have a major problem." He questioned, "What is it, Cox?" He quickly stated, "The young master has committed murder." Christian's father lost his composure and stood up abruptly. Cox continued, "According to reports, the young master got drunk last night, murdered his table companion, and threw the body into the river. This won't be easy to resolve. What should we do, sir?" Horrified to hear that his son had committed murder and hidden the body, Christian's father rushed off, commanding, "Bring Christian to the demon court. I will request direct jurisdiction." His gaze darkened terrifyingly. Seeing his plan on the verge of success, Cox couldn't suppress a smug smile. At the demon court, Christian was brought in as the culprit, but he insisted, "I'm innocent." The judge didn't buy it. "Who are you trying to fool? The witnesses are standing right there." Christian denied it. "That's fundamentally impossible." He looked up at the two guys and asserted, "I think there's a misunderstanding here." Just then, the waitress from yesterday walked in. Christian smiled, turning the tables completely. "The young maid is right here, safe and sound." The two guys gasped in utter shock upon seeing her alive. The girl took off her cloak and testified, "The young master brought me home safely after I passed out, and even gave me money for rent. But those two over there are the bad guys. They drugged the young master's wine." Everyone in the courtroom was bewildered. What on earth is going on? Christian didn't waste words. He took action immediately. The two guys suddenly lost focus and confessed. "It's true, we made a false report. We did it all under orders from Butler Cox to frame the young master." Cox denied it frantically. "What the hell are you talking about?" He turned to the judge. "Your Honor, they are slandering me. The young master and his friends are trying to pin this on me. This joke isn't funny." Seeing Cox react exactly as anticipated, Christian sighed. "I knew you'd react like this." He requested of his father, "Father, as the victim here, may I make a request?" He questioned, "What kind of request?" Christian smiled. "Permit me to interrogate Butler Cox as your representative." The judge was taken aback, but then conceded. "Very well. Cox, step up to the stand." Cox tried to speak, but was cut off. "However, if you cross the line, I will revoke your privilege immediately." Christian stepped down from his podium. "I'll make this quick." He stepped forward and declared, "As the representative of the Demon Emperor, the great leader of the Magic Empire, member of the Dark Demon Clan ruling the Southern Magical Kingdom, and as the representative of Count Khazar, I will now interrogate the accused. Cox, do you swear to answer me with nothing but the truth?" Cox raised his hand. "I swear." Christian asked again, "As the representative of the Demon Emperor, I ask you once more, do you swear to tell only the absolute truth?" Cox asserted, "I swear." Instantly, the binding contract was activated. Cox clutched his head and screamed in sheer confusion. Everyone in the court gasped in disbelief. Is that the binding seal? How could someone like him cast a 4-star dark magic spell? Christian smirked triumphantly. This spell was modified, so even low-level users can cast it. But it has a catch. The target must swear twice. "You walked right into my trap, Cox." Cox was furious, but found himself completely unable to speak. Christian questioned, "Didn't you just swear to speak only the truth? Now, tell me, why did you order those two to frame me?" The crest caused Cox an agonizing, splitting headache, and he confessed the truth. I was taking orders from someone else. He knew about my embezzlement and blackmailed me. He forced me to sabotage the young master. That's why ever since you were a child." Christian's father said in utter disbelief, "What did you say?" Christian smiled. "Based on your confession, looks like you've embezzled quite a lot, haven't you?" But I've known about that for a long time. He stepped down and asked, spit it out. Who gave you the orders? Cox stammered. Please, sir, if I talk. Christian intensified his magic. Writhed in pain, Cox confessed. It was Lord's child. He told me to do it. Christian's father gasped in shock. What? The crowd erupted into whispers. The second young master of the dark demon race? Lord's child the Baron. Cox panicked. He's going to kill me. I have to run away. But before anyone could move, Christian drew a sword from a guard and ruthlessly cut Cox down. His head rolled off right before everyone's eyes. Christian's father stood frozen, stunned by the sight. Christian said coldly, authorized by the Count, I have executed the criminal. Christian's father approached and asked, Tell me, why did you make this choice? Christian replied immediately, If we let Cox live, that whole Orthodox faction will scheme and fabricate evidence to cover it up. We can't keep coddling them. Besides, I intend to make everyone here remember the absolute truth of this matter. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. A serious look washed over Christian's eyes, completely devoid of any playfulness. This child tried to sabotage me, he continued. Hearing that, Christian's father could only furrow his brows as sweat poured down. After that, he opened a magical portal and ordered, Follow me. The two stepped through the portal and arrived at a training ground. Christian wondered, Where are we? He replied, This is a secret training ground. There were too many eyes in the courtroom. At this moment, he asked seriously, From what you just said, do you mean his child will cause more trouble because of the succession conflict? The family's power and prestige are tied to the successor they support. Your decision was right, but I feel you acted too hastily. Given the current situation, we must support the oldest young lady. The oldest young master isn't an option. He's a bloodthirsty madman. Christian looked away and smiled. There's actually another choice. I will become the successor. Christian's father objected immediately. That's absurd. Paying no heed, he analyzed. Someone from a branch family can be recognized as the successor if they are capable enough. That's just a formal rule that's never enforced. There's no way you don't know that. So why do you think his child tried to sabotage me? Christian's father made it clear. When you were a kid, you might have been more talented than his child, but right now you're lagging quite far behind him. Christian refused to back down. I'll catch up soon. But to do that, I need your help, Father. Please use your authority to nominate me for the Dark Holy Ritual in 2 months. Christian's father questioned, You have to reach 2-star rank to participate in the ritual. You just hit 1 star, didn't you? Christian didn't give up. I will reach 2-star within the next 2 months. Hearing his son say that, he gasped in shock. What? Christian beamed and pleaded, So please help me, Father. After settling everything and returning to the mansion, the servants whispered among themselves, The young master has completely changed. A maid said, Lately, I heard the Count has been personally training him. A male servant added, You mean the training regimen that even veteran knights struggle with? I wonder how long he can hold out. Over at the training ground, Christian cleanly sliced a monster in half. His eyes grew sharp, bind with Meyer swordsmanship, finished with black scythe swordsmanship. After the strike, he turned and asked, Right, Father? Christian's father was astonished. I only started teaching him black scythe swordsmanship today, and he already grasped it perfectly. Christian grew impatient. But do I really have to do it this way? Keeping them separate like that? He looked confused. What? Christian gripped his sword and dashed forward. I feel like there's a more efficient way. He appeared right at the monster's feet and delivered a powerful slash, obliterating. Christian's father gasped in shock. That's Meyer swordsmanship. How did you do that? Christian sighed. The limbs of a mushroom humanoid are tough enough to block Meyer's swordsmanship, but I used ultimate swordsmanship, shrouded in black, scythe sword chi. The sword flashed with magic, leaving him dumbfounded. A 1-star couldn't possibly pull that off. On the outside, he maintained his composed demeanor. That's a formidable display of power, but using 2 techniques at the same time will make casting curses much harder. Christian dismissed it. Not at all. It's super easy, not inconvenient in the slightest. He internally panicked, the news hitting him like a bolt from the blue. 15 days later, Christian lay exhausted on the training grounds, sweating profusely. Damn, running is exhausting, but I can't slack off. Physical fitness is the key to advancing my realm. While he was resting, A voice called out, "Are you worn out already? The duel isn't far off, you know? I'm really looking forward to the appointed day." So, it's Melon, Christian thought to himself. She always carries such an intense aura. He stood up and resumed training. Yeah, I'm doing my best not to disappoint you. Melon expressed her disdain. "I'm aware of your incredible progress, but you're still just a 1-star. If you don't meet my expectations, don't dream of making me kneel." Christian said confidently, "Yeah, I believe that's possible. Even so, I'll learn something from the duel, so it won't be a waste." Seeing him talk big, Melon left satisfied. "Still full of energy, huh? I hope you break past your limits and entertain me." He watched her walk away, calculating. Melon is currently a high 4-star. Each realm has 3 tiers: low, mid, and high. As a high 1-star, I'm still miles behind her. But I come from a wealthy family, a wallet warrior. He tightened his belt, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Finally, the day of the duel arrived. Christian asked Marie, "Marie, did you pack all the luggage?" Marie replied, "Of course. It's our first trip together. I even dressed to impress." Caught off guard, he blurted out, "Did I ever say you were coming along?" Marie assumed the best. "I get it. You must be worried I'll get heat stroke." "Don't worry. Serving the young master is my honor." Christian was helpless. How could a banshee even get heat stroke? Before this, he had requested, "Father, can I change my servant to a human?" Christian's father refused. "Impossible. You signed a master-servant contract with Marie. A high-ranking banshee cannot be managed without a contract." Christian snapped. "Then can't you just teach me how to break the contract?" He pointed out, "I believe it requires a deep kiss with Marie. To be fair, you were completely wasted when you signed it." Christian clutched his head in frustration. "You're useless, old man." Returning to the present, he rejected Marie. "Anyway, you can't come with me. I'm going somewhere crowded." Marie looked disappointed, but I was really looking forward to this trip. Sweating, he added, "It's just that your spiritual energy could harm regular people." Marie complained resentfully. "I've been cooped up in this mansion for decades." Seeing her pitiful state, Christian gave in. "Fine, you can come, but don't show yourself in front of others." Marie cheered. "Thank you, you're the best young master ever." He waved his hand dismissively. "Just follow me." Christian and Marie set off. Marie asked curiously, "But young master, where are we heading?" He replied, "To a place where I can make a profit." Marie lifted her skirt, letting kun spille vrur. "But you already have so much money." Seeing the money flooding out, he panicked. "That's not a lot. Put it away." Marie wondered, if not money, then gold? Land deeds? He smiled and denied it. Wrong. Marie hit a dead end then. Christian explained, "It's something I used to use before." Thurn suddenly appeared in the carriage and scolded, "You're late." Seeing Thurn, Christian froze in utter confusion. "Thurn, what the hell are you doing here?" Thurn stated his purpose. "I'm here to keep an eye on you, just in case you start acting like a total bastard again." Hearing this, Christian reassured him, "No way, don't worry." He acted as arrogant as a king. "Besides, I'm just on my way to a casino." Thurn gasped in surprise. "What?" Christian stepped into the carriage, not forgetting to educate Thurn, "We're demons. Indulging in drinking and gambling is only natural. In fact, gambling is encouraged by the Demon Emperor, and there's a reason it's legal." Unshaken, Thurn decided, "Then I'm going with you." Christian was surprised, then shamelessly smirked. "Thurn, could it be that you're worried about your beloved big brother?" Caught off guard, Thurn quickly denied it. "Why would I worry about you? I'm just worried you'll disgrace the family's dignity." The carriage set off, but the two brothers kept bickering. Christian said, I think this is a bit too stimulating for a bookworm like you. Do you even know the rules?" Thurn asked naively, "Isn't gambling just playing cards?" Then he declared confidently, "I'm going to wipe that smug look right off your face." Christian mocked, "Oh no, I am absolutely terrified." Inwardly, his amusement flared up. "Well, my pampered little brother, today you're going to lose everything." After a while, they arrived in front of a grand casino. Seeing it for the first time, Thurn marveled, "Good grief, I didn't know a building could look like this." Marie, experiencing the world for the first time, was also thrilled. "My maiden heart is fluttering." Only Christian remained perfectly calm. "I've probably been here dozens of times. It's all familiar." He handed Thurn a mask. Now stop acting like a country bumpkin and put this on. You can only enter after hiding your identity. Christian reminded Marie, conceal yourself from now on so nobody sees you. Also, lean in for a second. He instructed her, go, and Marie cheered. Right away, young master. With that, she vanished. Thurn panicked. Huh? Where did Marie go? Putting on his mask, Christian replied, don't worry about it. Let's head inside. The two stepped into the casino, drawing everyone's attention. The seasoned players smirked. Looks like some fat cash cows. Can't believe they walked straight into the tiger's den. Christian leaned close to Thurn and challenged him. Hey, want to bet on who wins more in an hour? If you win, I'll call you Big Brother for a month. Thurn got interested. Really? He added a condition, but if you lose, you have to call me Respected Emperor Big Brother. Confused by the weird title, Thurn turned. What? Christian didn't say much and tossed him a pouch. Here's your money. If you're scared, forget it. Thurn's competitive fire ignited as he snatched the pouch. Who said I'm scared? I'm going ahead. An indescribable fire burned in his eyes. At the blackjack table, the dealer flipped the cards and hit a blackjack. The man next to him patted Christian's shoulder. A win for the young gentleman. Wow, you're pretty good. Keep playing and you'll make a fortune. Christian played the fool, happily raking in the coins. Lady Luck is on my side today. He secretly calculated. At first, they'll let me win a moderate amount, baiting arrogant rookies into making huge bets. I know exactly how these scammers operate. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Thurn gripped his head in panic. No way. My hand was clearly good. A rookie had fallen right into the trap. Christian approached him. Hey, how about we just go home and sleep? Thurn asked, did you lose too? He replied, I only lost 500 rupee. Thurn countered, not wanting to be outdone. I only lost 1,000 rupees. The other guys watched the brothers talking and secretly plotted. Christian was satisfied. Perfect, now everyone sees Thurn as an easy target. A scammer will definitely take the bait. He asked, so you're still playing? Thurn snatched the coin pouch. I'm going to win. Give me the money. Christian smirked. Just remember I tried to stop you. While he said that out loud, he thought to himself, stop you. I hope you lose every single penny and become prime bait. Dear little brother. As time passed, the casino crew colluded with each other, pulling off various tricks right in front of him. Christian thought gleefully, right on cue. Finally, Marie returned and whispered, Master, I found the people you mentioned. He praised her. Good job. Across the room, Thurn wailed in agony. I'm ruined. My 10,000 rupee. Marie beamed. Am I awesome or what? Christian gave her a thumbs up. Yeah, totally awesome. The two left the casino and headed elsewhere. Marie said, It's right here, young master. He ordered, Open the door, Marie. The door swung open, and the people inside spun around in shock, rushing forward. Who the hell are you? Without hesitating, Christian took off his mask. By now, I'm sure everyone knows who I am, right? Recognizing him, they stammered. Why you mean, young master? What brings you here? He smiled. Call your boss out. An exclamation rang out. Oh my goodness, young master, did you come here to play? It was Grantel, the owner of the Grandel Merchant Guild, famous for his business acumen, but in reality, Christian waved his hand. I hope we can talk in private. Grantel asked fearfully, what on earth is going on here? He was blunt. You scammed my little brother. I care deeply about him. Yet you have the nerve to ask what's going on? Grantel gasped. No way. Don't tell me the masked guy was. Christian confirmed. Exactly, he's the heir of Count Khazar. Grantel waved his hands frantically. Young master, I swear I only run the casino. Whatever those other people did has nothing to do with me. Before he could finish his excuses, Marie revealed her true form, terrifying Grantel into screaming. Are you trying to get killed? He dropped to his knees in terror, slamming his head on the floor. I beg for your forgiveness. If I had known he was the Count's son, I never would have dared. Please have mercy, Christian asked. Those aren't just empty words, right? Grantel assured him. Of course not. I'll compensate you. How much will it take? He casually stated, 1 million. Grantel gasped. What? He stammered. Young master, we don't have that much cash on hand. Christian lowered the price. Fine, 200,000 then. Grantel wept. Is that enough? That's our entire fortune. Christian's eyes turned menacing. You still have to give me one more thing. Grantel asked helplessly. What is it? After forcing Grantel to pay up, He used the money to buy up all the weapons. Marie was amazed. I can't believe you used the 200,000 rupee you squeezed out of them to buy combat gear. Truly a brilliant plan, young master. Christian brushed back his hair and boasted, "Of course it's brilliant." Marie noticed the sword at his hip. "But that sword they gave you, is that granite?" She questioned. "Isn't that the holy sword a past hero obtained by sacrificing his soul? I heard many demons coveted it because the hero used it after falling from grace. But it's completely rusted out now." Christian dismissed it calmly. "It's fine, all part of the plan." Not wanting to hear her ramble, he handed her something. "All right, enough, take this. You kept staring at it earlier, didn't you? It's a gift." In Marie's hands lay an exquisite necklace. She was deeply touched, both before and after my death. "This is the very first time I've ever received a gift like this. Thank you so much, truly." Christian turned away and waved his hand. "All right, let's go home." Marie smiled brightly. "Yes, master. I'll put my whole heart into it to show my gratitude. From now on, I'll make the blood juice taste even better." He refused. "I told you I don't drink that stuff. Are you repaying my kindness with hostility?" Marie looked confused. "But it's been mixed into the strawberry juice you've been drinking this whole time, master." Christian sighed helplessly. "Can you please not make such horrific jokes?" He brushed aside the thought. "Wait, I feel like I forgot something." Marie also wondered. I'm sure we'll remember later." Back at the casino, Thurn was still sitting there, trembling, with exactly 1 single rupee left in his hand. Early the next morning, Thurn was already screaming at the top of his lungs. The kid rushed over and yanked the blankets and pillows off a fast-asleep Christian. Thurn demanded, "Why did you abandon me? I was almost sold off as a slave. Luckily, someone recognized me." Christian let out a long yawn and apologized. "My bad. I knew for sure Grandel would help you out anyway." Seeing his totally unbothered face, Thurn roared, "How was that even a proper apology?" At this, Christian reminded him, "By the way, don't you feel like something's missing? You lost, so you have to keep your promise. Come on, call me respected Emperor Big Brother already." Thurn's face turned pale upon hearing this, sweat dripping down. He gripped the blanket tightly in his hands, furious but resigned. "Big Brother." Christian picked his nose. "Huh? Say that again." Absolutely losing it, Thurn tore the blanket apart and screamed, "Respected Emperor Big Brother." Christian flicked away his booger and smiled. "Good boy. Remember to always respect your big bro." Thurn was so pissed he could spit blood, leaving but not forgetting to threaten, "One day, I'll get my revenge. Just you wait." Resting his chin on his hand, Christian watched Thurn leave and thought, if that kid ends up killing me in the future, he completely brought it on himself. His child, the son of Langham, future head of the Dark Demon race, and the strongest young master. I don't feel anything toward him since I'm not the real Christian. But if I want to become the clan leader, I'll definitely have to face him. He clenched his fist with determination. "Just wait. I'll help you settle this score." With that in mind, he weighed his options. To do that, I need to win Melon over first. Christian noticed the sword resting on the pile of luggage. After changing his clothes, he walked over and picked up the sword from the floor. Grenade. At one point, countless people tried their hand at it. This sword used to be considered a mere display piece because nobody could even lift it. Curious, he gripped it tight to test it. "Let's see what you've got." The moment he touched it, the sword unleashed a wave of resistant energy, causing a dull ache to throb through his hand. He nodded. "Just as I thought, it rejects dark energy. Makes sense, since it's a creation that utilizes holy light power." He grabbed some repair tools from the box. "You're just a sword after all. I'll fix that attitude of yours rejecting dark energy." Christian gripped the hammer tightly and brought it down hard. Each strike carried an immense amount of energy. But it was the hammer that shattered, not the sword. He looked at the pile of tools. "Does it hurt?" Grabbing another hammer, he smiled wickedly. "Brace yourself." Holding yet another hammer in his left hand, he threatened, "I can do this all night." The sword seemed to tremble violently in fear. A few days later, at the secret training ground, Christian's father asked, "Christian, are you ready?" He replied, "Yes, sir." Looking at the woman next to him, he wondered, "But who is this? I feel like I've met her before." When she turned around, he recognized her instantly. "Wait a minute." He greeted her politely. "Greetings, Commander of the Dark Knights." She replied, Long time no see, nephew. The woman was Marion, commander of the Dark Knights, daughter of a clan elder, older sister of Christian's father, and Viscount Langham. She protects the elders, executes secret missions, and monitors the clan, the elite of the elite. Christian wondered, why is she here? Christian's father explained, Sister Marion came to handle the matter regarding Cox. Marion chuckled. That kid is acting pretty cheeky. Christian wondered, don't tell me the elder wants to protect his child? That would be a pain. He smiled. Seems like the elder has way too much free time on his hands to care about such a minor thing. Marion replied, actually, he's not interested in your petty squabbles. He's interested in you. Surprised, Christian resolved, this will be my chance to win him over. Marion warned, I don't know if you're brave or just plain stupid. You haven't even reached 2-star rank, yet you dare challenge Melon. Aren't you going to postpone the duel? He gripped his sword tightly and said arrogantly, thanks for worrying about me, Auntie, but I've got this handled. Marion recognized the blade. Isn't that grenade? She scolded. You've lost your mind. I knew you were good at causing trouble, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. She asked Christian's father, Ridden, didn't you say Christian had changed? He defended him. Sister, I'm telling the truth. Marion didn't buy it. Changed by using a holy sword in a duel? Christian questioned. Am I not allowed to use it? All that matters is that I win, right? Marion exclaimed. Even the clan head failed to tame Grenade. It will burn you to ashes. Christian wanted to show off. Oh, really? He gripped the sword firmly without a scratch, saying confidently, see, I'm perfectly fine. Marion suspected. Is it a fake? Seeing her disbelief, he tossed the sword over. Want to try it yourself, Auntie? The moment Marion touched it, the rejection phenomenon triggered. She threw it to the ground. How on earth did you pull that off? He picked it up. That's a secret I can't reveal. But I can tell you one thing. The reason I can use the sword when the clan head couldn't is because I'm a genius. Hearing this, Christian's father wore the utterly doting expression of a completely obsessed parent. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The young master is as witty as ever, I see. Taming a holy sword, are we? It was Melon, stepping out of a spatial portal. She couldn't care less about what he said or what he owned, adding, so what? You won't be seeing the light of tomorrow's sun anyway. Melon's absolute confidence left Christian completely speechless. Without warning, Melon lunged straight at Christian. He immediately brought up his sword to parry the strike. Just as I thought. There are 0 restrictions, he muttered to himself. Her strength and speed are on a whole different level compared to before. I can't close this gap at all. The two blades clashed, letting out a bone-chilling shriek. Christian's sword erupted with holy power, warping Melon's blade on impact. Ridden and Marion stood on the sidelines, watching in utter disbelief. The power of the holy sword is actively pushing back the dark energy. Ridden gasped. With that kind of skill, hasn't he already surpassed what I could do at his age? Marion chimed in. That's not the end of it. Look at the way that boy moves just to handle the holy sword. She pointed toward the duo. The sword, teeming with divine power, was quickly shrouded by Christian's own magic. He unleashed a heavy slash toward Melon, sending her flying backward. Ridden marveled. Incredible power. But it looks like his dark energy is fluctuating. Mediant counter. No. He's controlling his dark energy in microbursts to avoid triggering the holy sword's rejection reflex. Melon retreated, maintaining a safe distance. Christian asked arrogantly, well, did that clash satisfy you? Melon replied, I've been thinking about this for a moment. You're predicting my movements, aren't you? Christian smirked. I happen to have a pretty sharp eye. Every sword technique has a tell. You have to lift your arm before swinging down. And to pull that off, you have to shift your shoulder muscles and upper torso. This is the common denominator for both rookies and pros. Melon sighed, then activated her magic. Then how about this? The sudden ambush caught Christian completely off guard, putting him on the defensive. Melon gloated. A Dark Knight is a magic swordsman. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed. I almost got into some serious trouble there. Christian cheered. Impressive, but luckily, I'm perfectly fine. The item around his neck left Melon utterly helpless. The purification artifact. Christian turned to Ridden. Father, thanks to you I survived. Ridden tilted his head. Shouldn't that be locked away in the secret vault? Christian laughed. I have a bit of a sticky fingers habit from time to time. Both Ridden and Marion were left entirely speechless. Christian pulled out another item from his shirt. Having great gear is a skill in itself. He hurled the prepared item forward. It exploded instantly, leaving Melon with zero time to dodge. He warned, "Even if you dodge, it won't do you any good." He then threw a red orb. It exploded violently, completely blocking out all line of sight. Christian relaxed. Getting this artifact with Grandel's money was totally worth it. Pretty effective. Not letting his guard down, he shouted, "I know you're alive. Show yourself." A sword shot out from the sea of flames. He stood his ground, not budging an inch. Christian casually swung his blade, cleanly blocking Melon's sword. Her sword shattered into pieces, leaving her completely exposed right in front of him. Ridden proudly bragged to Marion, "Look at that, sister. I told you the boy is a genius." He threw a corrosion gem into the air. Marion remained silent, focusing intently on the fight. Melon stepped out from the explosion, her body radiating intense bloodlust. "Young master." A grin spread across her face as she dashed toward him. "This is so much fun. What are you going to hit me with next?" Marion gasped in shock. "Oh my God. Melon has lost her mind. We have to stop her." The surging dark aura rapidly closed in on him. But Christian smoothly evaded Melon's punch using only one hand. With a light flick, he redirected her punch and stepped back. Melon was taken aback. "You actually blocked my strike?" Finally, he brought his sword right to her throat. Christian said excitedly, "Looks like victory is mine. Is this enough to satisfy you?" Blood trickled down from a scratch on Melon's face. Ridden beamed with absolute pride, while Marion could only sigh in resignation. Melon burst into laughter. "Are you seriously asking me that? I can't even keep my composure anymore." Christian replied, "Then please answer my previous request soon. Even though the victory is mine, I'll respect it if you decline. Loyalty can't be won by brute force." Melon questioned, "If I take your side, will you keep fighting me like this in the future?" Christian took her hand, pulling her up. "As much as you want, I'll oblige." The scene shifted to Marion, holding her hands together as she gazed into the distance. She was startled, utilizing dark energy like that. She recalled the clan leader once tossing the exact grenade sword Christian was holding, saying, "I refuse." Marion had been helpless. "Even you can't do it, clan leader." The clan leader replied, "I can use it for a brief moment, but the waves of dark energy are constantly shifting. You have to continuously adjust so the sword doesn't detect the difference." Who could possibly pull that off in an actual battle? Only Demon King Gehenna or the Dark Dragon of the Demon Realm could do it. Otherwise, only a crazy bastard who controls dark energy as easily as breathing could handle it. And that crazy bastard is Christian. Christian smiled and asked Marion, "Annie Marion, how did I do? Is it enough to earn a compliment?" Marion fell silent, then sighed. Perhaps your father's long-standing wish might actually come true. The scene shifted to a luxurious kitchen, where chefs and bakers were passionately working away amidst a glamorous setting. A baker with a terrifying face slammed a heavy, powerful chop down onto a small object on the cutting board. A strawberry was cleanly sliced in half, looking absolutely delicious. Each strawberry was meticulously and neatly arranged onto a cream cake, making anyone who looked at it want to dive right in. Christian was flabbergasted. "Unbelievable. He's actually making a strawberry cake." Marie laughed. "Oh ho ho, don't judge by appearances, his skills are top tier." After finishing up, the baker walked over to chat with Christian, his voice a bit slurred. "Young Master Chuck, what brings you to the kitchen?" Christian placed his hands on his hips to bake some cookies. Marie wondered, baking cookies?" He said confidently, "To give to someone." Hearing this, Marie leaned against Christian, wailing, "Is it for another woman and not me?" Christian yelled, "Good grief, it's not what you think. But yes, it is for a woman." Seeing Christian roll up his sleeves, the baker politely offered, "I can bake the cookies for you, Chuck." But he refused. "It's fine. Making the cookies with my own two hands is what matters." Christian closed his eyes proudly. "It might not look like it, but cookies are—" Before he could finish, a bright red liquid splashed right onto his face. It came from a mortar where two terrifying-looking bakers were furiously mashing what used to be strawberries. Christian panicked. "Hey, are you sure they aren't putting blood into that strawberry juice?" Marie only responded with a laugh. Oh ho ho. Once everything was done, Christian brought a box over to Marion, who was prepping her horse to head out. He called out, "Auntie Marion." Marion stopped and asked, "Christian, what's up?" He gave a polite smile. "I heard you're leaving soon, so I came to say goodbye." Marion praised him. "I appreciate that. Aren't you still tired from yesterday's duel?" Christian handed over the gift box. "I'm fine. I have a gift for you." Marion opened the box, revealing beautiful cookies of all shapes and colors, neatly arranged inside. She was surprised. "Are these cookies?" Her eyes lit up, but her voice remained serious. "You didn't need to prepare a gift." Christian said cheerfully, "I was just really happy to see you again and wanted to make something." Standing next to Marion, Ridden stroked his chin, thinking, "Only then did he come find me. Does Annie Marion like eating anything?" Ah, so this is why the boy acted like that. Commendable. He sure knows how to win people over. While Marion looked at the cookie box hesitantly, Christian spoke up. "Please try a piece. I made them myself." Marion asked, "Really? You made them?" She brought a piece to her mouth. From the very first bite, she was stunned by how delicious it was, but quickly regained her composure, saying, "Ah, it's quite good." Christian smiled. "I'm glad you like them." Marion said, "I should give you something in return for this wonderful gift. Do you have a wish?" Christian's eyes turned sharp. He said, "If possible, please become a real aunt to me." Marion grew serious. "Since we share the same blood, I'm sure your words have an underlying meaning. I heard from Ridden that you're training for the dark holy ritual, right?" Christian smiled and nodded. Marion continued, "I see. So you want me to back you up in the upcoming succession war?" She lowered her head and sighed. "But unfortunately, I cannot grant your wish." She explained, "As you know, adults from the main branch must remain impartial to the candidates." "That is the law," Christian replied. "No, I'm just making a sincere request. I just want to get closer to you, Annie." Marion asked, "That makes no sense. Do you really have no other intentions?" Christian said calmly, "Of course. Though if you were to secretly support and help me." He cupped his hands together, his eyes sparkling. "I definitely won't turn it down." He looked at Marion with wide, twinkling eyes. While eating a cookie, she said, "I don't hate your honesty. Since my nephew made such delicious cookies just for me, the least I could do is cheer you on." Christian beamed. "Thank you, Auntie?" Marion asked. "But in return, can I have more delicious cookies next time?" He replied, "That depends entirely on you, Auntie." Neither of them noticed Ridden standing nearby, wiping away tears of emotion. Christian playfully blew a finger heart. "If you make me sad, I might pout and stop making this flavor altogether." The childish antics made Marion chuckle, but she suddenly asked, "Christian, what do you think about joining the Dark Shadow Corps?" He hesitated. "About that," Marion persuaded him. "You really stood out in your duel against Melon. You might even surpass the elders, but your opponents won't be easily defeated. I'm worried your talent will wither before it even has a chance to bloom." Christian replied firmly, "If I fail to follow my own path, I'd rather die." He confidently declared, "I understand your concern, Auntie, but I don't plan on losing." Marion looked at him and thought to herself, an absurd amount of confidence. Yet with this kid, he might actually pull it off. She said, "I see. You're a demon anyway, so I can't stop you from walking a bloody path." She mounted her horse and emphasized, "Keep your guard up against the oldest young ladies." Ridden spoke up, "Be wary of Julian and not his child. Isn't she the most elegant one?" Marion gripped the reins tightly. "You'll understand soon enough." Christian smiled. "Thank you so much, Annie. I'll keep that in mind." Marion turned around, a faint smile on her face. "See you later, my nephew." After she left, Christian went back to his room and collapsed onto his bed. The room was unusually quiet. He thought, Father and Annie are both incredibly strong, reaching 6-star rank. Yet I haven't heard much about them in the previous Great War. Just how many powerful warriors are there in the Magic Empire? Definitely enough to easily overwhelm the Kingdom of Light. He recalled his past life, where the Kingdom of Light crumbled under the flames of the Great War. I don't want history to repeat itself. Christian clenched his fists tightly, a surge of determination rising within him. I have to get stronger even faster. A month later, his father called him in. "You sent for me, Father?" Ridden massaged his temples. "Yes, I have something to tell you." But before he could speak, his eyes widened in utter shock. Standing before him was Christian, looking completely transformed, radiating a dashing and brilliant aura. Wait a minute. You reached 2-star rank already? Looking at him with cool eyes, Christian thought to himself, achieving this much growth in just a single month. He gave a slight shrug and asked, I don't get why you're so surprised. I promised you, didn't I? He asked curiously, what did you want to say that made you call me here all by myself at this hour? Looking both questioning and aggravated, Ridden placed a letter in front of him. I received word from the main family. He sighed, his face darkening. I submitted both your name and Thurn's as candidates for the dark holy ritual, but they only accepted Thurn. The reason hit Christian like a punch to the gut. Your reckless spending and loose, flirtatious lifestyle ruined everything, destroying property while drunk and even stealing. It's all entirely true. Hearing this, Christian felt his soul leave his body as he passed out right on the spot. Ridden fumed. How dare they look down on my son? Christian came to and asked, did Viscount Langham make this decision after his child's misconduct? The Viscount doesn't have much of say anymore anyway. Suddenly, both of them blurted out at the same time, Lion Z, Baron. He was a direct descendant of the main family, the shining star of the dark holy ritual. A ritual where candidates absorb pure darkness from the negative dimension. Since the amount of darkness is limited, they participate in a semi-official death match to fight for rankings. The higher you rank, the more darkness you claim. This ritual determines who will be the young master candidate to inherit the clan. If Lion wins and monopolizes the darkness, achieving Christian's goal will become even harder. Ridden stood up and stepped closer. Don't worry, I'll talk to them. If that fails, I'll ask Marion for help. Christian replied, no need, father. I'll handle this myself. Ridden placed a hand on his shoulder. Christian, I know you have talent and that you've changed, but you can let the adults handle this. Christian looked at his father warmly. I appreciate your kindness, father, but his face suddenly twisted into a sinister, wicked smirk. But I have my own way, and it's clearly nothing good. He asked, are any of Count Tyraman's children participating from the branch families? Ridden replied, yes. Count Tyraman's third son. He shouted in anger. That rascal sided with Lion, saying you're unqualified to join the dark holy ritual. He's nothing but a fraud who manipulates magical beasts. Christian watched his father rant helplessly, soothing him. Calm down, father. I just need to prove myself. The Tyraman family is about to host a dark medicine hunt. I'll participate as the guide. A smirk played on his lips as the setting sun cast its glow over the magnificent castles below. In a dark room, the clan leader held a golden hammer and mocked. I find it hard to believe. The kid I remember is a brat who called himself a genius, but was nothing more than a fake. Marie stood there reporting, he's different now. The clan leader asked, do you believe this kid can fulfill the wish I've harbored for so long? That wish was the sole reason he kept living, even going so far as to reject death using forbidden defy heaven magic. Marie broke into a sweat. I can't say for sure, but he is the closest person to what you desire, father. Silence filled the room. The clan leader muttered, fascinating. I'll keep an eye on that brat. But his participation in the dark holy ritual seems highly unlikely, doesn't it? Marie replied, that's the general consensus within the clan. He asked, will you intervene, father? Marie shook her head. No, you can't intervene in such a trivial matter. The clan leader laughed. How could a ferocious beast fail to overcome such a tiny hurdle? She tried to explain, even if he is a wild beast, he's still just a child. I believe he should be given the chance to receive the darkness and awaken his potential. Before she could finish, his loud roar caught Marie off guard. The clan leader's face turned grim, his sharp gaze piercing right through her. She lowered her head to avoid his eyes, thinking, he is always harsh on the ones he has high expectations for. Since you're willing to go this far, you must really like him. Out of the black smoke, Simon the Blood Drinker, the head butler of the dark demon race, appeared. Did you call for me, master? The clan leader said in a deep voice. You heard everything, didn't you? Simon replied, yes. I just need to observe young Master Christian. The clan leader ordered, report everything he does to me before the dark holy ritual. Simon bowed his head, understood. But may I have a little fun while keeping tabs on him? Marie looked annoyed, but the clan leader approved. Don't take it too far. A bizarre smile spread across Simon's face, his fangs flashing, before he vanished back into the black smoke. Marie closed her eyes. I hope that kid makes it through safely. Twilight settled over the peaceful village. Christian thought, thanks to my talent, I reached 2-star rank quickly. But despite all the training, my dark energy still isn't enough to break through to 3-star. I need dark medicine to accumulate a massive amount of energy in a short time. Yet the Tyraman family, the ones organizing the dark medicine hunt, holds a grudge against me. How ironic. To capture the magical beast carriage up and obtain the dark medicine, a special condition had to be met. The carriage wheels rolled along the long road. Grantel ran out. Young master, what brings you here today? How have you been lately, sir? Christian stepped down from the carriage along with Marie. Hold on, you didn't show up empty-handed, did you? Grantel held up a bag of goods. Of course not. How could I possibly welcome the young master without bringing a gift? He snatched it and threw it to the ground. The gold coin clinked as it hit the floor. He sneered. Such a petty gift? It seems you don't know your place. Grantel placed a hand on Christian's shoulder. I heard you're involved in all sorts of illegal activities. Someone ran over and shouted. Is evading casino taxes profitable? What about the items you scam from the merchant guild? What do you want me to do, young master? Hearing the shouting, the people forcing the bird lady nearby let her go. Christian said, I'll let it slide this time, but stop these out-of-line activities immediately. Got it. Grantel nodded. Yes. He put his arm around his shoulder. Give me some black medicine, all right? Grantel trembled, breaking into a sweat. Black medicine? The price on the black market has skyrocketed lately. Christian turned to Marie. Are you ready? Marie transformed into a sharp-fanged monster. My torture skills are top-notch. Grantel panicked and burst into tears. Falling to his knees, I'll get it right away. Wouldn't everything be so much easier if we just cooperate? Christian winked. By the way, grab a knife sharp enough to cut through armor too. Grantel stood there dazed, clueless about what he was planning to do. After wrapping things up, Christian left. Grantel stayed behind, cursing and crying. That absolute bastard. Marie asked, Are you heading home, young master? He replied, No, I still have one more place to go. He noticed something in the distance. Driver, can you pull over here? The carriage screeched to a halt. Christian stepped into the shop, greeted by a welcome. He checked the menu. I'll take this one. A pink potion bottle was placed on the counter. Dark thoughts flashed through her mind. Marie whispered, Do you need an aphrodisiac? Inside the shop, Marie kept giving Christian suspicious looks. That gave him a cold sweat, making his face turn pale. Master, could it be? Marie smiled shyly. All right, I get it. Christian snapped angrily, turning to her. I told you that's not it. Marie's face darkened. It's not for us, but for someone else? He nodded slightly. It's probably for the Count. The shopkeeper couldn't believe his ears. What did I just hear? Christian said in a serious tone. Considering my father's age, he needs to be taken better care of. He pointed straight at the shopkeeper. For the Count's honor, you must keep this an absolute secret. The shopkeeper nodded. Yes, I will be careful. The scene shifted to Thurn walking with Christian's father toward him. His father patted Thurn on the back, making him tremble. Thurn reminded him, My title as the esteemed brother of the Emperor. I heard hunting for black medicine is very dangerous, so be careful and don't get hurt. Christian winked playfully. Oh, are you worried about me now? Thurn blushed. I'm only worried because we won't get a proper match. Christian's father intervened. Come on, you two, stop bickering. Go make those arrogant Tyraman bastards shut their mouths. Christian smiled brightly. I'll bring back good news. But what's that Emperor thing about anyway? He patted Thurn's shoulder. You don't need to know, father. At Count Tyraman's estate, the scenery was picturesque with rustling leaves under the sunny blue sky. A sinister-looking servant blocked the door. Let me say it again. You are not allowed inside the Count's villa. Christian's companions grew angry. How dare you say that after making us wait? Do you even know who he is? Christian quietly listened to the butler. Young Master Aloa gave the order. He has no time for a bastard scoundrel. Killing intent erupted from Christian. He growled. So you're saying I have to find my own place to stay? The butler trembled, breaking into a sweat. Exactly. A companion prepared to charge. Young master, I'll bring you his head. But Christian stopped him and stepped closer to the butler. What about the lodging fee? Can you send the bill to Count Tyreman? The butler gave a forced laugh. Is that so? Under the sunlight, the fountain reflected the majestic palace like a mirror. Christian led everyone into a magnificent hotel. The butler asked, "How much does this place cost?" He said generously, 100,000 rupee. It's a rare treat to spend someone else's money. My luggage is already in the lobby. Everyone has 1 hour to unpack. And then we drink. His luggage emitted a bright blue light. Marie suddenly flew out. "Master, this villa is absolutely amazing," she said in awe. "It's perfect for serving you." Christian asked helplessly, "Why are you here?" Marie hopped around. "I hid in the luggage. I promise to be your maid forever." "Master, you're so cute when you're embarrassed." He sighed. "Looking at your face, you must have missed this girl, huh?" Aloha, the third son of Count Tyreman, received the bill and snapped furiously. "What is the meaning of this?" Christian smirked. "You told me to find my own place to sleep, so I did. What did I do wrong?" Aloha roared. "I don't stay in mediocre hotels, so I just bought a villa that was up for lease." Christian mocked. "You don't exactly warm up to spending money, do you? Considering you're a pathetic host who doesn't know how to welcome guests. This is a cheap price to pay for teaching you some manners." Aloha gritted his teeth, clutching the paper tightly, summoning a black panther. "Do you have a death wish?" Christian thought to himself. The Tyreman suppression technique, binding magic beasts through fear, unlike the Union's taming methods. It uses a secret formula to paralyze rationality, inducing hallucinations of fear and euphoria. It's more complicated than I thought, hard to learn quickly. For now, let's beat him to a pulp. He ordered, "Marie, eliminate that cat. I need a weapon." A sword materialized in his hand. He provoked. "What are you waiting for? Charge at me like a demon." Aloha ordered the Black Panther to attack. "You bastard, don't you dare order me around." Sharp fangs bared, saliva flying everywhere. Christian blocked the attack with his longsword, but the biting force was too strong, shattering the sword. He was sent flying back, his body seemingly freezing for a split second, standing up amidst the dust and smoke. Not a bad counter. But how is a 2-on-1 anything but cheating? He taunted, "If I win, I'll be the bodyguard instead of the guide. It takes this much to pay the bills. You cheap bastard." Aloha was furious, charging forward on the panther. "You arrogant prick." Aloha was furious, charging forward on the panther. "You arrogant prick." His eyes burned crimson. The Black Panther swung its claws, but as the panther lunged, Christian vanished into thin air. Aloha was stunned. Where did he go? Christian appeared right behind him, smashing his staff against the back of his neck. Aloha took the painful blow, screaming in agony. He stopped. "Does it hurt? Don't be a crybaby. I won't go easy on you just because you're crying." The two sides clashed, one looking like the Grim Reaper, the other fueled by blind hatred. The Black Panther grew hesitant, dropping to its knees and trembling. Aloha shrieked, "You bastard! How dare you do that to my Chaco?" Christian laughed. "I only used a 2-star illusion spell. Looks like your pathetic suppression technique couldn't even handle that." Aloha summoned a magic circle, calling forth a massive black horse. Christian smirked. "Do you know what the defining trait of trash is?" Before finishing his sentence, he unleashed a powerful blow, piercing straight through Aloha's head at a blinding speed, knocking him out instantly. The black horse shook its head in terror. Christian said, "We don't have time to wait for a transformation, you know." He walked into the casino as someone asked, "Young master, are you sure? There's still plenty of time. We should rest." Christian snapped. "What's wrong with an incompetent person doing incompetent things?" He turned to Marie. "Right?" Marie brought over a glass of ginger water. "Everything is fine as long as the young master doesn't drink alcohol." He cried out, "Damn it, I want liquor. I don't want ginger water." A Tyreman's servant chimed in. "Why did young master Aloha tell us to keep an eye on this bastard anyway?" Christian provoked them. "Why don't you guys join the game? Your master won't be waking up until tomorrow. I beat him to a pulp. I'll keep it a secret. What do you say?" The two men growled, clearly unwilling. "None of your business." Christian laughed. "Then feel free to keep watching." As dusk fell, he was still playing cards. "Deal the cards. Drink my share of the liquor. I'm not backing down this time." Night fell, and they still hadn't stopped. The two butlers glared at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. Christian got drunk, passing out with a card stuck on his forehead. The two butlers sighed in exasperation. It's totally useless watching him like this. Then they urged each other, let's go file the report. Once the two butlers left, his expression returned to normal. Then he carefully sat up and scanned his surroundings. He walked over to the window and saw the two figures fading into the distance. He thought, annoying little pets. It's late, time to make my move. He said, Marie, I need to get somewhere fast. Don't follow me. Her eyes had dark circles like a panda, completely out of it. Marie said sadly, that aphrodisiac from this afternoon. Christian flinched. What? Marie whispered. I knew it. It wasn't for the Count. It was for you, young master. It's such a shame I can't go to bed with you. But I'm rooting for your nighttime activities. Darkness enveloped Mount Can. Christian pulled up his hood, stealthily making his way down the road. This is Tyraman's secret zone. The monster energy is dense, just like the rumors said. He touched a tree canopy, almost at the hunting ground. A campsite came into view, lit by two large bonfires. Only 2 guards? Pretty sloppy. Using the invisibility magic he learned from Marie, he slipped past the guards. Marie popped up. What are you planning to do with invisibility magic, young master? Christian snapped. Why do you keep bringing that up? He broke into the base, spotting a magic circle under the moonlight. The ritual shrine for hunting black medicine? Just as bizarre as the rumors. He recalled the instructions. To get black medicine, Karaja must sacrifice its life. Driven so mad by fear that it would rather die. He drew a line on the ground, and light erupted like a massive explosion when fear and joy connect. A useless pill will be reborn as black medicine. That's why the Tyramans are on top, by overwhelming monsters with fear. He chuckled. Just like Lena said, I plan to steal their ultimate skill. Lace it into an aphrodisiac mix for Karaja to drive it insane, and then monopolize the black medicine. But there isn't enough time to learn it. I need to find another way. A sudden chill down his spine made him turn around. But he saw nothing but the endless night. He walked toward it, catching the sound of rustling leaves. The button on Christian's cloak gleamed in the dark. He took each step with caution. The night seemed about to end, and time resumed its flow. A dark shadow led to a massive cave. He pulled down his hood and looked up. The gloomy darkness enveloped Christian. A terrifying demonic intent spilled out. Don't tell me this is the Gehenna Rift, the dangerous demon realm. The magic circle inside glowed intensely. A twisting distortion appeared before his eyes. Christian stood in the middle of 4 bizarre magic circles scattered across the floor. He paused. Wait, what if I lure Karaja here? He pulled out the potion. I still have something to bait it with. Perfect, no time to waste. Christian walked deeper into the cave, unaware that a red-tinted dark shadow with claws was watching him. It was Simon, who knew the kid could be so interesting, beating the Tyraman kid to a pulp, then lowering their guard with a show of incompetence. Every single move he makes is right before my eyes. Simon grinned, his fangs flashing. This makes me want to play a much bigger prank on him. He stepped onto the magic circle, reaching his hand into the rift. A gray substance flowed down, creating a bizarre scene. A voice echoed, "What is your wish?" Simon licked his lips, extending his hand toward the rift. The next day, at the time for the point hunting, someone planted a flag in the ground. None other than Aloys. Christian, who was also in his group, commented, "Aloys must think he looks cool, even after getting beaten to a pulp." Aloys snapped, "Shut up, you fake. Why do you carry the holy sword when you can't even use it?" Christian replied, "It's still more effective than a stick. Want to try it?" Aloys changed the subject and ordered, "Lure the monster to the altar. Anyone assigned as protection, stand next to it with me." Simon was quietly observing from a distance, and Christian had clearly spotted him. Aloys urged Christian for an answer, but he only said, "Whenever you want." The altar was fully gathered. One of the guards asked Christian to move. "You're getting in the way of the hunt." Christian said coldly, "Lie there if you like, but don't come crying for help when everything goes to hell." His words angered the man, but Aloys interrupted. "Don't wear yourself out before we even start. The useless one can just go guard the flag." Christian declared, "I will protect the flag with my life." He sat at the base of a tree, muttering, "I want to see them give it their all, then accidentally fall in my trap." He had already prepared his dagger and the aphrodisiac. The group began searching the area. Hearing the noise, Christian knew the monster was coming. Finally, Karajov appeared, a rank 4 magical demon. Christian wondered, Why does it look so silly? Its appearance was strangely cute. Others asked Aloys. Ready? It's time. The beastman in the group urged. Use the subjugation skill. Aloys raised his hand to cast a spell, while Karajov slammed its beak into the ground. Teammates cast a slow-motion spell, assisting Aloys in approaching with the subjugation skill. Suddenly, Karajov's gaze changed. It roared in anger, locking onto its target and turning toward Aloys. He panicked and raised his hands in defense, but was knocked down by a powerful slap. Everyone realized it was poison from its small, feathered tentacles. They scrambled to form a defensive formation around Aloys. But Christian shook his head, thinking, useless. It's lost control because of the aphrodisiac I gave it. Aloys covered his nose. Good thing they took the antidote beforehand, but it's still dangerous if this drags on. He called out, try to stop it. Karajov lunged into the air, aiming straight for Aloys. The whole group screamed his name. Aloys closed his eyes in fear, but suddenly opened them when he saw Christian standing in front of him, using the holy sword to block the blow. Christian mocked. The Tyraman family is truly pathetic. Didn't expect a flag guard to have to step in. He said, I'll save you if you call me Big Brother. Aloys cursed. Are you crazy? Why would I do that? Christian retorted. You really don't want to? As if I'm not famous everywhere. The others started coughing from the poison. Aloys gritted his teeth, realizing he was right, and had to plead for help. You bastard, Christian replied. Keep your promise. He struck Karajov's head hard, using his own version of the subjugation skill, creating chains around the monster to restrain it. Aloys was surprised. How did you do that? Christian laughed. You really think your family is the only one that knows how to use it? To me, the intermediate subjugation skill is nothing. He turned, grabbed the chains, pulled hard like reins, and then jumped onto Karajov's back. It screeched, running wildly as if disoriented. Aloys shouted at him, wait. He tried to warn him. There's a rift ahead. But Christian smiled. I knew that since last night. He charged straight toward it. Karajov panicked and opened its mouth wide. Christian said, this must be its first time feeling the malice from Gehenna. Be afraid. Its fiery red eyes, after a moment of transformation, turned bright gold. Christian gripped his dagger tight, pierced through the monster's shell, and killed on the spot. The others ran over. Are you okay? This cave is dangerous. We need to get out fast, Christian replied. Don't be so weak. He hooked the inner core from the monster. Aloys' group was astonished. So it's a Tirodan Ash core, not black medicine. Aloys began to get annoyed. The beast man under his command asked Christian, what are you going to do about this? If you hadn't interfered, this wouldn't have happened. But Aloys cut him off. Enough, leave it. He turned to Christian and thanked him. Thanks for saving my subordinates, helping them finish without anyone getting seriously injured. Christian was surprised that Aloys admitted it, thinking to himself, now I feel a bit bad. Even worse knowing I swapped the aphrodisiac pill. Even so, he still had to do what was necessary, telling Aloys, call me Big Brother as you promised. Are you going to go back on your word? Aloys retorted, I never promised that. I'm 2 years older than you. Suddenly, the cave shook violently. Everyone collapsed under the terrible pressure. Aloys panicked. What's happening? Christian realized something when 2 giant blue eyes appeared before them. He looked a bit worried. A voice rang out from the demon. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting toy. Christian muttered, a demon of hell. Aloys trembled and urged Christian, run. You're an outsider. Save yourself. Christian spotted Simon on the cave ceiling, twisted his wrist to take out his dagger, then threw it straight at him. The blade pierced through, and red energy flooded the air. But it turned out to be just a familiar item Simon used for surveillance. It lost its connection immediately. Simon was surprised, wondering, since when did he realize? Is he planning to stop the demon? The clone fell, and the teleportation plan vanished. He calculated, even if I push my blood magic to the limit, it'll take at least 5 minutes to get there. If I'm slow, they'll all die. He hurried away. It turned out he wasn't exactly a villain, just someone who liked to play tricks, as he told the clan leader. The demon called to Christian. You're interesting. What are you plotting? Christian replied. I just hate being spied on. The demon laughed. It doesn't care much for someone who's already dead. Christian commented, compared to the demons of the Age of Destruction, you're only a low-ranked demon, but at least you're 5 stars. Not something I can easily deal with right now. He held up a finger. Not all bad news, though. I used a spell to put everyone to sleep, just like I did to the barmaid, when two drunkards almost killed her. Aloy's subordinates gradually lost consciousness. Aloy shouted, "What are you doing? We need to work together to fight." Christian praised, "You have good magic resistance." Then he punched Aloy straight in the stomach. "Go to sleep." The demon tore things apart, asking, "Are you planning to offer them to me? Sacrifice them, and I'll spare your life and grant you a blessing." Christian snapped, "Stop barking. My principle is not to associate with evil demons." He drew his holy sword. The demon realized this and mocked. "Good idea, but a holy sword you can't use is just trash." It shot a spell at Christian. He blocked it with his sword, but lacked the strength, and was thrown against the cave wall, unconscious. The demon grabbed him by the arm and lifted him up. "Last chance. Offer them to be spared." Christian spat in its face. "Why do you think I can't use the holy sword?" He struggled out of his passive state, grabbed onto its leg, and curled up as it landed. He activated another energy core. The tip of the holy sword regrew with an aura. The demon was worried. "How can someone like you use the power of light?" Christian asked. "Do you finally see that your life is in danger?" The demon replied, "This won't stop me." It created a giant red orb. Christian was ready, widened his stance, and shouted, unleashing his move, Dead Sea Light Break. He swung his sword, creating a giant golden wave that charged at the demon. It shrieked, "No way." Taking the hit, it fell to the floor. It seemed Christian had killed it. His eyes were tired, his face expressionless. "I pushed my body too hard. My vision is narrowing by the second." He collapsed, everything fading away. The scene returned to his past life. His friend, Evan, was amazed. "You actually copied my ability?" Christian replied, "Sort of." Evan said, "You really are a special character." See Light Break symbolizes the ray of light that splits the Dead Sea. But ironically, even though you use sword skills, you didn't become the light of the Meyer family. Nevertheless, you will certainly be the light that saves the world. A blue finger touched the puddle of water. Christian was still on the verge of death. A woman spoke up, truly interested. She introduced herself. "I am Mefina, the first throne of Gehenna, the seventh realm." Reinforcements entered the cave, bringing healing potions. Christian closed his eyes. Mefina said, "I look forward to your future actions." The scene shifted to Count Tyreman's mansion. Christian said, "My head hurts so much. Can't believe I've been lying here for 2 days. Such a waste of time, but my body is still okay." He began searching for the black medicine pill around the room, discovered it nearby, and exclaimed, "Awesome." He mentioned Mefina, saying, "That's unwanted attention." Sometimes, villains who stand out early receive the blessings of demons and are nurtured quickly. But I don't care. That's for the villains. Anyway, a seventh realm demon of Gehenna isn't exactly high class. A knock sounded at the door. Christian took note. A lion-like giant stepped in and asked, "How is your body?" It was Count Tyreman, the patriarch of the Tyreman family. Christian greeted him, intending to get out of bed, but the Count stopped him. "You should rest." Christian wondered, "What's going on?" The Count explained, "Yesterday, we organized a cave investigation team. It seems someone interfered with the magic circle sealing the entrance to Gehenna. Fortunately, the summoned demons were reversed during that time. But even though the moment was brief, it was enough for people to lose their lives." Christian wondered, do they really believe it was a reversal summoning? That's ridiculous. It's hard for them to think I killed it. I don't need an excuse to get an A+. The Count said, "I want to start with an apology. I apologize for treating you poorly based only on rumors that you were a loser." He bowed his head in gratitude. "You are the benefactor of the Tyreman family. I am grateful to you." Christian replied, "It's not like that. As a member of the black magic family, I just did what I had to do. Even though my conscience was bruised, I decided to stir the waters a bit." The words seemed to resonate with the Count. He nodded. "You're right. If there's anything I can help with, just say it. As long as it's not impossible, I'll ensure it happens." Christian thought for a moment, then said, "In that case, I hope the Tyreman family drops their old grudge against the Kaza family. Instead of a relationship like enemies, always baring teeth at each other, I hope we have a friendly but competitive relationship, planning reasonable progress together, worthy of our shared bloodline." The Count intended to say something, but Christian continued, I'm sure the Tyreman family also knows the reason the two families are hostile, because of the behind-the-scenes work of the main family. If the branches work together, the main family will feel threatened. That is the conspiracy to keep us as watchdogs. The Count asked, "Are you planning to rebel against the main family?" Christian shook his head. "I don't think so. I just want the two families not to be held back by the mistakes of the past." The Count was surprised. "I didn't expect you to think so far ahead." Christian smiled. "Thanks for the compliment. Do you accept my request?" The Count replied, "For the first time in a long time, I will contact Count Kaza." But before finishing, he called, "Written." Christian smiled. "That's right. If we unite one by one like this, I can create a firmer front in the age of destruction." The Count patted his shoulder and called Aloys. "What are you waiting for?" "My son has something to say." Aloys shyly handed over the black medicine pill. "Drink it. When I went into the cave, it was on the floor. Since you weren't awake, I kept it." Christian said, "If so, I'm very grateful. I want to give you more than what you've done." Aloys snapped, "Don't you dare." The Count laughed. "I will give him a gift on your behalf." He handed over a summoning stone that could hold a rank 4 beast. Christian marveled. "A truly rare item." The Count said, "I will also file a report for you to participate in the Black Holy Rite. I wish you good results." Christian thanked him for the gift and the encouragement. The Count told him to rest. When he and Aloys left, Christian smiled, then started calling, "Come out." A red aura appeared. Simon said, "As expected, it wasn't a coincidence that you spotted me." Christian replied, "I smelled blood." Simon introduced himself. "I am the head butler of the Black Magic family." Christian wondered, is he a minion of the clan leader? "I've heard the name Simon somewhere." "Leader of the Blood Shadow Magic sect?" He explained, "The Blood Shadow Magic sect doesn't distinguish between the Magic Empire or the Dominion of Apply. They're a psychopathic organization that loves slaughter and terror. The leader is a villain who reached 8 stars, and, at the end of the Age of Destruction, reached 9 stars, becoming the 10th Demon King. I can't count how many times I almost died because of him." "Simon is the flesh and blood of the Demon King," Simon said. "I didn't expect a young master to be so amazing. You even defeated a demon." Christian thought, "I had definitely handled it myself." He asked, "Did you see the light that split the Dead Sea?" After a moment of thought, he denied, "I don't know what you're talking about." Simon laughed. "I know you're playing dumb." After entering the cave, the demon's corpse was completely destroyed, leaving no trace. That wasn't a reverse summoning. It vaporized completely. "I'm impressed with your skills." "Explain," Christian asked. "Why should I reveal my trump card?" Simon reminded him. "This will be reported to the clan leader." Christian replied, "If I were the clan leader instead of the nerd who answers every question, I want the predator to keep its claws hidden until the very end." Simon was surprised. "You're quite interesting." Christian asked, "Do you intend to apologize?" Simon questioned, "Why?" Christian explained, "Usually it's hard to distinguish between a reverse summoning and destruction just by looking at the traces. That is why the Count misunderstood. But you believe the opposite because you were the one who summoned. A demonic summoning that nearly killed a family member is the kind of crazy news a clan head would hear." Simon said, "I will take responsibility." Christian decided to keep his secret. "You should remember, you owe me a big favor." Simon was surprised. "How can that be a deal?" Christian laughed. "It would be great if you interpreted it that way." Simon nodded. "I understand. I won't forget your mercy. It's nice to meet you today. I'm counting the days until you come to the main family." Christian thought, "Simon will play a huge role in the era of destruction. I must establish a connection to change the future." Time passed very quickly. After recovering, Christian prepared to return. His luggage was floating in the air. Marie said, "I'm all prepared." Christian praised, "Good job." Aloys opened the door and entered his room, asking, "Are you leaving now?" Christian reminded, "Use my title." Aloys wondered, "What do you mean?" Christian said, "Yesterday I let it slide in front of the Count, but a promise is a promise. From now on, call me Big Brother." Aloys snapped, "I already told you I'm 2 years older than you." Christian asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Aloys replied, "I came to warn you. You say we are family, but I don't think that's true. Be careful. The person most opposed to you in the Dark Holy Rite is young Master Lion. Even if it's just 2 stars, The level between the main family and the branches is far apart. The best elixirs, ultimate techniques, and dark magic blessings. Direct descendants have a superior starting point. You'll be an easy target. Christian smiled. I have a warning for you too, little brother. Don't participate in the upcoming Dark Holy Rite for your own sake. Aloys was annoyed. I said that because I'm worried. Do you want to hog all the pure, dark energy for yourself? Christian replied. Remember, no matter who the opponent is, they will regret facing me in the Dark Holy Rite. Aloys was furious. Christian told Marie, let's go. He said to Aloys, think carefully, don't regret it later. The scene shifted to the Kaza family. Thurn looked for his older brother, but the butler reported. He went to the training cave as soon as he returned, wanting to train alone until the Dark Holy Rite. Not long after, Thurn caught up to Christian, calling out respectfully, Respected Imperial brother. Thurn said, You promised to duel me when you return. Christian was surprised. You've grown up fast. Reaching 2 stars mid-rank. You're making remarkable progress. He said, I'm busy training. Realizing Thurn was also participating in the Dark Holy Rite, Christian worried. That's not good. He said, wait. After I finish training, we will duel. You should practice too. Thurn demanded a promise. Don't delay like last time. Be careful. Christian laughed. All right. Thurn left. He thought, that kid is really stubborn. Looking at Thurn's retreating figure, the image of a green-haired girl appeared in his mind. She asked, Do you promise? The memory made Christian smile, whispering, The kid is just like me. In the training area, Christian sat on the bed, looking at the dark pill, thinking, only half a month until the Holy Rite. He chewed it immediately, then had to force it down. It tastes incredibly bitter. He lay down, tried to absorb it. It slid into his stomach. He muttered, More chaotic than I expect. A strange feeling emerged. He asked, What is this? Is there light energy in the pill? He wondered. Did the excitement of the monster upon death merge into it? No wonder demons are hard to absorb. He continued to lead it through his mana paths. The mana paths went straight into his brain. All that's left is this light force. Demons usually expel it with the help of a teacher. But why would I waste something so good? He pushed it into his light core, absorbing it alongside the darkness. Light and darkness flowed through the conduits, reaching their corresponding cores. Christian opened his eyes, which flashed brightly, then closed them, revealing darkness. At the same time, the scene shifted to a red-haired woman. She allowed her subordinate into the room. He reported, regarding the dark pill investigation, a demon was summoned during the hunt, but Christian survived. Apologies for taking so long to look into it thoroughly. She praised. Well done. The subordinate said, Unless you have questions, I beg to take my leave. She looked at a photo of Christian. This beautiful young woman's name was Eideline. Time passed quickly, and half a month later, his younger brother Thurn sought out Christian to challenge him. Standing outside the door, he called, Brother, today is the day you promised. Hearing that, Christian's voice came out. Come in. In the room, Christian was dressed as if he were preparing to go somewhere. Thurn was astonished, his eyes widening. Christian turned back, smiling. You came early in the morning? You must really want to get beaten up, huh? Thurn felt a different aura coming from his brother. What is this? The overwhelming aura he has now is far beyond what it was half a month ago, he thought to himself, then retorted, Don't make me laugh. Christian replied, If you're so hungry to taste my fist, I'll make your wish come true. But if I win, you have to give up on the Dark Holy Rite. Thurn was stunned. What did you say? Christian explained. You know the Dark Holy Rite is a competition. The weak should stay away. The words made Thurn's eyes narrow in anger. He drew his sword, challenging, Shut up and draw your sword. Christian shook his head in disappointment. You're so stupid. Don't you see I'm looking out for you? Maybe I have to beat you until you understand. His face revealed an expectant look. Without warning, Thurn gripped his sword and lunged to attack. But the result wasn't surprising. He was beaten to a pulp by his brother, losing the ability to participate in the Dark Holy Rite. Ridden came to visit his youngest son, saw Thurn bandaged all over, and sighed accusingly. Christian, you went too far this time. The doctor said he needs half a month of rest. We'll have to wait until the next Dark Holy Rite. Christian requested, Father, can I talk to Thurn in private? Ridden was surprised but nodded. Fine, I'll let you two talk. He quickly left the room. Christian burst out laughing, teasing, Hey, why are you pouting? Don't be a crybaby like those idiots in the Alliance. You were the one who asked for the fight, Thurn said sadly. Do you really not want to see me grow up? You mocked me, looked down on my achievements, and now you're trying to hurt me, so I missed the dark holy rite. His face darkened. Christian felt remorseful. Sigh. You're going to lose your mind at this rate. He explained, we are having a misunderstanding. I did it to make you stronger. If you fought me in the rite, you would lose the chance to get pure dark energy forever. I had to be tough because you're so stubborn. Most importantly, pure dark energy doesn't suit you. You're compatible with gray dark energy. He continued, like light energy, dark energy is divided into many types. Pure darkness is the highest attribute, followed immediately by gray darkness, which is particularly suitable for curse magic. Relying on his past life memories, Christian asked, you find curse magic easier to learn than swordsmanship, right? Thurn opened his eyes wide. How did you know? Christian couldn't say he saw it in the future, so he lied. I realized it when sparring with you. I fought with all my might. But if you absorb pure darkness before mastering gray darkness, it will cause problems for your future studies. It's not impossible, but it will slow down the process. I know you want to be strong fast. This is sincere advice from me, the one who always supports your growth. He took the dark pill from the previous hunt and gave it to Thurn. This gift is for you. Thurn was surprised. Isn't this a dark pill? Why are you giving me something so precious? Christian waved his hand. Because you're my little brother. What other reason is there? Actually, he thought, I've already eaten something better anyway. The words moved Thurn, tears rolling down his cheeks, but he tried to hold them back. He gripped the black handkerchief tightly, asking, if you've changed so much, why did you act like a fool when Mom was dying? Do you know how much pain Mom was in when you weren't by her side? Christian didn't understand that memory. It wasn't his. He sat down beside Thurn, whispering, I didn't understand back then. Time passed. The scene shifted to the main family. The dark holy rite candidates were already present. Stepping out of the carriage, Christian sighed, ugh, I need to stretch. How far do we travel that my whole body is aching like this? Can't they open a teleport gate? I can't believe this family is so petty. He gritted his teeth before Marie chimed in. Young master, how about a date just for the two of us? Christian rolled his eyes. Oh, my heart is racing. But you don't even have a heart. He observed the carriages outside the courtyard, thinking, the main family allows one companion. So I chose Marie. We're bonded by contract. He noticed a few people looking at him, whispering. Marie covered her mouth. Wow, young master is famous. Simon appeared, surprising everyone. Isn't that the chief steward? Why is the chief steward welcoming that loser? Greetings, young master. You've improved a lot in just half a month. Christian complained. Does the clan head's secretary have nothing better to do? Simon dropped his mocking look. I came under the clan head's orders. He wants to meet you personally. You're not surprised, are you? Did you guess it beforehand? He winked mischievously, making Christian furious. No, I'm very surprised. Putting that aside, Simon led Christian to meet the clan head. Sir, I have brought the young master, Simon said. The clan head turned around. Very good. Long time no see, Christian. When Christian's eyes met the old man's, he was instantly hit by an immense pressure. He thought, this overwhelming aura, I can barely stand. Emitting dark energy like this, someone like me can't bear it. His whole body trembled. Clenching his fist to calm down, he replied, Greetings, Duke Baron, the great lord of the dark magic family. Baron asked, Are you not surprised by this sudden meeting? Christian replied confidently, I guess you would call for me. A new star has appeared in the family. The confident words made Baron burst into laughter. Ha. That's right. Both Marion and Simon couldn't help but praise you. But I'm not sure what to expect from you. Even if you're a great seed, only time will prove how you develop. Maybe you're just a sprout that will fall as soon as you emerge from the ground. His words carried a hint of contempt, but Christian wasn't angry. He nodded. You are right. I am still too lacking to be worthy of your expectations. But isn't that what the future is for? Only time will prove whether a sprout exceeds expectations to become an ancient tree or becomes an anomaly casting a shadow over the great ancient tree itself. I will not let you down. Christian's words were filled with hidden meaning. Baron didn't seem to want to hear any more, waving his hand. I will have high expectations of you. You may go now. When Christian left the room, Marion turned to her father. What do you think of the boy? Baron said bluntly. He far exceeds my expectations, but with such great talent, his fate will be even more arduous. You know that, don't you? Bloody winds are blowing toward the magic empire. But today, this tiny ray of hope. His eyes revealed a look of anticipation. That child might fulfill the dream I've cherished for so long. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the night before the dark holy rite. The main family held a welcoming banquet. At the entrance, two servants announced loudly, "The eldest son of Count Kaza has arrived. Christian Baron Kaza." Christian stepped into the grand hall, confidently. His appearance made several people uncomfortable, whispering, "Why did the clan head meet a fool like him? Who knows? He looks like a suck-up." Christian wasn't deaf. He heard the sarcasm clearly. He said to himself, "As expected, I'm too handsome." Good grief. Being handsome is hard too. Seeing a servant carrying wine pass by, he said with interest, "Hey, that's wine, right?" He reached out to take it, but the girl refused. "Young master, you're not old enough. Drink some ginger water instead." She poured a glass and handed it to him. Christian screamed in his heart, "Damn, these annoying demons. I don't want ginger water." Suddenly, a shout rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "The young masters and young ladies have arrived." Eyes turned toward the entrance. For people walked into the grand hall. First was the second young master, Eskid Jebrin, the handsome guy who had been trying to harm Christian since they were kids. Next was the eldest young lady, Julian Jebrin, the second young lady, Jupi Jebrin, and the third young master, Misak Jebrin. Christian felt relieved. The crazy eldest young master isn't here. He thought, "Eskid, what should I say? The victim of your little games. The one who dirtied your reputation?" But Eskid walked right past him, as if he didn't exist. Christian was furious, cursing silently. "You bastard. After all that, he doesn't dare look me in the eye. I must just be like an ant to him." Julian walked forward, lifting her dress slightly to greet him. Christian remembered Marion's warning. Be careful of the eldest young lady. But looking closely, he didn't see anything unusual. Thinking to himself, "I'll find out later. Scouting is enough for today. It's time to prepare for the rite." As he turned, a butler coughed a few times, reminding, "Greetings, young Master Christian. I am a summoner working for young Master Lion." Christian was annoyed. "So what?" For replied, "I heard someone unworthy will participate in the dark holy rite tomorrow. I'm worried that someone without enough ability could cause an accident and tarnish the reputation of the dark magic family." Christian understood what he meant. "You're saying I don't have enough ability, right?" For replied, "You just need to prove otherwise." Christian looked up to the second floor, which was where Lion was standing, cursing under his breath. "If you don't like it, come down yourself, but I'll say it straight during the rite." He tossed the glass of water aside. "Fine, what's so hard about proving it? Now show me your little tricks." For was confused. "What? Right here? You don't even have a weapon." Christian waved his hand. "Do you expect me to use a weapon to deal with you?" For roared in anger. "You will regret this." Christian smirked. "How could I? I think you're the one who will regret this." The confrontation attracted the attention of Julian and Jupi from afar. Time passed quickly, and the guests all around turned pale as they witnessed the scene before them. Oldfor was beaten mercilessly by several shadows, knowing only to hug his head and take the blows. In another corner, Christian was being served like an emperor by 3 shadows. No one could believe it. What did I just see? The summoners started with evil spirits, but with just a wave of Christian's hand, they turned to tear their own master apart. How did he seize control so fast? After enjoying the feeling of being served, Christian stood up, looking toward Lion. Was that young Master Lion's intention just now? Is the direct heir of the Dark Fiend family really this pathetic? If you have a grievance, challenge me fair and square. His words made Lion's face flush with embarrassment. He quickly denied it. This has nothing to do with me. Christian mocked. Even a fool wouldn't believe that lie. But I'll believe you this time. See you in the dark sacrament. He turned and left, hiding his angry expression, thinking to himself, what a coward. Next time, I'll teach you some manners. The day of the dark sacrament arrived. The contestants gathered, and Christian let out a long, bored yawn. Aloys asked in surprise, Hey, aren't you worried at all? You caused a massive scene yesterday. Christian turned around, startled. Why are you here? I already warned you. "This brat! How dare I postpone the ritual? You crazy bastard!" Aloys reminded him. At the same time, Lion walked up. His appearance made the anger inside Christian flare up. He forced himself to hold back from rushing over and punching him in the face. The host appeared and announced, "Is everyone here? I am Sebastian, the deputy butler of the main mansion. Now I will lead you to the holy ground of the Dark Sacrament." He tapped his cane sharply against the floor. The main hall shook, revealing a secret underground passage. The candidates were astonished. "Is it underground?" Aloys blurted out. Christian, with his experience, felt something different. "That's not right. This is illusion magic. How could an imaginary space feel this real?" Sebastian paid no mind to their surprise and walked quickly down the stairs. Despite being short, he moved surprisingly fast. The group ran after him in a panic. "Hurry up. He's leaving us behind." They did their best to chase after him, but the further they went, the harder it became. Before even reaching the holy ground, the whole group was exhausted and drenched in sweat. "This is so weird. Aren't we going underground? Why is there a steep slope like this?" Sebastian noticed the contestants falling behind and turned around. "Hurry up. The ground won't support you forever." The moment the words left his mouth, the ground shook, throwing two candidates far away. The remaining people were horrified. Sebastian continued, "We're late, so I'm speeding up now." He shot forward like a machine. A moment later, two more people were thrown off. Lion thought triumphantly, "Can't those losers keep up? Bugs like them don't deserve this." But he froze when he saw Christian running right beside him, completely relaxed, without a single drop of sweat. Why isn't he sweating at all? Christian noticed Lion's gaze and teased, "Are you giving it your all yet? Turns out you're all talk and no action. A direct Heir should be better than this, shouldn't they? Didn't they give you enough supplements to drink?" He secretly criticized the candidates. These idiots, their ignorance only makes their bodies suffer. Running at full speed in an illusion space is a total waste of energy. No matter how hard I push, my stamina won't drain. Just by shifting the incantation, I'm invincible here. Sebastian noticed how effortlessly Christian was moving. "Oh ho, you must be young Master Christian, right?" Time passed, and the group finally arrived at the holy ground. Except for Christian, the other three were exhausted to the point of death. Aloys couldn't contain his curiosity. "Why are you completely unaffected?" Christian didn't explain his trick and instead scolded. "That's why you need to train your body more. Stop riding magical beasts everywhere all the time." A man with a pale face, looking like he was on the verge of death, stepped forward. "Welcome, everyone. This is the holy ground, the place where pure, dark energy erupts continuously. We call it the Sacred Chamber. I am Rihu, the manager of the holy ground. Greetings, young masters and young ladies. Today, you must claim the great, pure darkness, just like the third-tier demon king, the destroyer of shadows, the primogenitor of the Dark Fiend family," Rihu said, waving his hand to create 4 streams of white energy, heading toward the 4 doors. He explained, "However, that amount is not enough to share. The magical beasts inside will test your worthiness." Christian excitedly raised his hand. "So you're saying everything depends on whoever gets there first, right?" Rihu looked at him with appreciation. "Exactly. Brilliant as expected, young Master Christian." Someone spoke up. "If an accident happens between contestants during the ritual, will they be disqualified?" Rihu replied, "Each person takes a different path, so you shouldn't cross paths. But in the rare event that you do meet, avoid conflict. Wasting time only gives others an advantage. Focus on your own safety. Good luck." Immediately after, the 4 candidates rushed into the doors with all their might. Seeing their hurried behavior, Sebastian felt amused. "Want to bet some blood money on who?" Before he could finish his sentence, Rihu vanished, making him stomp his foot in annoyance. "Ignore me like that? How cold!" The scene shifted to Lion. In the corridor, he ran into a 4-eyed black dog that breathed fire. When it spotted Lion, it barked wildly, its mouth overflowing with scorching flames. Lion focused dark energy into his palm, accelerated, and threw an uppercut straight into the beast's jaw. It sprayed blood, howling in agony. Defeating it easily, Lion grew confident. At most, it's a low-grade Tier 2 magical beast. To me, a high-grade Tier 2 They're nothing. That bastard Christian must be struggling like crazy right now. Every path has the same distance and challenges. But I bribed the mage so that Christian's path would have stronger magical beasts. He will run into some ferocious ones and die a miserable death. A death during the Dark Sacrament will be ignored. This is your burial ground. Not long after, Lion arrived before a large door. Here it is, the entrance to the holy ground. I'm definitely the first one. He was gloating, but Christian's voice rang out right beside him. You're too slow. What took you so long? I thought I'd die of boredom waiting for this long. Lion gasped in shock. How did you get here so fast? Christian scratched his head. It wasn't anything difficult. Sebastian was taken aback. Impossible. Your path was supposed to have stronger magical beasts. Realizing he had let it slip, he quickly shut his mouth. But Christian heard him loud and clear and sneered. I see. No wonder they felt stronger than usual. So it was your doing. He cracked his knuckles, getting ready to beat Lion up. Lion wanted to go all out too. What did you just say? Who do you think you are? Christian provoked him. Come on, it's just the two of us here. Why the formalities? Lion clenched his fists, wrapping them in dark power, and roared. Arrogant piece of trash. Fighting between contestants is forbidden, but I'm going to crush you right now. He lunged forward, throwing a right hook. Christian leaned back slightly to dodge it effortlessly, recognizing the technique. Magic combat art, designed to increase magic power at close range or break an opponent's joints. Lion kept punching like a machine, but not a single blow could touch Christian. He lost his temper. You annoying little rat. Lion charged forward once again, aiming for Christian's left hand to break. But that was a trap Christian had intentionally exposed. Idiot, he mocked, using his right hand to grip Lion's wrist tightly, twisting it backward to his utter shock. Don't cry if it hurts, Christian warned, putting his weight into it and making Lion scream in agony. Before long, Aloys came panting heavily. Hey, am I late? He froze when he saw the two candidates getting beaten to a pulp by Christian. Did you do this? Christian scolded. You're too slow. Knock yourself out. Or should I do it for you? Aloys wasn't a coward and activated his magic to fight back. I'm not standing idly by. Bring it on. But with just a few simple moves, Christian knocked Aloys to the floor. Ah, what a familiar feeling. They'll come and take them away. If things are left like this for another 5 years, the first great war against the Alliance will break out. I have to take control of the Dark Fiend family before that happens. Therefore, I can't share even a single drop of sacred darkness with you guys. Now that the cleanup is done, it's time to claim this sacred darkness. With this thought, Christian slowly opened the massive doors in front of him. The Dark Sacrament grants power to demons, offering the chance to become a truly transcendent being. The Patriarch, who absorbed 80% of the sacred dark power, is one of the strongest beings alive, even among the demon kings. The Destroyer of Shadows absorbed 90% of the pure dark energy to become a demon king, which means if I take 100%, I can surpass even the demon emperor, Christian thought, reaching his hand toward the sphere of dark energy before him. The moment he touched it, a terrifying torrent of energy flooded into his body like a tidal wave. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to the meeting room. They were discussing the elimination of all the candidates in the Dark Sacrament. Unbelievable. Except for Christian, everyone else has been eliminated. What an absolute disaster. A brown-haired guy spoke up. Young Master Lion is in critical condition. He probably used underhanded methods. A forbidden magical item. A gray-haired guy chimed in. We must investigate thoroughly to mete out punishment. But the second young lady, Julian, raised her hand to stop them. There's no need. That bastard couldn't possibly enter the holy ground. He hasn't come out for 2 days. So he was definitely crushed to death by the Dark Sacrament. Even the Patriarch has a limit to what he can absorb. He's dead, and there won't even be a corpse left. She stood up to leave, her face filled with an overwhelming murderous intent that her two subordinates failed to notice. Julian said to herself, even if he survives, I will kill him with my own hands. When my father died in the battle against the Alliance, Lion and I were adopted by Viscount Lenham. My status within the family is unstable. Since Lion didn't receive the Dark Sacrament, no one will support him to succeed the throne. Christian, I will repay this debt of humiliation. She gritted her teeth tightly. In another corner, A few maids are gossiping about Christian. Has that useless guy still not come out? A young maid asked. The one opposite her waved her hand and laughed. He's definitely dead. That's the punishment for being greedy without knowing his place. Look at her. She's still waiting for her master, but she'll be meeting his ghost soon. The moment the words left her mouth, a blast of energy pierced right through the bag on her back. Mary stepped forward, furious. My heart flutters as I wait for the young master. But if you keep making noise around me, you will become the ghost by my hand. Got it? Her expression was fierce, and the two maids ran off in absolute terror. Mary anxiously thought to herself, please come back. A man making a young maiden wait like this isn't cool at all. The scene shifted back to Christian opening his eyes, floating inside a purple space. A heavy pressure suffocated his breathing. Is it only at 70%? This is harder than I thought. No, I have to endure it. The real challenge begins at 90%. If I go past my limit, my core will shatter, and I'll die before the war even starts. Suddenly, he remembered, right? Dragon heart. The dragon race possesses the largest capacity for a power core. If I mimic a dragon's heart for a few minutes, I can take it. Acting on the thought, Christian funneled magic power into his heart, mimicking a dragon heart. But before he could absorb much more, cracks began to appear on his heart. He cried out in pain and quickly stopped. No way. This is my absolute limit. A voice echoed out. Do you need some help? The massive silhouette of a woman materialized. Christian shouted, Mefina, why is a demon here? A demon's power lies in communicating with the darkness. So this should be a walk in the park for her. Mefina smiled. I can help you without any conditions. Christian weighed his options and asked, why? She replied with a bright smile, just a passing whim. Now, take my hand and absorb the rest of the dark sacrament. She extended her hand toward him. A week later, Patriarch Baron was enjoying a tea party, asking Simon, still no news even now. It's hard to believe he survived, isn't it? His voice carried a hint of disappointment. Marion, Christian's aunt, scolded. Insatiable greed. Why would he gamble like that? Simon added. Viscount Lenham, who is temporarily in charge, agrees with you. He wants to seal the entrance to the holy ground early. Will you give the order, sir? Baron pondered for a few seconds. That wicked little brat wants to test this old man. Fake blood shadow. Do you think that reckless kid is still alive? Simon shrugged. The chances are close to zero. But wasn't he interesting? Baron sighed and gave the order. Tell him to keep it open for one more day. Marion let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Simon smiled. As you command. Christian's power core was completely overwhelmed by the pure, dark energy. As a result, his heart throbbed with agonizing pain, and his power core felt like it could explode at any moment. Mefina told him to grab her hand before it was too late. Instead of accepting the help, he stubbornly refused. Hearing this, she called him incredibly foolish, saying that he should know humans have limits they're never allowed to cross. At those words, our Christian flew into a rage, saying she seemed to have forgotten something. Since they were in a world full of concepts, Christian's next move completely shocked her. As his body began to glow, his hair turned gray, and his eyes burned a bright red. Christian grew red horns and transformed into a demon. His actions just now were a demonification, leaving her completely stunned. To be honest, it looked incredibly badass. This technique was the ultimate secret art of a mysterious family. It was a forbidden spell where a human temporarily transformed into a demon to unleash an explosive burst of power. Powerful as it was, it dealt a fatal blow to the user. In the past, Lena had died after using this exact spell. Perhaps that fox girl had taught Christian everything about the demon families. If he removed the parts of the spell that amplified dark energy, he could exploit the dark energy of this world and create a bowl to gather the energy without suffering any penalty whatsoever. As Christian formed the bowl, the dark energy began to accumulate slowly and steadily. Since this plan succeeded with the vessel, he could collect energy with a purity over 90% and claim the entire sacred darkness for himself. Mefina couldn't believe her eyes, as Christian created a black crescent moon. There was no way a mere insect like human could surpass human limits, just like she had said. He confidently declared that. It was because he was a genius. As he prepared to leave the space, He told her she could keep living here, but he was taking his leave. As he walked away, she said she would see him another time. Hearing this, Christian turned around, and just before the teleportation portal closed, he flipped her off and told her to screw off. She stayed silent for a moment, then caught his drift and burst out laughing. Christian broke free, cursing her out and saying he'd go crazy if they ever met again, calling her a noisy demon. Christian wondered how much time had passed. He figured it had probably been a week, so his family was likely in utter chaos. He deactivated his demonification and muttered that it was time to play a prank. After a while, a butler burst into the Lord's office, reporting that Christian had returned. Hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked, demanding to know how he was still alive. The temporary head, known as Viscount Len, ordered his subordinate to give a detailed account. He reported that Christian had survived, but was barely hanging on by a thread. As a result, he was completely exhausted. According to the healer, they could sense pure dark energy inside him, but it was incredibly chaotic, making it extremely difficult to harness. Someone cursed Christian, saying nothing good could ever be expected from a loser like him, and that there was no way he could have absorbed more than 80% of the sacred darkness. The energy was wasted like that, and a fat guy told the Lord that Christian must be held accountable. With a cold expression, the Lord said he would keep that in mind and told them to leave since the meeting was over. After they left, he asked someone if the report was accurate. This person stated they had observed Christian right alongside the healer, and it was clear that there was something wrong with his power core. Hearing this, he continued tapping his fingers on the desk, making the old man anxious as he watched his silence. With an even colder demeanor, he said that Lion needed to become the young master, serving as both a sacrificial pawn and the key to the plan involving the poison magic family. Viscount Len frantically noted that the destruction plan, which involved something called Jupi, had been postponed. As for Christian, it was worrying that his father was paying attention to him. Because of him, the flow of the river had been disrupted. Hearing this, the man fell silent as if he desperately needed to use the restroom. After a few annoying taps on the desk, he ordered Christian to be brought down to the Shadow Hall the following day. He would announce Christian's punishment right in front of the vassals. The next day, when Christian was summoned, he figured they were trying to get rid of him, since all the important figures had gathered. Viscount Len asked Christian if he was aware of his transgressions during the sacred ritual. Christian said he knew. While the leader could see that his power core was completely distorted, he demanded an explanation from Christian, who replied that his peers were unworthy of the bloodline, so he should have hit them even harder. Hearing this, an ugly woman in a suit lost her temper. Viscount Len explained that Christian's mistake was that despite monopolizing the precious resources of the shadow magic family, he failed to achieve results worthy of such a privilege. Christian asked him what criteria he was basing this conclusion on. He stated that the minimum purity requirement was 70%. Christian asked what kind of punishment he would face if it fell below 70%. A fish-faced guy chimed in that he would be barred from inheriting any shadow magic techniques, banned from the family's main sector, and denied the right to succeed the Count Kaza household. Christian acted completely indifferent, asking how they even planned to measure it when they couldn't even get an accurate reading themselves. Just then, the fake Eskid raised his hand, saying that even though Christian's core was chaotic, a shadow energy clash could measure the purity, since he had absorbed 70% of the sacred darkness. If Christian could overwhelm him, it would mean Christian had achieved a much greater feat. A shadow energy clash was a pure battle designed to measure the superiority of shadow energy between two individuals. With the exact same amount of energy, the person with higher purity would immediately overwhelm the other. But when pure energy of the same tier clashed, the one with the higher purity would emerge victorious. According to Christian, this was the perfect way to shatter his core. He thought this guy was far more sinister than he had initially anticipated. Before beginning, Christian set a condition. If his results were grand enough, they had to back him and allow him to challenge for the young master position. Hearing this, several people were shocked, but his awful brother agreed, saying it didn't matter whether one was from the main line or a branch family when aiming for the young master's seat. While the others remained silent, he stated that this was the way of the magic empire, where the strong ruled over the weak. Stepping onto the stage, he told Christian that, during a shadow energy clash, if one didn't have enough control, the core could suffer severe damage. To keep things fair and at the same level, he would only use beginner-level 2-star shadow energy. As they unleashed their energy, Christian told him he didn't need to do that and should worry about his own precious core instead. As Christian released his energy, the awful guy said that hearing him talk like that actually made him look forward to it. Upon impact, Christian instantly overwhelmed his 2-star energy. The guy was shocked because his energy was neutralized without Christian even needing to charge it up. He ramped it up to expert level 2-star energy, but the result remained exactly the same. Seeing this display, Christian remarked that it was utterly disappointing. He provoked him further, saying he acted so high and mighty but turned out to be incredibly weak. Enraged by the taunt, he unleashed his aura, which the onlookers identified as 4-star shadow energy. If it hit, it would completely shatter Christian's core. A dragon-shaped energy materialized around him. But from the opposite side, another form of energy began to take shape. A massive claw large enough to crush the dragon appeared, so colossal that the dragon looked like a mere ant beside it. Christian told the guy that during an energy clash, if control was lacking, the core could be damaged, so he had better be careful. The energy violently ruptured his core, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The servants anxiously called out his name. Christian withdrew his energy, thinking it wasn't enough and that he really should have completely destroyed his core. Being sharp-witted, he only paused for a brief second before declaring to everyone that Christian possessed a purity of at least 90%. Hearing this, everyone was struck with absolute shock, and Christian turned back to tell the Lord that he now held the right to become the young master. Upon hearing that, Viscount Lin was stunned, failing to hide the shock on his ugly face. True to form, the ugly, awful guy kept tapping his fingers on the desk, then told Christian that as promised, he would be permitted to take the young master trial. However, no member of a branch family had ever taken this test before. As the temporary head, he would randomly select a trial for Christian. Christian thought to himself that this meant he was going to throw an impossible test at him. His capabilities would be evaluated in 2 phases. First, he had to prove his talent. Next, he needed to achieve a feat worthy of a young master title. Christian asked how he was supposed to prove his talent, and the awful guy demanded that he reach the 3-star rank within 3 months. Christian calmly stated that if that was all it took, it wouldn't be too difficult since he was a genius. The other guy fell silent, then said he looked forward to seeing what he could achieve in 3 months. Later, in a quiet room, the 2 awful guys sat facing each other. As he sipped his tea, he expressed his disappointment in Eskid, saying it was entirely his fault for underestimating Christian. Because of that mistake, even his power core had been damaged. They had to deal with Christian quickly before he became a real problem. He told his subordinate not to worry, because they had intentionally avoided absorbing more than 70% of the pure dark energy. The higher the purity, the harder it is to upgrade one's energy. This difficulty increases exponentially, meaning that reaching the 3-star rank would take many times longer compared to anyone else. He asked the other guy what he thought now that Christian had absorbed 90%. Even if he were a genius, there was no way he could break through that wall. Shifting over to Christian, Marie brought him some food, mentioning that the news of his performance had already spread across the entire mansion. She said he made her proud and that her heart was fluttering because of him. Christian told her that it was pretty embarrassing. Marie said that while waiting for Christian, she had realized her true feelings. Every single day of longing for him felt like an eternity. Hearing that, Christian recalled his past memories. The fox girl had been worried sick about Christian, while the saintess claimed that with his agility, there was no way he could get hurt. She was Rana, and she told him to give her his hand. Hearing that, the fox girl noted she could just be upfront about being worried about him. At that, she got embarrassed, saying that even the hero was worried about Christian. Remembering it all, Christian felt happy, thinking that after escaping the jaws of hell that only wanted him dead, his whole life had been drenched in blood, until he met these warm-hearted people. While Marie was preparing the blood juice, Christian said he could finally utter the words he couldn't say before, thanking Marie for waiting for him. Hearing this, she blushed sheepishly, saying he finally understood her true feelings. She feigned a racing heartbeat. Christian pointed out that she didn't even have a heart to begin with. She cheesily replied that her heart had been stolen by Christian. Christian said that since she had waited for him, he would reward her. He offered to take a walk with her. Hearing this, she went wild with excitement, dressing up in a gorgeous outfit just for the walk. She was a total masterpiece. She really needed to get a real body soon. Christian thought that relaxing once in a while felt great, but he still had to hit 3 stars in 3 months. He figured it would be incredibly tough, even with guidance from the Branch family's tutor. Handling over 90% darkness all by himself was still a massive hurdle. Right at that moment, a voice chimed in, telling him he only ever cared about causing trouble. Turning around, it was Christian's aunt, and he greeted her. She asked if this was really the time for him to be casually strolling through the garden. She asked if he had found a tutor yet. He asked if it was going to be her, but was disappointed when she said it wasn't. She shocked him by stating it was someone else entirely. He told Marie to stay behind while he went ahead, saying he would see her at dinner. As they walked down the stairs, Christian said he didn't know who the tutor was, but thanked his aunt for looking out for her nephew. She told him not to thank her just yet, explaining that he would have to experience it for himself, and that this tutor was anything but gentle. She added that not a single one of her brothers could ever endure his training. She warned him that an opportunity like this didn't come often, so he absolutely could not let him down. Upon reaching the destination, their footsteps halted. He stood there staring at the person in front of him. Christian was completely speechless with shock, asking her if the kid standing before them was lost. Why on earth would someone who is 200 or 300 years old disguise themselves as a child? Seeing the child, Christian patted its head and asked where its parents were. But the child's expression was far more terrifying than he had expected. At that moment, Christian realized what he had just done. His aunt told him he needed to show respect and greet him first, because this was the avatar of the patriarch. While observing Christian, he offered him a formal greeting. As the dark energy radiated from Christian, he was shocked to see that he had absorbed over 90%. He remarked that Christian had achieved something incredible, but noted it was a foolish decision, and Christian didn't object. The old man acting the part said that even with 80% of the sacred darkness, he had faced walls much higher than anyone else. He shared that even their ancestors couldn't have reached that level without a blessing from the Demon Emperor. He couldn't begin to imagine the walls Christian would have to face. Therefore, he proposed reverting a portion of Christian's dark energy back into ether. He said that with his talent, 80% dark energy was more than enough, and going over that was just pure greed. Before he could finish, Christian asked why the dark magic family had grown so weak. The question startled his aunt, right up until he spoke completely bluntly. He stated that even if they didn't compare to the mysterious magic family or the immortal magic family, who were known as the sky above the sky, they were still the weakest among the 12 noble families. The old man asked if there was a specific reason for this. Christian said the dark magic family had evolved far past the success of previous generations, thanks to the patriarch's achievements. However, the other factions claimed that the dark magic family was no longer what it used to be. He stated there was only one reason. They lacked individuals at the absolute tier above 8 to 5 stars of power. Hearing this, the old man fell silent. In the future, when the Carnage Demon King attacked the dark magic family, Noldian died, leaving only a few 7-star demons and 10,000 soldiers to fight against the Demon King. Ultimately, they were defeated and forced into slavery. That was why absolute tier figures at 8 stars or higher were crucial. The patriarch was undoubtedly worried about this. The old man agreed, saying he understood perfectly, but feared Christian would be crushed by the pure dark energy and fail to grow. Christian asked if he was curious whether, with this power, he would stop at just strengthening the family or push past the trials, to become a being of boundless power, ruling over absolutely everything. The old man laughed, saying Christian certainly had a way with words. He told him he wouldn't regret it, as the dark energy pooled beneath his feet. Over the next few seconds, a wave of dizziness washed over him as he was submerged into a pool of energy. Waking up before he could even gather his bearings, he found himself in the middle of a forest. A voice informed him that his first mission was to inherit the pure dark energy. Christian was bewildered upon being told he simply had to survive. Right behind him, a ravenous two-headed bear materialized. Realizing its presence, Christian muttered to himself that he was in deep trouble. Through a crystal ball, he kept an eye on Christian. His aunt realized it was a trial and questioned the patriarch on why he threw a 2-star kid into a 4-star magic den. Hearing this, he snapped his fingers, summoning an additional stone lizard. His aunt apologized to her nephew because her comment had just made things way harder. The old man stated that as Christian fought to survive, he would confront the true nature of pure dark energy. True understanding comes fastest and deepest when pushed to the very brink of death. He hoped he wouldn't get too severely injured. Sitting back in his chair, he asked Marion if she was ready. She stood prepared with a box full of candy. He devoured them, mentioning that he didn't know why. But every time he used dark energy, he craved sweets. This crazy old guy flipped the lights on, remarking that watching videos in the dark was the absolute best. He excitedly watched to see his nephew's results. Christian faced off against the 2-headed bear and the stone lizard. A single hit from either could completely finish him off. The lizard spat out a stream of venom, which Christian dodged in sheer terror, the venom instantly melting the surrounding trees to nothing. Even so, this was just a training exercise. Christian called out to the patriarch, asking if he could hear him. He yelled that there was no way the patriarch would assign a problem without providing a solution. With no answers provided, Christian said that to get a response, he had to defeat a monster far stronger than himself. His aunt thought to herself that he just wanted to see him get beaten to a pulp. Christian confidently said it would be a walk in the park, as he prepared to take them down in a single blow. Right then, the bear was charging right at Christian, just as the strike was about to land. Christian thought its speed and power were just too overwhelming. While dodging the attack, Christian told himself there had to be a way to beat them. Watching through the observation orb, the old man acting the part said that Christian truly possessed talent, explaining that Christian's movements were distinctly different. But Marion said that, at the end of the day, Christian was still just a child. They were shocked to see that Christian had already taken down the bear, catching them completely off guard. Cutting to Christian, Christian contacted them, asking how he had brought it down so easily. Christian explained that the bear had high strength and defense, but low agility and magic resistance. Thanks to that, Christian exploited its weakness, injecting dark energy into its heart at the perfect moment. Marion was shocked by the technique Christian used, but before she could finish speaking, the red-haired man teleported in and said Christian used dark subjugation. He told the kid that it was his absolute favorite technique. Shifting back to Christian's battle, after taking down the bear, Christian realized he hadn't dealt with the lizard yet. Giving Christian no time to rest, it attacked immediately. Christian dodged effortlessly, but since it had 2 heads, the other head spat poison, and Christian barely managed to avoid it in time. The lizard had 3 hearts, and unless all 3 were destroyed at the same time, it would regenerate. Christian tried a different approach, using dark energy like a rope, tightly binding the lizard and locking down its movements, then applying extreme force. It let out faint, raspy cries from its throat. The entire monster was obliterated as its 3 cores shattered. The red-haired man remarked that Christian had used an applied version of dark destruction. The old man acting the part complained he couldn't see clearly and told him to move out of the way. He lost his temper and asked Marion if she was the one who taught Christian, but she immediately denied it, saying she knew nothing about it. He said it wasn't something that could just be learned, but the red-haired man replied that if that were the case, there would be no need to learn dark magic at all. The clan chief fell silent, and the training session came to an end. After Christian finished wrapping things up, he was transported back to reality. With a sly, fox-like smile, Christian said he had to do a lot of thinking, but it was an incredible lesson, and thanked the clan chief. While Marion and the red-haired man remained silent, Christian mentioned that thanks to Duke Baron, he had taught himself how to apply dark magic. Christian noted that arrogance wasn't an option, but he would begin full-scale dark magic training. Christian told the wretched bunch to get out, and they complied. As they left, Marion worried that this kid might be too harsh on Christian. He asked Christian before his very first magic infusion what Christian thought about dark magic. Christian bluntly stated that it was about overwhelming opponents with perfect dark energy. He asked Christian what he meant by perfect dark energy. Christian grew anxious because he didn't have an answer. He told Christian to watch closely as he unlocked a certain mechanism. The next second, the entire place shook violently. He explained that this was the origin of all darkness, as the area became engulfed in dark energy. If he descended the deep staircase, 12 abysses awaited Christian, and Christian would have to devour the Lord in the darkness. Before his hands, energy began to coalesce, forming a dagger out of pure energy. The old man swung the dagger, and Christian felt a strike that epitomized death itself. A single slash that could kill Christian. The space behind Christian shattered into pieces, and Christian found it hard to breathe as he distinctly felt the blade slicing across his neck. He explained that it was a sort of concept, only cutting what it intended to. As the sword vanished, he prepared to leave, saying he would give Christian 1 month to sharpen the black sword he had just witnessed. He walked away without explaining how to do it, leaving Christian completely bewildered. Early in the morning, Christian went for a jog around the training grounds, then moved on to doing one-handed push-ups. Drenched in sweat from the brutal workout, Christian took off his shirt, his back looking significantly more toned. But that was just a dream, as Christian was still as skinny as a Barbie doll. After that, Christian sat in meditation, telling himself he needed to get back to training. Pure dark energy gathered around Christian's hands, forming a dagger, but it failed miserably. Christian was frustrated because he had forgotten to count how many times he had failed. Even when he managed to summon it, it only lasted for a maximum of 10 seconds. Furthermore, it was nothing compared to the clan chief's black sword. That sword was far more powerful and primal. He had once said, "Descend the deep staircase, for 12 abysses await you. Crows seeking wisdom, accept and praise it." Christian thought that incantation must hold a secret. A month later, the duo of Marion and the old man playing the part headed down. He remarked that, by now, Christian must have failed enough to realize his limits. He asked Marion if she was worried about Christian. Marion said there had to be a faster way, since there were only about 2 months left until the succession test. The old man playing the part explained that given the purity of the dark mana Christian was absorbing, rapid growth was impossible. If he forced progress, Christian would only hit a massive wall. Therefore, it was better to build a solid foundation. When they arrived and faced Christian, he was absolutely stunned, because Christian had successfully summoned the dagger. Christian remarked that it was about time he showed up. They were shocked, and Christian thanked the clan chief, saying that thanks to him, Christian had reached 3-star rank faster than expected. Before he could finish speaking, the sword vanished. Christian said that, as he could see, putting on a front was the best he could manage right now. It took Christian about a week to summon the black sword, but it felt like an empty shell. The cryptic incantation he shared earlier, 12 abysses, meant that the black sword had to contain every single attribute of mana. Hearing this, the old man was dumbfounded because that was a true black sword. Not only did Christian exceed expectations, but he also fully grasped the true meaning of the task. According to the clan chief, it usually took a year just to summon a basic black sword, and a lifetime wasn't enough to understand all 12 types of mana and awaken a true black sword. Yet, Christian had pulled it off in less than a month. Christian truly might be the only hope at the end of this cursed demonic path. The stone-faced man cracked a smile, telling Christian to get ready because starting tomorrow, the lessons he would teach wouldn't be easy. Instead of being worried, Christian, confident, said it was fine and that he trusted the clan chief. Having cleared the first hurdle, Christian smirked mischievously, thinking about pouring a drink to celebrate. Christian headed down to the exquisite wine cellar, dancing around like crazy with pure joy. Christian felt he deserved a break, wanting to drink an expensive wine he could only dream of before. Christian figured he should drink it quickly before Marie came to take it away. Someone calling out to Christian made him startle and spin around. Turning around, he saw a beautiful face, commenting that Christian was drinking in broad daylight, as usual. Christian wondered who this 3-star demon was. Judging by her eye color, she wasn't for the Dark family. With a serious expression, Christian asked if she knew him. Hearing this, she was shocked, and her servant was equally surprised. She asked Christian what he meant, then flew into such a fierce rage that she was visibly trembling, slapping Christian with her mana. Christian fell to the ground, completely off guard. The servant told her to let it go, saying there was no need to waste time on trash like Christian. As she turned away, the old man from the exam appeared, holding a bottle of wine. Christian was furious, calling her rude and asking who she was. He explained that she was Princess Marissa of the Venom clan. Hearing this, Christian blanked out, because she might actually be Christian's fiancée, or more accurately, his ex-fiancée. Christian was in deep trouble after this because he might have caused a major mess. Shifting to Marissa as she walked down the hallway, the anger was written all over her face. In a flashback, an 8-year-old Marissa was playing with ants. Marissa thought to herself that everyone only ever talked to her older brother, so she couldn't understand why her father had brought her to the Dark family. While Marissa was focused on the ants, some busybodies whispered that she was an illegitimate child. They said they didn't know if Duke Baron had lost his mind since his son was useless, so they figured he wanted to marry off his daughter to secure his son-in-law. Sensing a presence, Marissa looked up to see Christian. Christian asked what a kid was doing all by herself here. Seeing Christian for the first time, Marissa was captivated. It seemed our Christian was quite handsome. Marissa stated she wasn't a kid, but Marissa. Hearing this, Christian called her by name, then introduced himself. Marissa realized Christian was Count Kaz's son. Christian told Marissa not to mind what the adults said, advising Marissa to get back at them when she grew up. At first, Marissa was surprised. Then Marissa said she would become the strongest demon and crush anyone who looked down on her. This made Christian a bit embarrassed at first, blushing as he remarked that Marissa was ambitious. Marissa was shocked to witness the true spirit of a demon from the Dark family. Christian stood up, saying that if Marissa was going to become the strongest, he should be on her side. Christian extended his hand, calling Marissa the future strongest female demon, asking if Marissa would grant him the honor of showing her around the Dark family estate. Hearing this, Marissa's face turned bright red. She gently reached out and took his hand. Back in the present, Marissa tried to push the memory aside, saying it was all in the past, even though the engagement was arranged for peace between the two clans. The future Marissa once dreamed of, the one that kept her awake at night, had shattered. That version of Marissa was gone. When the rumors of Christian's bad behavior reached her ears, it had brought her to tears. A second later, Marissa arrived at the clan chief's office. Duke Baron welcomed her and asked what brought her there. Marissa stated that Duke Baron surely knew a relic had appeared in the neutral zone between their two clans. Duke Baron asked what the Venom clan planned to do, since they had taken the relic last time. Duke Baron asked if Marissa would yield this time, but Marissa said that was out of the question. Marissa asked if Duke Baron would do that if he were in her shoes. With a touch of politeness, Duke Baron noted that Marissa wanted a fair competition. Marissa said each clan would send a team, and whoever found the relic first kept it. However, the team would be limited to 10 demons at 3-star rank or below to avoid direct conflict. Marissa smartly pointed out that if they suffered heavy losses, only their enemies would benefit, especially given the unstable situation in the Four Kings Abyss. Duke Baron tapped the table, stating he accepted the terms. Being clever, Marissa suspected why Duke Baron had agreed so easily. Duke Baron added a condition. If the Venom clan broke the agreement, the Dark family would take not only this relic, but also the previous one. Marissa demanded an explanation, and Duke Baron brought up the use of tricks or ambushes, since traps and ambushes were Marissa's specialty. With a serious look, Marissa said that wouldn't happen and accepted the additional condition. Duke Baron asked if Marissa would personally lead the Venom clan's expedition team. Marissa confirmed that was the plan. Duke Baron said he looked forward to seeing the power of the renowned myriad poisons. 2 months passed, and the seasons changed. While Christian poured all his effort into training, many others began to change their paths as well. Some were conflicted over a past love, while those who lost the competition were left behind. Meanwhile, the envious sharpened their blades, and others began to take action for the upcoming future. While a mysterious figure lurked in the shadows, others acted for the sake of the future. Christian faced the useless Duke Baron, who demanded he prove his worth. Seizing the opportunity, Christian summoned the Dark Sword. Seeing this, Christian's older brother's face darkened. Looking at their expressions, Christian thought it was a priceless moment. The old man acting the part had once warned Christian not to show off his true black sword, or he would be given a harder task. He told Christian not to get arrogant, just because he was a genius. Presently, Christian chuckled to himself, thinking that he had held back today, just as advised, but he looked forward to seeing their shocked faces later on. Duke Baron said he would recognize Christian's achievement and hand him his second test. They were about to send demons to find a relic in the neutral zone. Since the Venom clan was also participating, if Christian succeeded, Duke Baron would officially recognize him as the heir. Christian was surprised because it sounded a bit too easy. Christian asked if he would be doing it alone. Duke Baron said Christian would join a team led by the second princess, Julian. Duke Baron mentioned this mission was originally Lion's. With an arrogant air, Duke Baron said this was an opportunity far beyond Christian's station, so Christian should consider it an honor. Christian solemnly said he would obey. As they left, Duke Baron's brother asked his father if he was worried Christian would achieve even more. Duke Baron cut him off, telling him not to worry, as everything was going according to plan. Duke Baron told him to be ready when the time came. Heading outside, Christian figured he had already expected to be sent on a life-threatening mission. But Christian had a bad feeling about this. Recalling Duke Baron's words, Christian wondered what had happened to Lion in the original timeline. Originally, the person chosen to be the heir this time wasn't Christian, but rather Lion, though Christian had never heard of Lion during the Great War. In the past, Christian had been forced by the Fox Girl to pet her continuously. If he stopped, she wouldn't say a word, so Christian was forced to comply. She spoke of the Demon Charm incident, a relic conflict between the Dark and Venom clans. This event was barely known. Although the Dark clan's team was wiped out during the relic expedition, the Venom clan suffered losses as well. But both sides kept quiet. Most importantly, this event sowed the seeds of disaster. She said Noldian died at the hands of Marquis Ranam. If not for that, the slaughtering Demon King wouldn't have conquered the Dark Clan so easily. The Demon Charm incident accelerated the era of destruction. The Dark Clan's team being wiped out meant that instead of Lion, Christian was put on the death list. But with no evidence, acting would be too risky. Right now, Christian was only a 3-star and couldn't do much, so he needed to prepare and head out. Julian told Christian to wait, asking where Christian was going with that kind of attitude. Christian asked why Julian cared where Christian went or what he did. Julian said she heard Christian was also joining the expedition team this time, replacing Lion. Julian didn't like it, but Christian said Christian didn't need to do anything right away. Julian insulted him, calling Christian a fool who couldn't get anything done immediately. Hearing the insult directed at her older brother, Julian threw a dagger with blinding speed. Christian saw the dagger's movement clearly. With sheer elegance, Christian dodged without even blinking. Seeing the fluid movement, Julian was shocked. Christian said that was enough of a greeting. Christian told her that since they didn't like each other, it was better to stay out of each other's way. Without letting Julian speak, Christian said he had business to attend to. As Julian retrieved the dagger that was pinned deep into stone, Julian was furious that Christian had tracked the movement with his eyes, but chose not to dodge earlier. Christian had intentionally let Julian know. Julian thought Christian might be far more dangerous than imagined. Julian thought that since Christian had nothing to do, Christian was just wandering around the city. Christian grabbed a pint of beer and chugged it instantly. But before Christian could finish, the tavern owner snatched the glass right from Christian's mouth. After that, Christian went to a gambling table and won a ton of money. This dirt-poor guy ran around with a massive pile of meat skewers, making the kid next to him look totally depressed. Christian remarked that it had been a long time since Christian got a break, and now Christian could live a lazy life. While continuing to wolf down the meat, Christian thought the shop Christian was looking for had to be nearby. But first, Christian needed some tea to shake off the pests tailing him. Christian found it annoying because they looked like people sent by that bastard. Suddenly, a mysterious figure grabbed Christian, telling Christian to keep quiet. Christian looked and saw a stunningly beautiful girl. Christian asked who she was, but instead of answering, she said someone was tailing her, but her people had already dealt with them. Christian wondered how that was supposed to make Christian feel safe when she was gagging him and dragging Christian over here. Christian asked again who she was, and she mentioned something like the 4 Kings. Hearing this, Christian was shocked. She said she was someone trying to stop the unrest from spreading across the kingdom. They needed to move somewhere else, and she asked if Christian wanted to join her. Christian fell silent for a moment, then told her to lead the way. As they went deeper into the alleys, Christian asked her how far they were going. She kept talking, saying that the demons in the king's realm were vanishing without a trace, and even the safe zones in the city were being destroyed piece by piece. Christian must know that the kingdom was being torn apart by the conflict among the 3 clans. In a place ruled by power, where the clan heads didn't give a damn about the lives of ordinary demons. Therefore, she concluded that to purge the criminal forces, they needed help from multiple clans. but she couldn't expect help for nothing in return. She would provide information that could calm the storm brewing within the Shadow Clan. She said that Marquis Ranham was colluding with a high-ranking member of the Venom Clan, and their target was to assassinate Princess Marissa of the Venom Clan. Hearing this, Christian was shocked and worried because not only was Christian being targeted, but Marissa was too. Christian couldn't understand why they would do this. If both clans lost their core figures, the troublemakers in the kingdom would only grow bolder. Eventually, the balance among the 12 demon clans would collapse, leading to an even greater tragedy. That was why she wanted to ask Christian to prepare for this expedition. As she revealed her passionate face, she said she hoped Christian would become the successor of the Shadow Clan and stand against those threatening peace. Christian was bewildered because she even knew about the Relic expedition, and he praised their intelligence network. With a stern face, Christian asked why Christian should trust her when she had no proof. If she wanted to cooperate, she had to put something on the line. She froze for a moment, but Christian deliberately told her to get lost if she had no guarantee. She told Christian to wait and pulled something out from her cloak. Seeing it, Christian was so shocked that he went completely silent. As Christian said goodbye, she also turned to leave, but kept looking back to confirm if he was really gone. And a figure materialized from Christian's shadow. She asked it why she couldn't reveal her true identity to Christian. A demonic figure replied that it was for her own good, because if Christian got into danger and leaked her information, things would get much worse. As she began to transform, she said that for now, she would observe from the sidelines. She called herself Adren. Shifting back to Christian, Christian walked normally, but then started laughing like a maniac because she had handed Christian a VIP card, the very thing Christian had been looking for. The Shadow Auction House, a secret way to trade relics and rare creatures. Only nobles or verified wealthy buyers were granted an entry card. In the past, no one in the hero's party had a card, making it extremely difficult to get into this place. The card bore the name Rhea de Wolfman, a name Christian had never heard of. Christian recalled what had just happened, but felt it was still too early to trust her. Therefore, Christian decided to prepare further for the expedition. Christian told a man that Christian wanted to send a carrier pigeon. The man told Christian to write the message and send it off. Christian wrote something that we couldn't read, and then a cute owl flew away. While Christian watched it go, Christian told himself that this part was done. Now Christian had to go visit some guy because of his Barbie suit. The video ends here. After a long journey, Christian stepped into a lavish, magnificent place where light from crystal chandeliers sparkled like stars, reflecting on the polished marble floor. The atmosphere exuded nobility, making his heart race with a mix of awe and curiosity. Just as he stopped in front of the massive gates, a tall man in a sleek black suit stepped out to block his path. He looked Christian up and down and said sneeringly, Well, kid, this is no place for you. Get lost." Christian, his face hidden behind a mysterious mask, didn't flinch. He slowly raised his hand, revealing a VIP card that gleamed under the lights, and spoke in a cold yet confident voice. "How about this?" The card flashed like a declaration of power. The man across from him instantly turned pale, his eyes widening in shock as he stammered, This is..." The arrogance from moments ago vanished, replaced by a mix of fear and embarrassment. In a split second, his attitude flipped 180 degrees. He bowed low, his voice trembling but trying to sound respectful. "I am so sorry, sir. It turns out you're a VIP guest. Please come right in." Christian curled his lips slightly and nodded in satisfaction, his sharp eyes seemingly piercing right through the man's soul. "Good," he replied briefly, stepping through the gates with an easy, unbothered stride. Inside, the grand scenery opened up before his eyes like a mythical palace. The walls were intricately carved, deep red velvet curtains hung low, and the air was filled with a sophisticated floral fragrance. The splendidly dressed guests, looking like nobility, were chatting animatedly, their eyes sparkling with confidence and power. Christian glanced around, silently evaluating every detail of this luxurious space. Suddenly, a staff member approached, his gaze cautious yet polite. "Greetings, sir," he bowed, his voice slightly hesitant. "Are you Rhea de Wolfman?" Christian, still masked, gave a faint, mysterious smile. He held up the VIP card and nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Today, I am Rhea de Wolfman. Is there a problem? The staff member frowned slightly, his eyes sweeping over Christian as if trying to find something unusual. In his mind, he thought, the voice is clearly a man's, and yet. But on the outside, he maintained his professional smile. Oh, no, not at all. Christian cut him off immediately, his voice sharp. Then can you take me to see the branch manager? The staff member flinched and stammered. Why, yes, sir. Christian frowned, his voice dropping into a commanding tone. Didn't you hear me? Take me to see the branch manager. Now, not daring to delay, the staff member hurriedly led Christian to a private room. This room was no less luxurious, featuring intricately crafted furniture, from carved ebony tables to chairs upholstered in deep red velvet. Christian glanced around and muttered to himself, as expected of the famous Rudolph Merchant Coalition. Everything is top tier. The Rudolph Merchant Coalition, one of the greatest powers, on par with the Alliance's Dear Merchant Coalition, not only dominated legal trades, but also controlled the black market, managing almost the entire distribution network of the Magic Empire. If Rudolph doesn't have it, nobody does, Christian thought to himself, the corners of his lips curling up with confidence. A few minutes later, the door swung open. A woman walked in, looking authoritative yet charming. Her long hair was glossy, and her sharp eyes looked as though they could pierce through any secret. She walked straight toward Christian and spoke in a soft but powerful voice. Apologies for the wait. I am Rubid, the branch manager here, and also the leader of the Rudolph Merchant Coalition. She sat down in the chair opposite him, her gaze searching. What brings you to see me? Christian unhurriedly removed his mask, revealing his true face. He got straight to the point, his voice calm but cold. Bring Luina here. Rubid was momentarily stunned and repeated, What? Christian smirked, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Don't tell me you don't know Luina, she replied, trying to maintain her composure. Oh, I know her. The leader of Deer, right? But even for us, we can't just bring the leader of an alliance coalition here. Hearing this, Christian frowned slightly, his mocking smile becoming even more pronounced. Oh, really? But she's already here. Rubid froze, her eyes showing clear panic. I don't understand what you're talking about, she stammered, her hands tightening slightly. Christian looked straight at her, his voice dropping into a mysterious tone. It must be thanks to the power of the relic, right? You're quite well disguised. Rubid's entire body trembled slightly, her teeth clenched, unable to speak. Christian continued, his tone gentle yet sharp. We'll be seeing a lot of each other anyway. Let's drop these parlor tricks, shall we? Instantly, a blinding burst of light radiated from Rubid. She slowly reached up and took off her mask, revealing her true face, one that was both beautiful and full of pride. She looked at Christian, her voice trembling but still trying to hold her ground. How did you know? Christian only smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. In his heart, he recalled his past life, when he had been tricked by her countless times. Of course, I paid her back 100-fold later on, he thought, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. He spoke up, his deep voice carrying a teasing tone. Your disguise as the leader of the Rudolph Merchant Coalition. Why use such a cheap relic? It works terribly with equipment, too. Rubid looked at the mask in her hand and muttered, How is that possible? This. Christian smirked triumphantly, covering his mouth as if teasing her. It's probably because your face is too big, so it couldn't cover it all. The girl pouted in anger. No way, that's impossible. Then she quickly regained her composure, her sharp eyes fixing on Christian. And you're not the real Rhea de Wolfman either. Word has it you've been quite famous in the Magic Empire lately, dressing all fancy. Wandering around here now, you probably haven't accomplished anything yet, have you? Borrowing someone else's name just to get in here. I could have thrown you out right away. Christian sighed softly, pointing a finger straight at her, his voice full of challenge. Who do you think you're threatening? Want me to spread rumors that the Alliance is trading illegally within the Magic Empire? His words were like a razor-sharp knife. Furious, Rubid's entire body trembled slightly, her lips pressed tight. She turned around, her voice shaking. So what do you want from me? Christian just smiled and didn't answer immediately. A moment later, he left the Merchant Coalition, dripping in gold, silver, jewels, and fine silks, with a bag heavy with valuable items. He walked away with a triumphant look, his heart filled with amusement. Recalling the moment, Rubid's face turned purple with rage. Christian muttered, "Sweet. This much should be just enough capital to borrow." Back in the room, Rubid had screamed, "What do you mean borrow? This is flat-out extortion." Christian only laughed out loud, replying, "It's all to stop the apocalypse. Be grateful." Even so, he knew very well that this amount of wealth was only enough to fend off a few foul plays that the enemies were secretly preparing. Returning to the barracks, Christian had just set foot inside when Jupian caught him. He turned around, his voice annoyed. "Hey you, where have you been wandering off to? We deploy the day after tomorrow. You should get a training." Christian, still basking in his minor victory, lazily scratched his chin and replied, "Why should I train? I just got back from hanging out. I'm exhausted. Just like Royne, I'm useless anyway. Why waste energy training?" After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to leave, muttering, "You guys keep up the hard training." Jupian gnashed his teeth, furious. That bastard. But he kept his cool, sighing, "Whatever, forget him. He really doesn't deserve the opportunity. Let him fend for himself. If he can't achieve anything, it's his own loss. I just don't understand why he's acting like such an idiot." The next morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the small but cozy kitchen. A faint scent of herbs mingled with the aroma of burning wood in the fireplace, creating a space both peaceful and mysterious. Christian stood before an old wooden table, his deep blue eyes scanning the neatly arranged piles of plants. Opposite him, Rubid, or rather, Luina in disguise, stood with her arms crossed, her gaze sharp, yet unable to hide the creeping anxiety in her heart. Christian frowned slightly, the corners of his lips curling into a confident smile. He picked up a lush green leaf, inspecting it under the light, his fingers brushing over it gently, as if evaluating a precious treasure. "Great job," he said, his voice deep and warm, yet authoritative, his eyes flashing with a hint of satisfaction. Rubid frowned, a mix of curiosity and suspicion. She stepped closer, her voice low but sharp. "What are you planning to do with all this?" Christian didn't look up, only shrugging as he said, nonchalantly, "None of your business." "Is there anything else?" Without waiting for an answer, Rubid gave a soft huff and walked over to the corner of the table. She placed an old leather suitcase on the wood, the iron lock clicking sharply as she opened it. Inside were bizarre objects. A golden toad shimmering with a metallic sheen, a folding umbrella with an eccentric pattern, and a few other items that looked like they had stepped out of a myth. Christian glanced over, his eyes showing a touch of surprise mixed with sarcasm. He muttered, his voice full of admiration, "What a clunky pile of junk. Then again, I don't really have a choice these days." Hearing this, a flash of annoyance crossed Rubid's eyes. She turned toward the door, her voice cold but unable to hide her tension. "I don't know what you're plotting, but this means my identity stays a secret, right?" Christian looked up, nodding slightly, a mysterious smile still hanging on his lips. "Of course. See you around." She stopped in her tracks and turned back, her lips pressed tight, her eyes burning with rage. "I never want to see your face again," she hissed, her voice echoing in the quiet kitchen before she disappeared behind the door. Christian stood there, his eyes following her retreating back, as he muttered, "Luina, or should I call her Rubid now? The war will break out soon." His voice dropped, carrying a dark undertone, like a premonition of the coming storm. Suddenly, Rubid turned back, her eyes darkening and her brow furrowing deeply, as if his words had touched her deepest fear. "You," he continued, "you, who moves between the Alliance and the Dark Empire, must know how unstable the current situation on the continent is. If war actually breaks out, every route will be blockaded. I'll have to cut off contact with the Alliance or the Empire, and my profits will be slashed in half. You understand that, right?" Christian smirked, his eyes sharp as knives. "You think I don't know? Considering the recent rumors from the Dominion, war isn't far-fetched at all." Rubid bit her lip, her expression growing grave. In her hand was a crumpled report detailing the latest information from the Territories Guild. The kingdom was unstable, and civil war was spreading. A scout unit had been dispatched to reconnoiter the Alliance forces. The Dark Empire's smuggling rights were in jeopardy, requiring a countermeasure. She thought to herself, her heart heavy. Lately, the atmosphere in the Dominion really hasn't been right. Many families are pushing hard for war with the Alliance. After a long pause, she looked up, staring straight at Christian, her voice full of suspicion. Why are you telling me this? Don't tell me you expect a mere merchant like me to stop a war? Christian burst out laughing, a radiant yet mysterious smile. Of course not, he replied, his eyes sparkling as if looking right through the future. But you can become my sponsor. I will make that war-free future a reality. Rubid was stunned, her eyes wide. You can do that? How? Christian stepped closer, his voice low but completely persuasive. You know, for the Dominion territory to wage war, they are forced to pass through the southern demon realm, where the Dark family resides. If I become the successor and prepare for war, we can avoid the worst-case scenario. It is also your only chance to keep your profits from being cut in half. He paused, extending his hand, his gaze resolute. Are you in? Rubid pondered, her eyes scanning Christian's face. In her heart, she thought, his eyes aren't those of a liar. Investing in him might actually be worth a shot. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out and grasped his hand, her voice firm. All right, I'm in. But if you betray my trust even once, I will. Christian smiled, cutting her off. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. In his mind, he added, besides, I have plenty of reasons to use you. He waved goodbye, his voice dripping with fake friendliness. Take care then, you filthy, money-grubbing capitalist. Rubid gnashed her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury, but she only scoffed coldly and turned away. Later that afternoon, Christian sat in a corner of the room, sweat pouring down his forehead. Before him were a stone mortar and a block of herbs, as hard as a rock. He held the pestle and pounded hard, each strike echoing with a dry thud. Quickly wiping his sweat, he sighed heavily from exhaustion. If a high-ranking figure of the Dark Clan is involved, I'd better have the antidote ready. He glanced at the pile of herbs beside him, muttering, It's been a while since I brewed anything myself. Hope I haven't lost my touch. Memories flooded his mind like a torrential wave. Months ago at the Medical Clan's Guild, the loud shouting of Ella. The white-haired girl still echoed. Fan harder. Haven't you eaten today? Ella, the 26th child of the Medical Clan, stood behind him, her voice firm. Didn't I tell you? Some herbs only work when cooked over a roaring fire. Christian, drenched in sweat at the time, fanned while grumbling, so slow. The pot is hot enough, just lie down. In his heart, he remembered the first time he met Ella on the battlefield during the First Great War. Despite her youth, she was forced to go to war, carrying the grief of her entire clan being slaughtered by the blood-drip Demon King. The Medical Clan, the premier medical authority in the Alliance, had become a thorn in the Demon King's side, and Ella was the sole survivor. Ella looked at Christian, her gaze a mix of curiosity and suspicion. No matter how I look at you, you're strange. With just a few explanations, you managed to recreate my clan's secret elixir. How come I've never met you before? Christian replied, his voice sarcastic. And the Medical Clan is called a genius? Even the head of the house is this weak and sickly. Ella coughed violently, spitting up blood, her hands tightening into fists. She roared, insolent bastard. The only reason I'm still alive after what the Demon King did is thanks to my own medicine. Her voice dropped low, filled with agony. I can't just lie here like this. In that hellish world, those writhing in pain never stop. It's tragic that the lineage of the Medical Clan ends with me. Christian looked at her, a brief flash of heartache in his eyes. He said, Nothing is more useless than clinging to the past. You should focus on resting. Ella glanced over at the pile of ancient books nearby, her voice weak. The book recording my clan's secret arts only partially survived the war. Please take it. She coughed violently, blood staining her sleeve red. Christian rushed over, his voice softening. Stop talking. Rest. Ella gripped his hand, her eyes resolute. I have a favor to ask. Please save those who are suffering in my stead. If you can do that, I'll be at peace. Will you accept? Christian fell silent for a few seconds, then said softly, From now on, can I call you master? Ella smiled, tears welling up in her eyes. Someone like me isn't even worthy of being a teacher, let alone a master. But I chose the right disciple. After his time studying, Christian became an outstanding physician, known as the saint of the battlefield. Looking at the pill in his hand, he muttered, "Master, maybe you're living peacefully somewhere out there right now, but in this lifetime, I will still keep my promise." At Christian's estate, circling in the deep blue sky, a carrier pigeon flew, carrying the letter Christian had sent back. In the luxurious living room, a servant bowed his head and reported, "My lord, the young master has sent a letter." Count Khazar, Christian's father, his eyes lighting up with joy. He walked over, laughing heartily. "Oh, finally some news." Holding the letter, he muttered, "According to Sister Marion, the boy safely retrieved the core carving. Just like me in my youth." Looking at the scribbles on the paper, he frowned. "I wonder what he wrote." He turned to the servant, smiling. "Looks like I need to prepare a few things for my son." Scenario at the Biskin mountain range. The next day, a hazy dawn stretched over the Biskin mountain range, where the borders of the Dark Clan and the Poison Clan blurred in the cold, treacherous air. The towering Rocky Mountains, blanketed in thick fog, seemed to hide ancient secrets. Jupian's expedition team had gathered in a clearing, a tense atmosphere hanging over them. Jupian, looking stern, stood before the troops, her voice ringing out sharply. No acting alone. Moving groups of at least two. The subordinates answered in unison, their voices firm. "Understood, sir." Jupian turned to Christian, her gaze strict. "Yep." But before she could finish, Christian raised his hand to cut her off, his eyes gleaming with nonchalance. "I'm going alone," he said, his voice calm yet arrogant. Jupian flinched, her brow furrowing deeply. "What?" she growled, her eyes flashing with irritation. Christian shrugged, the corners of his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Going alone is way more comfortable. At the snail's pace you guys are moving, when will you ever finish scouting this area? The toxins are probably dealt with, but if we stall, they'll get there a step ahead of us." Jupian's face darkened, her hands clenching tightly as her voice dropped into a warning tone. "This is an area with Tier 4 monsters or higher. If you get into trouble, don't expect us to save you." Christian smirked, his gaze lazy and slightly bored. "Just don't become a burden to me," he replied, then suddenly pulled a small glass vial from his pocket, containing a few glowing blue pills. He held up the vial, his voice steady. "This is an antidote specially made for the Poison Clan. Take it." Jupian pouted, her eyes full of suspicion. "I've already taken my medicine. I don't need it," she snapped. Christian didn't care, uncapping the vial and pouring 2 pills into his palm. "This works better than your cheap stuff. Just take it, even if you think I'm full of it." Saying that, he popped the 2 pills into his mouth, his eyes flashing with amusement. "Well, suit yourself then." Jupian gnashed her teeth, fury blazing in her eyes, but before she could snap back, a sharp voice rang out from a distance. "Oh my, internal conflict already." Marissa, looking elegant and proud, walked up alongside another person. Her hair shimmered under the sunlight, her playful gaze sweeping over Jupian. "You're late," Jupian said coldly, her tone full of reproach. Marissa shrugged, a smirk playing on her lips. "I'm right on time. You're just impatient. Should I praise you for not cheating and scouting ahead?" Jupian growled, her eyes sharp as knives. "No traps or ambushes during the entire expedition. Remember that." Marissa smirked, her voice teasing. "Your tone is so cranky. We're enemies. Did you expect me to speak politely?" She took a step closer, leaning in near Jupian, her voice dropping into a provocative whisper. "No need for that." Jupian turned around, her voice decisive as she ordered her subordinates. "All Dark Clan members, move out." Marissa also turned away, waving her hand to signal. "Begin the expedition. Anyone who checked the communicator, proceed." The subordinates chanted in unison. "Understood, sir." Christian, standing to the side, muttered, "Well, I'll head out first then." Without waiting for a reaction, he turned and walked straight into the dense forest, leaving Jupian standing frozen for a few seconds. She muttered to herself, her eyes burning with rage. This guy just threw away his communicator. What the hell is he thinking? Inside the Biskin forest, Christian trekked through the woods, his steps agile, yet full of caution. The ancient tree canopies blocked out the light, creating a gloomy space where the wind howled like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, a pack of monkey monsters rushed out from the bushes, screeching loudly. With practiced skill, Christian easily took them down, his blade flashing in the darkness. He muttered, "In my past life, I wandered the demon realm until my heels were worn down. I can tell monster territories apart with my eyes closed. To find a Tier 4 beast, I need to go deeper." As he walked, he recalled Jupian's words, "Don't expect any rescue if you get into trouble." He burst out laughing, shaking his head in dismissal. "Don't tell me she's worried about me? No way." Looking at her, it's like she wouldn't even bleed if she got stabbed. He frowned, his eyes flashing with alertness. Anyway, Count Langham's plot must have started. I don't see any assassins around here yet. First, I have to find the sacred relic. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Marissa, with her shimmering hair and sharp eyes, stepped out from the bushes. Their eyes met, and the space seemed to freeze. Both fell silent, a strange awkwardness settling over them. Christian thought to himself, I didn't expect to wander into the Poison Clan's territory. He waved his hand, his voice gentle. I must have taken a wrong turn. I'll head a different way. Marissa nodded slightly, her eyes showing a hint of shyness. Be careful out there, she said, her voice quiet but meaningful. Christian continued deeper into the forest, his heart full of vigilance. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes lighting up as if he had discovered something. Their goal is to harm Marissa. Who in the Poison Clan is significant enough to sacrifice a princess? He spun around and called out loudly, Hey, Marissa, I want to ask you something. She flinched and turned back, her gaze curious. What is it? Christian, without thinking, blurted out, You're a bat, right? Are you hated in your clan? The moment the words left his mouth, the air froze. Marissa was stunned, her eyes wide, her face flushing red with anger. You absolute jerk, she screamed, her lips pressed tight, her eyes blazing with fury. Christian quickly raised his hands, his voice apologetic. I didn't mean it like that. It was a slip of the tongue. Back then, I wasn't even worth a human in their eyes. Sorry if I was rude. But before he could finish, a bolt of blue energy zipped past his head, slamming straight into the tree trunk behind him, creating a deep hole. Christian turned pale, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Marissa stepped forward, her eyes blazing, her voice cold as ice. Apologize properly, right now. Christian froze, thinking to himself, she's this angry. It doesn't look like a simple family conflict. To know the real motive, I need to find a mastermind. But first, she's in danger. He took a deep breath, breaking the tense atmosphere. Hey, you're breaking the rules, you know? Marissa flinched, her voice trembling slightly. What did you just say? Christian pointed at the blasted tree, his voice calm. Look at this tree. You attacked first, which means the Poison Clan broke the rules. The Dark Clan takes the sacred relic. Am I wrong? Marissa scoffed coldly, pulling 3 colorful glass vials from her pocket, her gaze sharp and cold. For insulting my family, and for the humiliation after the broken engagement, this is self-defense. With that, she swung her arm, throwing the 3 glass vials straight at Christian. Boom! The 3 vials exploded, creating a cloud of brilliantly colored toxic smoke. Christian coughed violently, his face turning pale, as strange runes began to appear on his body. He clutched his chest, sinking down in pain. Marissa stepped up, her voice cold. This is blue flower simo. With just a snap of my fingers, the poison will erupt through your entire body. Apologize. She pulled out 3 more vials of poison, her gaze uncompromising. Get on your knees and beg for your life. Christian, amidst the toxic smoke, stammered, Come on. But she didn't let him finish, throwing 3 more poison vials, making the toxic cloud even denser. Christian was nearly motionless, his body trembling. But suddenly, from within the smoke, his hands reached out, tightly grabbing Marissa's wrists. He stood up, facing her eye to eye, his gaze sparkling with a strange determination. Time seemed to stand still, carrying a magical sense of romance on the thin line between life and death. His voice was deep and warm, with a hint of nonchalance. I'm afraid I can't do that. At this moment, Christian's entire body was brilliant with flowers emitting a sparkling light, breathtakingly beautiful, yet hiding a deadly danger. That light was like a warning, both alluring and terrifying, making anyone who looked at it shudder. He slowly stepped forward, leaning in close to the girl, his voice dropping low and filled with meaning. They don't call you little poison for nothing. His eyes flashed with a mischievous glint. I heard this poison is so painful it can kill someone if left untreated. Is that true? The girl blushed slightly, a hint of shyness flitting through her clear eyes, but she immediately slapped Christian's hand away and said firmly, "No way. I'm the only one who holds the antidote for this poison." Her lips parted into a tight line, her cold gaze practically daring him. Christian smirked, a confident smile spreading across his face. Tilting his head, his voice carried a touch of arrogance. "Have you ever heard of the Divine Physician clan? I took inspiration from them and whipped this up myself." He held up a small vial, the light from it reflecting off his face. "You could call it a universal antidote. What do you think?" Hearing those bizarre words, the girl frowned, her delicate eyebrows knitting together as she gave him a deeply suspicious look. "What the hell are you talking about?" But before she could react, Christian suddenly swung his hand, striking her hard on the neck. The strike was lightning fast, catching her completely off guard. Her eyes widened for a split second before she collapsed, unconscious in his arms, looking at the beautiful girl lying quietly in his embrace. Christian whispered softly, his deep voice filled with determination, "Rest for a bit. I'll save you, no matter what." He gently propped her up against an ancient tree, his hands expertly tying her up with rope, his eyes never leaving her delicate face as she drifted in unconsciousness. She looked like a sleeping fairy, heartbreakingly beautiful. But Christian didn't let his emotions shake his resolve. He took a small sphere out of his pocket. Muttering its time, his fingers slid across the sphere's surface, and instantly, a holographic terrain map popped up, its faint glow illuminating the dark forest. He pinpointed his location, his sharp eyes scanning every single detail on the map. Suddenly, from nearby, the girl's guards received a signal. A green-haired guy frowned, muttering, "A message from Lady Marissa?" Scouting the cliffside, the other guy replied, his voice laced with suspicion. "Why the sudden change of plans?" But then, a triumphant smirk spread across the green-haired guy's face. Clenching his fist, he said excitedly, "Now we don't have to keep running from those Poison Clan bastards anymore." Christian, hiding in the shadows, heard every word. He smirked, a flash of confidence in his eyes. "Now I can completely focus on finding the artifact." Scene change. Deep in the forest, Christian moved nimbly through the canopy, his body as light as a ghost. Moving so fast he left nothing behind but a passing gust of wind. As he traveled, he muttered to himself, his deep voice carrying a haunting tone. The sacred relics, empowered by demons or constellations. They've been hidden away for centuries, or dropped from the sky as a test for the lesser creatures of the mortal realm. Go ahead and try using them. He recalled the words of Rena, the chatterbox of the shadows. The relics were once cast aside due to their unstable power, until Marquis Langham spent 2 years researching how to use them. And that's exactly why Lord Norgazu lost his life. His lips muttered, "Nordian cannot die. At least, not if I want to delay the doom of this world." Suddenly, he stopped, his sharp eyes spotting a leaf with a corner missing, as if something had bitten into it. He knelt down, observing the strange footprints stamped into the dirt. His heart sank, and he muttered warily, "Footprints? In this demonic land where no one is supposed to live, the relic couldn't have just grown legs and walked away. Someone got here before me." Christian instantly activated his stealth skill, his body fading into the surroundings, invisible like a ghost. He ventured deeper into the forest, where a group of people was talking animatedly. One guy spoke up impatiently. "Has the Dark Clan not arrived yet?" Another replied, "Not yet, sir." A young man, standing in the center, said coldly, "How long do we have to wait?" "Those slow-ass worms." Christian, concealed in the shadows, observed each of them. His eyes flashed as he sensed their energy signatures, The Poison Clan? 1 4-star. That woman over there is around 5-star. But the last guy, his aura is incredibly dark, and his energy core is unreadable. Who is he? Suddenly, a masked man spoke up, his voice dripping with disdain. Marissa, that girl is the root of all our problems. I wouldn't mind at all if she just dropped dead. Christian narrowed his eyes, thinking the way he talks, he's probably a direct heir of the Poison Clan. Turns out, this whole thing is just a succession war. A man in white clothes nodded, his voice deep. Either way, this operation will wipe out the rest of it. Christian pondered, his gaze turning sharp and cold. So they're after the relic too. But what kind of relic is it? It doesn't matter. That's Langham's problem after dealing with Marissa. The masked man ordered, "Find out where those bastards are." The 2 guards nodded and immediately left. With only the purple hair guy left, Christian muttered, "Just the biggest idiot remains. He's around 4-star, so I could take him head on, but that would make too much noise. I need a way to steal the relic without drawing any attention." Right then, from up above, a troop of monkeys screeched, catching Christian's attention. He looked up, the corner of his mouth curving into a confident smile. "Oh, looks like I have a way now." While the purple-haired guy let out a wide yawn from boredom, something dropped from the tree right onto his head. He flinched, looking up and snapping angrily. "What the hell? You little shits throwing trash." The monkeys didn't understand, only hooting in pure delight at seeing him lose his mind. The purple-haired guy roared, "You damn brutes dare to mess with me? I'll kill you." Christian, hiding behind a tree, chuckled softly and signaled the monkeys to scatter. Furious, the purple-haired guy chased after them, shouting loudly, "Get down here right now." Once the guy was out of sight, Christian deactivated his stealth and approached the box sitting on the ground. He muttered, "Now let's have some fun." He pulled out his summoning stone and put it around his neck. The stone emitted a mystical purple light, opening up a pocket dimension. Christian rummaged through it and pulled out a box that looked identical to the one holding the relic. "I refurbished Ruina's old box to make it look brand new," he thought, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Performing a swift bait-and switch, he placed the fake box right back in the original spot, smirking triumphantly as he worked. "The thing you guys are about to chase after is nothing but a counterfeit." After wrapping up the job, Christian opened the real box, his eyes completely focused. The moment he saw the item inside, his expression froze in absolute shock. He gasped, his voice filled with amazement. Isn't this the Twilight necklace?" Scene change. Marissa's location. Marissa slowly regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open as faint sunlight filtered through the canopy onto her face. Suddenly, she jolted awake as she realized she was tightly bound to an ancient tree, ropes biting into her wrists. Fury welled up in her chest, and she screamed in outrage. "What the hell is this?" Memories flashed back. The image of Christian leaning in close, his deep voice whispering in her ear, "They don't call you little poison for nothing." Recalling that moment, Marissa's eyes welled with tears from a mix of embarrassment and rage. She gnashed her teeth and screamed, "You absolute coward!" She thrashed violently, the ropes chafing her wrists with a burning sting as she muttered in utter contempt, "He didn't even apologize, and then he pulls a dirty trick like this. Do you think I'm just a joke to you, Christian?" Suddenly, a noise from deep within the woods made her stop, her sharp eyes scanning the darkness. A voice called out, "Found her!" Out of the bushes stepped a brown-haired girl, a mocking smirk on her lips. "You're the Poison Clan's princess, aren't you?" Marissa narrowed her eyes, her gaze fully guarded. "Who are you?" Her voice was icy, but a wave of anxiety washed over her heart. Scene change. Jupian's group. Meanwhile, Jupian's group was still searching diligently through the forest. Jupian held Christian's antidote vial, her expression deep in thought, her fingers clenching the glass so tightly it looked like she might shatter it. A red-haired young man turned to her, his voice full of doubt. "Come to think of it, princess, why did you give him an extra dose of the antidote?" Jupian froze, her mind a mess. She thought to herself, "How could I have thought I could trust that bastard?" From a distance, a guard came running up, panting heavily. "Nothing detected in this area, princess." Jupian nodded, her voice calm but razor-sharp. "Understood. The other side is still searching, right?" The short-haired guard nodded. Yes, they're still combing through that sector. He hesitated before asking, but will young Master Christian be all right? Jupian frowned slightly, not answering right away. Horrible scenarios flashed through her mind. Christian falling off a cliff, or worse, being carried away by a giant bird because he decided to act on his own. She shook her head, brushing the thoughts away, and muttered, "He left on his own accord. What do you expect me to do? Whether he lives or dies, he brought it on himself." Suddenly, a shout echoed from afar. "Princess, we found the treasure." Startled, Jupian snapped her head around, her eyes instantly lighting up. She immediately followed the guards to where the treasure was located. Before them lay an ancient box, a faint glow emanating from its carved patterns. Jupian smirked, her voice brimming with confidence. "It took more effort than I expected, but at least we secured it before the Poison Clan." She turned to the person beside her and ordered, "Send word immediately. Everyone rendezvous at Lanka's Canyon." The guard nodded and replied right away, "Yes, princess." A guy in a red coat, standing on the perimeter, shouted loudly, "Did everyone hear that? The princess said to prepare for our return." The crowd answered in unison, "Understood, my lady." They immediately moved toward Lanka's Canyon. A short-haired guard said excitedly, "Great job, princess. We grabbed the treasure first. That means we beat the Shadow faction, right?" But suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Princess." Jupian turned back, her gaze ice-cold. The person continued, "That guy, he might be dead by now, right? I mean Christian." Jupian paused, her heart wavering for a fraction of a second. She lowered her voice. "Squads 1 and 2, stay behind and search for Christian. Even if it's just a corpse, bring it back." One guard questioned, his tone annoyed. "What? Why go through all that trouble for that idiot?" Jupian replied, her voice cutting like glass, "He's a nuisance, but he's still of the direct bloodline. We have to bring something back." The guard nodded reluctantly. "Got it." Jupian turned away and ordered, "The rest of you, follow me." But before she could take a step, a massive explosion rocked the adjacent cliffside. Rocks and debris came crashing down, blinding dust completely blocking the pathway. Another guy looked toward the exit, panicking. The exit is sealed off. Suddenly, from the mountaintop, a violent surge of green aura spread out, carrying the breath of death itself. Jupian instantly yelled at the top of her lungs, "Everyone, high alert! We're under attack." From the sky, an eerie blue flower hurled downward, releasing a terrifying plume of toxic gas. In the blink of an eye, the crowd was poisoned. Their faces turned pale as they collapsed, barely able to gasp out, "It's poison." Up on the mountaintop, a figure from the Poison Clan looked down with a cold stare. He sneered, "It's done. Marissa's deadly blue flower relic. I stole it from his lab. No one will suspect a thing, and all the blame will fall right on Marissa." The figure dropped down toward Jupian's group, thinking it's a gamble, but to wipe them all out in one go, this is the only way. She glanced around, a cruel glint in her eyes. "Now, let's take the treasure to Marissa's lab." But out of nowhere, a trident flew through the air, aimed directly at her. The masked girl flinched, quickly summoning her glowing red claws as she screamed, "No choice then. I'll finish you off myself. You're no match for me anyway." Trembling with rage, Jupian gripped her sword tightly and yelled, "Shut up, you coward." Looking at her opponent, she frowned, thinking they're at least a 5-star demon. "Marissa, I didn't expect you to stab me in the back like this." The masked girl laughed coldly. "I'll make your end quick, so you won't suffer." She lunged forward, her glowing red claws driving straight at Jupian. But all of a sudden, a figure shot down from above, crashing hard into the ground, causing the masked girl to jump back in shock. They both looked up, and that figure was none other than Marissa. Jupian shouted in complete surprise, "Marissa!" Right after her, another person appeared. Melon, the vice commander of the Black Swamp Knights. Marissa blushed, her voice embarrassed yet sharp. "Don't play innocent." She turned to the masked individual, her eyes blazing. "You dared to use my blue flower to frame me? Spit out your name and identity." The masked person smirked, mocking her. "You still don't know your own place, do you?" She raised her hand and let out a sharp whistle, and instantly, countless dark silhouettes materialized behind her. Marissa immediately pulled out 3 vials of poison, ready for battle, and replied coldly, "So you brought backup?" Melon, gripping the massive blade resting on her shoulder, smiled confidently. 2 3-star demons and a 5-star. Talk about outnumbering us. Jupian frowned, her tone grim. Whoever is behind this knew exactly that our expedition lacked top-tier experts. At this rate, we're dead meat. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from the mountaintop, drawing everyone's attention. A figure appeared, wearing a sly grin as if he had already figured everything out. It was Christian. He stood there, his eyes sparkling with confidence, as if the entire world was resting in the palm of his hand. Christian looked down at the crowd below and let out a soft sigh. Lightly stroking his chin, his voice boomed across the area. "Looking at the situation now, you must miss me like crazy, don't you?" Hearing those words, both girls below yelled out in pure frustration. Jupian immediately deflected, snapping, "No way, absolutely not," while Marissa chimed in harshly, "Christian, we are so talking about this later." Seeing them bicker, the masked figure burst into a loud laugh. "Huh, how touching. Getting emotional right before you die? Do you really think adding one more weakling gives you a shot at winning?" At her words, Marissa thought to herself, "As much as I hate to admit it, she's right given our current predicament. Once someone hits 5-star rank, their entire being undergoes a total metamorphosis. Even if the 4 of us team up, taking him down will be next to impossible." Seeing how full of himself the guy was, Christian smiled from above. "Ha, flexing just because you're 5-star? I thought you were an 8-star or something." Furious at the mockery, the masked man glared up and snapped. "What did you say?" Christian continued. Then again, only an idiot would come up with such a cheap plan. He then pulled a few items out of spatial portal and called out, "Hey, catch this, everyone!" One by one, the 3 of them caught the items he had previously asked Robert to prepare. A necklace, an object resembling an umbrella, and a golden toad. Staring at the items in front of them, they asked in unison, "What on earth is this?" Christian chimed in, "These are relics that boost each of your power levels by a single rank." Noticing Marissa's displeased expression, Christian called down, "What, you don't want it?" At that, Marissa's face darkened. Gnashing her teeth, she stammered, "Of course, it's not that I don't want it." After putting the item on, Jupian instantly felt mana surging through her entire body. She gasped, "Wait, this thing is overflowing with magic power." Looking at her, Marissa flinched slightly in shock. Jupian continued, "Wow, is this the real power of a relic? I feel like I just leaped straight to a 6-star rank." Hearing her feedback, Christian frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "I didn't think I handed out anything that overpowered. I had no idea, but this thing is absolutely insane." Melon, after putting on the necklace, let out a soft sigh, then recalled the words Count Khazar had told her. This is a message from Christian. Remembering that, she still voiced her confusion. "Young master, my activation method is a bit bizarre, though." The letter read, "Melon, someone is targeting the expedition. I've prepared a relic for you. Support the Poison Clan Princess and her squad." The activation method is returning to the present. She looked up at Christian and asked, "Where did you find stuff like this?" Resting his hands on his knees, he stood up and replied smoothly, "Let's just say I have a certain idiot wrapped around my finger. Anyway, I've got work to do, so I'm off." She continued, "Young master, you promised we'd spar once everything is over." He simply waved it off. I know. Do your best to stay alive until then, everyone." Seeing him take off so abruptly, Marissa yelled out in shock, "Wait up. What? You're not joining the fight." The moment the words left her mouth, he vanished from the mountaintop. Furious, she cursed loudly. "That absolute bastard. If you're talking to someone, at least finish the conversation." Jupian, remembering the vial Christian had handed her, smiled and said, "He must have a plan." "I get that feeling too." Seeing everyone jump to Christian's defense, Marissa's expression soured slightly. She wondered, why is she suddenly taking his side? And what was up with that dreamy look just now? The masked figure, annoyed that they were wasting so much time, scoffed coldly. "Do you really think a few toys like that can save you?" With that, she unleashed a burst of dark green mana that enveloped her entire body. Watching it unfold, the crowd's expressions instantly turned tense. Is that the dark steel needle aura? A destructive force that can only be controlled once you reach the 5-star rank. But facing this pressure, Melon confidently stepped forward, thrusting her large blade forward with a smile. Didn't the young master say so earlier? Rank doesn't determine the outcome of a battle. The arrogant will be crushed by their own hubris. Jupian added, exactly. People who coast on raw power and look down on everyone else. I've always wanted to smash them to pieces with pure, unadulterated force. Melon stepped forward confidently, speaking up. All right, princesses, shall we get to it? Jupian walked over, throwing an arm around Marissa's shoulder as she said, ready to roll? As for Marissa, her expression blanked as she stared at the golden toad in her hand. Her hand trembled as she muttered, let's come on. She then placed the golden toad on her head, looking rather adorable. Her face turned incredibly flushed from embarrassment as she stammered, let's go. With that, she pulled out 3 vials of poison, gearing up to strike. Jupian also drew her sword, taking a stance as she called out, hey, let's bet on who takes that guy down first. Hearing that, Melon smiled and agreed. Deal. I claim the guy with the black spear. Faced with the girl's confident chatter, the masked figure ground her teeth and roared. Insolent pests. She swung her hand, firing countless venomous arrows straight toward the group. But against these strikes, Melon casually swiped her blade, easily deflecting the incoming volley. Right after that, the masked figure instantly vanished from her spot, catching Melon off guard for a fraction of a second. She snapped her head around, only to see that the masked figure had already bared her claws, poised to strike. Purely on reflex, she swung her massive blade up to block the blow. Bracing against the rapid, heavy strike, Melon ground her teeth and cursed. Damn it! Seeing that the girl could block her assault, the masked figure praised. Not bad at all. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she stomped hard onto the ground, leaping high into the air and raining down a barrage of toxic darts at Melon. A dart sliced across her body, forcing a sharp cry of pain from her lips. Backing away, she mocked. You're nothing but an insect. A black swamp knight? Clearly just trash. Melon stared right back at her, sneering. Are you sure you're a 5-star rank? That hit just now felt like a mosquito bite. Enraged by the provocation, the masked figure screamed, You bug! She charged at Melon to strike. Just as the claws were about to make contact, Melon thought to herself, Now's the time. Cutting off her thoughts, she reached out and tightly grabbed the masked figure's head, catching her completely by surprise as she cried out in pain. Immediately after, a dense cloud of poisonous gas erupted from her body, making the surrounding space tremble. Shaking, she stammered, How am I being affected by a Tier 4 curse? Melon smiled. This relic doesn't boost raw stats. It amplifies the power of my curse through my blood. How does it feel? The masked figure's entire body surged with pain. She thought to herself, did she intentionally take that hit just to pull this off? While she was still dazed, Melon casually swung her blade, delivering a heavy slash across her chest. She added, Pretty cool, wouldn't you say? The slash caused her to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, her body flying straight backward from the sheer momentum. Seeing this, one of her teammates shouted, Captain! But right at that moment, a dark blade was already pressed firmly against his neck without him even noticing. Jupian called out as a reminder, Look over here, our battle is far from over. Christian, still wandering through the forest at that moment, walked along while calling out loudly, Hey! Are you done playing hide-and-seek yet? Since you didn't show up at the cliff, are you planning an ambush or something? Or are you just scared of losing? As his words faded, a figure cloaked in white approached from behind. He wore a mask, his eyes radiating a heavy intent to kill. Looking at Christian, he laughed out loud. What do we have here? Found him. Christian looked at the man in white and spoke up. I've been wondering for a while now. Why is your course so muddy? You don't look like anyone from the Venom clan. So why are you hanging out with him? The man in white brooded for a moment at those words, remaining silent. Christian leaned down, casually picked up a pebble, and continued. If you don't want to answer, then forget it. He placed the pebble on his fingertip and immediately flicked it forward with immense force, aiming straight for the man in white. But the man luckily ducked his head to the side, easily dodging the attack. Christian followed up by hurling a rapid succession of stones, but the man still fluidly slipped past every single strike. Suddenly, a stone shot directly at his face. Right before his stunned eyes, the stone smashed hard into his face, making him let out a cry of pain. Christian remarked, "When you're tense, your right shoulder raises slightly. When you're distracted, your field of vision narrows. That's a bad habit. You should probably fix it, Esht." Esht remained silent, offering no reply to his words. Right after, he reached up and pulled off his mask, revealing a handsome face. He recalled his father's words. "The venom will take care of Jupian and Marissa. But if Christian gets away on his own, you'll have to hunt the boy down." No one is allowed to survive these incidents. Back in the present, Esht's expression grew tense. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, everything has gotten complicated. Jupian's team hasn't been wiped out yet, and even Melon has joined the fight. If that's the case, the plan to eliminate the expedition team is getting harder and harder to pull off. If I kill him in this situation, someone will start digging into everything. And since I didn't stay at the Institute, suspicion will inevitably fall on me. That means Father will be dragged into this. Christian smiled, crossing his arms as he looked ahead and asked, "Hey, big bro, why the sudden silence? Are you scared?" After brooding for a moment, Esht made up his mind. Yeah, it's best to take him out first and worry about the rest later. Instantly, a sword formed from dark energy gradually materialized in his hand. Once it fully formed, he gripped the sword tightly and stared straight ahead. Seeing this, Christian smiled and replied, "Now that's what I'm talking about." With that, Esht lunged straight at Christian, unleashing a slash that seemed to rip through space itself. Christian instantly summoned his own dark sword, executing a slash that tore through Esht's attack. But right after, he stepped back, slightly startled as he noticed something. From a distance, two blurred figures gripped their swords and rushed forward to attack. Seeing this, Christian wondered, creating clones out of demonic energy? Seems like you're not a young master who just got lucky, huh? Having said that, he delivered a rapid succession of slashes to block the clone's attacks. His expression gradually grew tense, trembling under the sheer weight of the powerful strikes. From afar, Esht gripped his sword tightly and lunged toward Christian, catching him slightly off guard. Christian smiled, thinking to himself, using illusions for an ambush? I knew damn well you'd pull a stunt like this. Ignoring the illusions behind him, Christian gripped his hilt tightly and dashed straight toward Esht, ready to parry. As he closed in, he swung his sword hard, executing a horizontal slash across Esht's torso. But immediately after, Christian's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out what he sliced through was just an illusion. From above, another form of Esht materialized, bringing his sword crashing straight down toward Christian's head. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Go die!" A thunderous downward strike shattered the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. After the attack, Esht landed gracefully on the ground, staring into the empty space ahead where a massive fissure tore through the earth. He scoffed, "You're nothing but a useless bug." In response to the mockery, Christian's voice suddenly rang out. "Who did you just call a bug?" Seeing that Christian was still alive, Esht gasped, stammering, "No way, this is..." Right after, the illusions he had created were absorbed by something, gradually fading into nothingness. They gathered directly onto Christian's blade. Witnessing this, Esht's eyes widened in utter confusion. Christian, gripping his sword tightly, flashed a confident smile and spoke up, "True dark sword. Surprise, old man." With that, he unleashed a powerful slash, carving a long trench into the ground, rushing straight at Esht right before his bewildered eyes. Esht hastily raised his hand to conjure a magic shield to block the blow. But the shield quickly showed signs of cracking, and within a few seconds, it shattered into nothingness. Esht took the full brunt of the attack, crying out in agony before he could even react as the blast triggered a massive explosion, burning the surrounding trees to ashes. Esht fell to both knees, his entire body trembling with fear. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, Why am I being humiliated by this kid from a branch family?" Christian smiled, stepping closer as he said, "Just accept defeat gracefully, and we're good. I'll keep this between us." Before, Langham would have gotten into trouble too, and fighting within the same clan isn't exactly something to be proud of anyway. These words startled Esht. He stared at Christian, thinking, does he know the entire plan? But how? Then I have to kill him to avoid future trouble. But killing him is impossible right now. No choice then. I'll just have to bide my time for another opportunity. Cutting off his thoughts, he spoke up, thank you for saving face for your big brother. Christian stepped closer, extending his hand, and added, don't mention it. This is just the pride of a true demon. Esht reached out to shake Christian's hand, nodding, indeed it is. But Christian squeezed his hand tightly, his voice turning ice cold. You really thought I'd say that, didn't you? The handshake sent a jolt of shock through Esht. Under the terrifying pressure, he thought to himself, a demonic energy clash? You absolute bastard. He stammered. You. Immediately after, a massive surge of demonic energy shot from Christian's hand straight through Esht's body, spraying a mist of blood everywhere. With his eyes still wide, unable to believe what was happening before him, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and his entire body collapsed to the ground. Looking down at his brother, Christian remarked, you're nothing but a fake, idiotic hypocrite. With his business finished, Christian rushed back to Marissa's group. As he walked, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. I took way more time than expected. Hope the others are holding their own. But then, a voice calling his name rang out. Christian. At that moment, the expressions on the three girls looking at him were not happy at all. Seeing this, Christian froze at the sight of the group approaching him. He stepped back and tried to explain. Could you stay over there, Marissa? I'm feeling a lot of pressure here. Hearing this, Marissa got furious, clenching her fists as she shouted, is this the artifact you gave me? Melon spoke up. The mission is complete, young master. Hearing this, Christian nodded with satisfaction. Good. What about those demons from that Venom Archmage? Marissa replied. They died and turned to dust immediately after. He probably set it up beforehand to erase all traces. Christian nodded, I see. Good job. Jupian looked at him and asked, but where did you just come back from? Caught off guard by the question, Christian awkwardly scratched his ear and replied, me? Oh, just scouting around the area. He let out a sigh, confidently patting his chest. A noble person like myself shouldn't even be participating in battles. His words completely contradicted his wound-covered body. Marissa stared at him and spoke up. Then why did someone like you return covered in countless injuries? Is there still a traitor among those Venom mages? Hearing that, Christian's eyes widened. Right after, he waved his hand dismissively, changing the subject. I told you, no. Let's just pack up and head out already. He thought to himself, I intentionally handled everything far away. By now, they've either snapped out of it and run off, or been retrieved by their subordinates. Seriously, making a big deal out of this would only make Marquis Langham even madder. The constellation insignia was stolen, and there are 3 survivors. That's more than enough. Cut to 1 week later. The recent incident shook both clans. Christian sat dejectedly before a dining table laden with countless lavish dishes. On the surface, the blame fell squarely on the Venom mages, putting them in a tight spot. But in the end, everything was settled through a mutually agreed-upon compensation. Of course, the main reason it wrapped up like this was because they knew I had uncovered the involvement of Esht and Marquis Langham. Regardless, it's still way better than my past life, where everyone got assassinated. Duke Huam didn't have to hand over the Demon God's amulet to Langham either. Melon returned to the Dark Mages after leaving the canyon. Marissa also promised to keep quiet about Melon's involvement and departed. Marie stepped up, pouring him some wine as she cheerfully spoke. Oh ho ho, young master. Even if you don't have an appetite today, you still need to eat to recover quickly. Christian, looking utterly miserable, replied, my entire body feels like it's being ripped apart. Why should I eat? Marie responded, hearing you say that breaks my heart into 1,000 pieces. Christian furrowed his brows, wondering, since when do you even have a heart to break? She formed a heart shape with her hands and sighed. Oh my, your words are so cold. They're making my heart skip a beat. Even if you get a little ruder and become a worse person, I'll still love you, young master. In response to her overly affectionate words, Christian shouted angrily, stop saying such weird things. And I already told you, Your heart stopped beating a long time ago. Marie approached, tightly grabbing his hands with a deadpan expression. No way. Every time I look at you, my heart races so fast it hurts. Seeing her serious face, Christian stammered, Don't go trying to make people's hearts flutter like that on purpose. Marie's voice instantly switched back to a gentle tone. Come on, open wide, ah. Christian dodged the spoonful of food Marie offered, slightly frowning. My hands aren't broken yet, you know? I can feed myself. Faced with this attitude, Marie climbed even closer and continued. Oh ho ho, look how shy you're getting. Of course, this side of you is adorable too. With that, she shoved the spoonful of food right into Christian's mouth, catching him off guard but leaving him no way to avoid. Marie laughed out loud. Ho ho. You need proper nutrition so you'll have energy for tonight. How do you like this special soup? Christian's eyes rolled back at her sudden move as he stammered. You didn't even cook this, Marie replied, but it's packed with all my love. Amidst their lovey-dovey banter, Jupian sat across from them with her arms crossed, watching and brooding for a while, completely invisible during the meal. Christian turned to her and spoke up. My lady, how much longer do you plan on visiting? You haven't even fully recovered, either. Jupian coldly replied, I'll leave after observing a bit more. Then she rolled her eyes elsewhere and continued, I'm the one calling the shots around here anyway. Christian smiled, thinking to himself, I'm going to give her a stomach ache, and a stomach ache in more ways than one. Marie glared at Jupian with furious eyes and spoke up, How dare you flirt with my young master? Then she approached Jupian, laughing out loud. Oh ho ho. Would you like something to drink, my lady? Let me get you some blood juice. Jupian coldly refused. No, I don't like blood juice. I prefer onion juice. Her words left Marie's face completely frozen, standing completely still for 5 seconds before slumping in disappointment. Onion juice isn't exactly my specialty. Seeing that the intimidation tactic failed, Christian let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself, who knew this girl would turn out to be such a tough opponent. He looked at Jupian and spoke up. Hey, do you have something you want to say? She instantly snapped. I hate you. One day I'm going to crush you. Christian pouted, sighing, sure, give it a shot if you want. But Jupian's attitude suddenly turned shy as she said, Thanks for this time, anyway. The thank you made Christian freeze for a few seconds. He put on an impressed tone. I didn't quite catch that. Say it louder, will you? Jupian glared at him angrily. If you didn't hear it, whatever. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm only acknowledging what you did. Faced with her high praise, Christian sniffed and spoke up. If that's how you see it, then consider me your benefactor from here on out. Jupian continued. That smile of yours today will be the last one I see. The Marquis promised, so you'll probably be officially appointed as a direct heir soon. Once you become a direct heir, everything changes. I mean, you'd better mentally prepare yourself for that. Christian secretly agreed in his heart. It definitely won't be the same as before. Until now, I've been someone they wouldn't even bother stepping on. But once I become an equal direct heir, everyone will rush in to crush me. Once his core recovers, Esht will raise his head again, and so will Princess Yulian, the one hiding the secrets, and the young master of the 3 Emperors Marquis, the Misatch War, and First Prince Shirad and his kind as well. Not to mention, should I count Lady Jupian in too? Seeing Christian staring at her, Jupian wondered, What are you looking at? Am I that pretty? Caught off guard by the question, Christian thought, Why ask that all of a sudden? I feel like there's an insurmountable wall here. Without letting him answer, she stood up and continued, Or maybe not, but why keep staring at me like that? I'm leaving. With that, she turned her back and left. Once Jupian left, Christian let out a sigh of relief, rejoicing. Phew, finally gone. I'm completely drained of energy. Gotta recharge now. But then his whole body trembled with anger. He turned toward the main door and shouted, Wait, didn't you say you were leaving? Suddenly, he paused for a moment, looking at the person who was arriving. It was Lady Marissa. Under the astonished gazes of Christian and Marie, she walked in, her bearing exuding pride mixed with a touch of shyness. She spoke, her voice soft but full of awkwardness. Clearing throat, are you okay? Christian, no less flustered, replied with a strained smile, I'm doing all right. That clumsy exchange made the atmosphere in the room turn awkward, as if both were trying to hide something. Christian secretly thought to himself, Why is she here again? Don't tell me she's here to nag about getting tied up by me the other day. But right then, she cut off his train of thought, her voice growing more serious. My father wants to see you. Duke Huam, the head of the Venom clan and sovereign of pasting. Hearing that name, Christian was startled, thinking, that guy wants to see me? What's going on here? The scene shifted to Marissa's estate. Christian walked alongside her, his heart full of doubts as they approached the Duke's meeting room. After a long walk in silence, she suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling with worry. But how did you know a plot was being set up? Christian replied, his voice calm, yet full of confidence. I have an informant. Those words caused Marissa's face to drop slightly, as if a heavy secret were weighing on her mind. She recalled what Melon, the vice commander of the Black Demon Clan's Black Wolf Knights, had told her. I am Melon, ordered by young Master Christian to infiltrate this place. Marissa had shouted angrily back then. Infiltrate? Are you confessing that Christian violated the expedition rules? But Melon immediately cut her off. Someone is targeting the expedition team. The young master asked me to help you and the expedition team fight them off. Hearing that, Marissa's eyes widened as she gasped in disbelief. What? Returning to the present, she turned to Christian, her voice full of interrogation. If you knew about the plot, you could have just shot me a message. Why keep me in the dark? Christian looked straight into her eyes, his voice deep and warm, yet filled with determination. I was afraid you'd be in danger. If the culprit is someone from the Venom clan, a successor like you would be the prime target. The succession battle there is cutthroat. Marissa froze, her eyes shining with mixed emotions. She spoke up, her voice trembling slightly. Don't suspect me? I owe you one. Thank you for saving my entire expedition team. With that, she looked shyly at Christian, her eyes sparkling as if she wanted to say something deeper. Christian smiled, his voice sincere. Because to me, you are important. Those words made Marissa's cheeks flush bright red, her eyes widening as her lips trembled. What? She placed a hand on her cheek, her mind flustered. What's this? Why all of a sudden is my heart racing like this? But Christian immediately interrupted her train of thought, his voice teasing yet meaningful. So, why not become political partners in the future? Marissa gasped, her heart pounding. What? He continued confidently. Not a bad proposal, right? Don't worry about the past. I have no intention of getting back together or reversing the broken engagement. We'll just be complete strangers. Trust me. Those words felt like a sharp blade, slicing straight through Marissa's fragile heart. The room suddenly froze, and her face darkened. Christian secretly thought, why isn't she saying anything? Did I say something wrong? Suddenly, Marissa glared at him, sparks flying from her eyes. I absolutely agree. For the sake of both clans. The brief yet powerful statement made Christian shudder, thinking, what on earth is going on? Did I do something wrong? The two of them then entered the Duke's chamber. Marissa spoke respectfully. Lord Patriarch, I have brought Christian of the Baron clan. The man in the room brooded in silence, then turned around, his deep voice echoing. Good work, Marissa. That was Duke Huam, the sovereign of the Venom clan. He looked at her, a hint of sadness in his eyes. By the way, what's with the patriarch talk? Didn't I tell you to call me father? Marissa blushed, replying softly. We are in front of a guest. Please compose yourself. The Duke burst into laughter. Ha, I know, I went a bit overboard. Instead, have dinner with me, all right? I prepared that venison dish you like. Marissa let out a soft sigh and nodded. Yes, father. Then she bowed, asking for permission to excuse herself. Christian watched her go, silently marveling. Who knew Duke Huam was such a doting father? She didn't forget to glance at Christian with a meaningful look before she left. He stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Lord Duke. Huam cut straight to the chase, his voice soft yet razor-sharp. I heard you've matured a bit, but remembering what you did to my daughter, I still want to tear you limb from limb. Christian flinched, his heart pounding. But the Duke continued. If it weren't for you, something bad would have happened to Marissa. I'll let the past go. Christian let out a breath of relief, quickly changing the subject. What did you call me here for, sir? Huam stared at him with sharp eyes. What's your relationship with the Divine Doctor clan? The Stone records testimony stating you bought the medicine from the auction house. But I checked, and there are no medicinal ingredients from them. Explain yourself. Christian swallowed hard, then flashed a confident smile. Actually, I made it all myself. I'm just a genius after all. The Duke froze in surprise, then burst out laughing. Haha, since no crime was committed, I can't interrogate you any further. Christian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking safe. But Hoam interrupted. We're not done yet. Here's the main point. Do you want to join the side of the Venom clan? The unexpected offer left Christian stunned. The scene cut to Marquis Langham's mansion. A red-haired woman pushed open the door and walked in with a powerful aura. It was Frisia, the Scarlet Bloodflower and wife of the Marquis. She spoke up in a rushed voice. Lord Marquis, young Master Manhwa's core has shattered. Christian definitely did this. Langham replied calmly. Keep your voice down, Frisia. She stepped closer, her voice full of rage. A thug like him is going to become the young master? Doesn't that disgrace the honor of the Black Demon clan? Are you just going to let this slide? Langham remained silent, offering no response. Frisia lowered her voice, her gaze turning cold as ice. Fine. Esht failed. I will personally deal with that thug myself. And don't forget, the position of first young master must belong to my son, Masak. Langham glanced at her, his voice cold. Do whatever you want. I'm keeping my hands out of this. Cut to the next day, the day of the young master appointment ceremony. He was currently walking down the hallway with Marie. Looking at his outfit, Marie marveled with praise. Well, as expected of a young master. I didn't expect the formal attire to suit you this well. My man truly is built different, oh ho ho. These words ticked him off a bit. Whose man are you talking about? From behind, his father stepped up and called his name, Christian. He turned around and replied, Father, you're here. Looking at his appearance right now, his father praised. You look the part today, Christian. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed. Thank you, sir. Standing beside him, Thurn spoke up with a slight stammer. Big brother, your nobility. Congratulations on becoming the young master. Looking at the young boy, he reminded him, don't just shorten it like that on a whim. Careful, or you'll bite your tongue. Even though he was incredibly annoyed, Thurn still had to grit his teeth and say, Big brother, your majesty. Then, Earl Baron's gaze shifted behind him. Marissa was approaching at that moment. He thought to himself, isn't that Lady Marissa over there? He let out a soft cough. Ahem. Speaking of which, have you apologized to Marissa yet? About calling off the engagement. Recalling her angry face, his voice sounded a bit flustered. Ah, I think I did. He continued, good. Where else could you find a gentle and virtuous girl like Marissa anyway? He tried to get his words out. Great, noble ugh. But before he could finish his sentence, his father covered his mouth. I'll be mindful and give you two some space. So you two should try starting over from scratch. Okay? With that, he grabbed Thurn, turned around, and hurriedly left. The image of his father cheering him on popped into his head, leaving him a bit bewildered. Marissa turned to ask, Lord Viscount, did something happen? I was just about to come over and say hello. Only now did he notice her presence. Oh, I see. He thought to himself, so it's because of this chick. She continued, forget the greeting then. Later is fine too. I came over right now because I have something to tell you. She extended her hand. Congratulations on becoming the young master. From now on, you'll have to handle clan affairs, so I guess we'll be seeing each other quite often. He happily replied back, yeah, looking forward to working with you. She immediately asked back shyly, by the way, about yesterday, what did my father say? He instantly replied, oh, he told me to marry you. Hearing this made Marissa so embarrassed that her face flushed bright red as she gasped. What? He gave a reassuring wink. Don't worry, I turned him down. He won't bring that up ever again. These words made Marissa's face flush deep red all over again. She yelled angrily right in his face. This left him a bit baffled inside. Wait a minute, what did I do wrong this time? Cut to the main hall of the mansion. He strode confidently inside at this moment. Catching sight of his figure, everyone turned their eyes toward him. In a corner, a blond youth scoffed as he evaluated him. Impressive. Look at the playboy becoming the young master. The blue-haired youth beside him chimed in, but he deserves recognition. He pulled off a major achievement this time, after all. Then the two of them suddenly turned their heads and looked in the same direction. Seeing this, Frisia was a bit startled and turned to ask in confusion, "What's going on?" Then she followed the direction they were looking in. Her heart skipped a beat in pure shock. The person arriving this time turned out to be the clan head himself. She felt a surge of anger inside. He never even showed his face when Masak was appointed young master. Witnessing everyone's reaction, Marion affirmed in her mind, "The reaction is exactly as expected." Flashing back to the previous day, her voice had sounded a bit shocked. "You're saying you'll attend the appointment ceremony, sir?" The clan head replied. "Is there anywhere I cannot go?" She then explained, "You know very well how your attendance will be interpreted, sir. If you openly back that child like this, he will become a target for every single young master and lady. Not only that, but Marquis Langham and those high-level demons will target him too." He flashed a supremely confident smile. "He's the kid who said he would become the god of the clan. If he collapses from just that much, it would be pathetic." Back in the present, the moment Marquis Langham saw him, he bowed respectfully. Then he gestured with his hand, "Please, take a seat over here, sir." The moment he sat down, he turned and reminded them, "Don't mind me. Please carry on." Marquis Langham nodded and replied, "Understood." Then he stood up and loudly announced, "Starting now, I declare the opening of the appointment ceremony for young Master Christian Van Berenkazar." He then proceeded to step forward. Once he stood before Marquis Langham, he dropped to one knee, preparing to receive the ritual. Everyone was eagerly waiting for this exact moment. Marissa, along with her father, watched intently as well. After the ritual was completed, Langham raised his hand high and declared, "And with that, I declare Christian has officially become the young master of the Black Demon Clan." Looking at everyone's cheering, he thought to himself, I actually managed to become the young master of the Black Demon Clan. But in return, the era of destruction is drawing even closer. With my current capabilities, I won't be able to do anything. I have to get stronger much faster. If I want to increase my power and stamina, I must quickly become the great clan head. As he thought this, a massive shadow suddenly streaked across the sky right over his head. He looked up in confusion. Where the hell did a dragon suddenly come from? Immediately after, the dragon crashed heavily right into the center of the square, creating a violent shockwave. Seeing this, the crowd shrieked in terror. Is that a demonic dragon? How could it bypass the barrier and get in here? And its target was none other than Christian. Without a single moment of hesitation, it manifested a magic sphere right in front of its mouth, preparing to unleash an attack. Seeing this, countless guards deployed their shields and rushed to the front of Christian, shouting, "It's aiming for the young master. Deploy the defensive array immediately." Staring at the source of power ahead, he was slightly startled. But the guards right now were forced to exert all their strength to hold off an incredibly fierce attack. His father down below cried out in sheer panic. Christian, a succession of other guards began rushing out to protect them. Protect the clan head and the young master. Form the array quickly. The dragon at this moment was still fiercely shattering the magic array. It let out a gruesome, terrifying roar. But right before it showed signs of cracking, a guard shrieked in terror, "We can't hold it off any longer." Standing on the outside watching, the looks in everyone's eyes were filled with extreme anxiety. In stark contrast to their anxious gazes, the clan head still maintained an utterly calm expression. The corner of his mouth curled into an amused smile. The Evil Spirit clan really sent an interesting gift. Everyone was still completely shell-shocked by the sudden appearance of this death dragon. His father looked toward his son with immense worry. Marion was also extremely anxious at this moment, placing her hand on her sword hilt. "Let me handle this." Seeing this, the clan head reminded her, "Just leave it be." This left Marion utterly confused. What? But Lord Patriarch, isn't that a death dragon? With Christian's current strength, it's way too much for him. The Evil Spirit clan must have deployed it specifically to assassinate the boy. Ignoring her words, the clan head slowly stood up, stepped to the front, and commanded, "Everyone step back." It's been a long time since I've had the chance to admire the achievements of the young masters and ladies. Anyone who is an heir to the Black Clan must possess the capability to handle at least one dragon. The moment she received the command, Jupian immediately voiced out, "Understood." Right after, She charged straight toward the dragon. This caused the girl beside her to chuckle in amusement. What a passionate younger brother. How incredibly reckless. The girl Maysak beside her was a bit worried. Why are we suddenly being forced to go dragon hunting anyway? Frisia walked over, placing a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. In any case, that demonic dragon is definitely targeting that reckless brat anyway. Cheer up, it's just a brief fight, Jupian. But right now, Jupian was rushing forward with his full power. He roared at the top of his lungs, splitting swords. Countless swords made of mana materialized around his body. Instantly, they shot straight toward the dragon. But the moment the swords struck the dragon's rock-hard scales, they immediately bounced right off. Its body didn't sustain a single scratch. This left Jupian utterly dumbfounded. The dragon then angrily swung its claws at the guards. Meanwhile, he slowly took off his cloak and stepped down. Looking toward the dragon, he analyzed, that's the imprint of the evil spirit. I've seen it during the Great War before. The secret art of controlling souls from the evil spirit. That's necromancy, he emphasized angrily. But why on earth is it appearing here right now? The reason is just to disrupt my inauguration ceremony. Just as he said this, the dragon coldly swung its claws to deliver another strike. This attack forced both him and Jupian to leap back to dodge it. After that, it took flight into the air once more. The sheer force of the wind forced him to shield himself from the resistance with his arm. He cursed under his breath. Damn it! Just a single flap of its wings creates such a terrifying wind pressure. The dragon's body isn't even that massive. Is it because of that imprint? Even Jupian's sword aura is useless. Seems like ordinary demonic energy can't do anything to it. It's already dead anyway, so even ripping its dragon heart out would be pointless. But I can't just casually use light magic against the evil spirit, which counters undead beings, right here in the open ether. At that moment, another magic sphere began gathering inside its mouth. This caught him slightly off guard. He immediately turned to Jupian and warned, "Get out of the way." From behind, a pair of long, slender legs stepped forward. Yulian spoke up, evaluating them. "Seems like you're still a bit green. I guess I'll lend a hand then." As her words faded, she instantly summoned a magical bow. Then, without a moment of hesitation, she drew her bow, forming an arrow of pure mana. The sheer, overwhelming power sent a jolt of shock right through him. Once she gathered enough power, the arrow instantly shot forward, embedding itself dead center into the dragon's chest. The incredibly powerful strike made the dragon let out agonized cries of pain. Instantly, with just a single shot, it was brought down with absolute ease. Watching the dragon's corpse drop like a stone to the ground, Yulian finally deactivated her mana. He looked toward her, feeling a wave of surprise inside. What the hell was that just now? It's on a completely different level compared to Esht's rank. 5-star? No, maybe even higher than that. I clearly heard she was only at the violet crystal level. Where on earth did this source of power come from? Could this be exactly what she mentioned to me before? On the outside, that entire display left the others utterly astonished. What terrifying demonic energy! They shouted in unison. As expected of Lady Yulian, he analyzed in his mind. The moment she drew her bow, a massive amount of demonic energy condensed instantly. It seems Jupian hasn't realized this yet. Why is she hiding this kind of power? Is it to guard against Esht? Furthermore, how can a dark demon use a pure bow like this? This thing looks exactly like Obsidian's. After wrapping up the troublemaker, she smiled and looked toward him. This inauguration ceremony turned out to be quite noisy. "Congratulations on becoming the young master, Christian," he replied a bit awkwardly at this moment. "Thank you very much." Meanwhile, up above, the crowd was still buzzing with chatter. A demonic dragon actually appeared during the appointment ceremony? Could the other clans have started applying pressure already? The woman beside her lamented. Sigh. How pitiful. Looks like from now on, he'll have no choice but to walk a path of thorns. He's a goner. Right then, Merlin stepped forward from a distance and praised. It also means young Master Christian is just that formidable, because no one from any clan has ever shown achievements to this extent. Therefore I, Merlin, in accordance with my previous promise, she instantly dropped to one knee and bowed, offer my absolute loyalty to young Master Christian. Witnessing this action, the people on the outside were left utterly confused. Is it the mad dog Merlin from the Black Wolf Knights? The person beside him chimed in. Why? The person who has never bowed her head to any young master is actually. He looked down at her, smiling with satisfaction in his heart. I didn't expect her to step forward at the perfect moment like this. He politely mirrored her gesture. Thank you. I owe you a massive favor, she continued. You'll still keep your promise to fight me to your heart content, right? He replied with a smile. It'll be too late to regret those words later on. While the two of them were talking, a youth stepped up from a distance and spoke up. Young Master Christian, would you be willing to accept our support as well? He looked toward the person approaching and wondered, who is that? The person replied, the eldest son of Earl Tyramine's family. Kaysen Tyramine. Seeing this, he was also a bit surprised. Well, that's a surprise. I didn't think you all would grant me your absolute support. Kaysen reiterated. My father said this is a congratulatory gift. Please accept it gladly. Hearing these extremely courteous words, he let out a weary sigh. Classic style of the Earl's house. Done with that, he turned back to the main topic. Additionally, that person wants to ask for a favor. He then dragged his little sibling out to the front. The moment he saw him, he teased, oh, still alive and kicking. Is Cho doing all right? What he meant by that was the dog. This made Alos a bit angry. As if I'd be dead? Seeing this, Kaysen reminded him, Alos, mind your manners. From now on, this is the young master you must serve. Hearing that, Alos turned around and gave a cold, formal salute. Yes, sir. Kaysen continued. But as you already know, this is a sibling who doesn't possess a single drop of sacred dark energy. A bleak future. But if you take him in, Alos will surely learn a lot. May I request this favor from you, sir? These words deeply moved Alos. Tears welled up in his eyes as he stepped up to Kaysen and reproached him. Brother, you can't do this. Meanwhile, he observed the two of them, analyzing in his mind. Wants Alos to rack up achievements by my side? Makes sense. Earl Tyramine's house has absolutely no connections to the young masters and ladies. Establishing a relationship through this personnel move isn't a bad idea at all. Alos did manage to make a bit of a name for himself during the era of destruction anyway. The guy has talent. Since I stripped this connection of all its sacred dark energy, I do feel a little guilty though. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded in agreement. Sure. But in return, his voice turned incredibly terrifying. You must revere me as your master from now on. His words shocked Alos so much that he froze solid. He cried out helplessly, no way. Witnessing this scene, Merlin and Kaysen smiled with quite a bit of satisfaction. Then, from a distance, someone approached and presented him with a gift. Young master, please forgive us for paying our respects just now. This is merely a small token of our appreciation. But we have brought gifts to celebrate your appointment as young master. Immediately after, a succession of gifts was brought forward. Our Earl Aron's house brought some as well. Our Baron Rant's house, too. His father stood on the outside watching, feeling a wave of emotion in his heart. Christian is gradually earning the trust of the dark demons. At this rate, he might actually become the great young master. He then turned and left, leaving behind a torrent of cheers. Long live the young master! Congratulations, young master! Hurrah! Hurrah! Long live the young master! Watching all of this unfold from above caused Maysak to sink into a bit of despair. Seeing this, Frisia stepped up to comfort him. Don't mind it, Maysak. I will clear him out of your sight very soon. By now, the time had shifted to the afternoon. Marion and the clan head walked in silence. Marion wondered, do you really intend to just head back like this, sir? Christian is the young master now. Even if you went over to ask a few questions, no one would blame you, father. He simply waved his hand. No need. Didn't the evil spirit clan already send a grand greeting? That alone is enough for him to get plenty of attention. Marion felt a bit anxious inside and turned to ask in confusion. But Lord Patriarch, it's about Yulian. I've noticed she was out of the ordinary from the start. Or rather, no matter how you look at it, the power of Violet Crystal can unleash. Before she could finish her sentence, the clan head cut her off. I already told you I don't care. No matter who it is, as long as they can bring the Black House to the peak, I couldn't care less about the rules set by those cowards. Yulian, that child has been filled with raw ambition since she was little. If that ambition helps her become the strongest, I will let Yulian become the clan head. If another child surpasses her, then that would be something to celebrate too. Cut to a different location. It looked like a wasteland, withered trees, barren ground, with countless crows perched waiting on the tree branches. Down below at this moment, corpses lay scattered all over the ground. A voice rang out, and here I thought the elites would be a bit different. Turns out they're all the same. Truly pathetic. Another chimed in, should we just slaughter our way straight into the Golden Cross and head back then? Another instantly stopped him. Doing it from there would be too much trouble. At that moment, a soldier looked toward the blue-haired guy with a bit of confusion. What are you doing, young master? The person replied. I heard a rather interesting rumor. He wondered, a rumor, sir? The person explained. Word is an interesting younger sibling appeared in the barren house. A bald guy chimed in. That's right, young master. He's actually someone from a prestigious clan. Haha, those black clan fools are completely brainless. It's still uncertain if a lunatic like him. But before he could even finish his sentence, a massive hole suddenly materialized right through his chest. The moment he realized it, he collapsed dead onto the ground. This sudden action caused the blonde girl to turn and demand, What the hell are you doing, sir? The blue-haired youth asked back nonchalantly, What did I even do? She explained, We're teammates. Why would you suddenly do this? Once again, without letting her finish her sentence, a single slash severed her neck, sending her to the afterlife. This left the remaining two teammates utterly terrified, standing frozen without daring to utter a single word. The guy extended his hand and continued, Well, I guess we're not teammates anymore. After that, his hand twisted in an incredibly eerie manner. Instantly, all the blood inside the bodies of those two just now drained outward like a river, condensing right into his palm. Once he was finished, only two shriveled corpses remained. He lamented, How utterly boring. I'm leaving. Someone wondered, Leaving where? He tossed his mask aside, home. It's been a while since I've been back, so I should probably head back and face things a bit. Returning to Christian, he was currently struggling with Marie. She still wanted to tend to him, but he flatly refused. Hurry up and take it off. Young master. He stopped her in panic. Wait a minute. I told you I can do it myself. In the library, Thurn was writing a letter to his older brother. To my esteemed older brother, your King Emperor Majesty. How have you been lately? A week has passed since you held your young master inauguration ceremony. As for the curse magic training you assigned last time, I managed to achieve a bit of progress. With 1,000 daily repetitions of the basic swordsmanship motions, I haven't slacked off on my physical conditioning either. Thanks to that, I feel much lighter in both body and mind. Next time you drop by the house, please make sure to spar with me. This time, I will definitely defeat. Reading this letter from his younger brother made Christian a bit excited. Sure, I'll help you grow several times faster than in your past life. He thought to himself, so that you can become my trump card against the era of destruction. Seeing his expression, Jupian, who had just finished training and walked out, wondered, What are you looking at with that obnoxious smile? He turned back to look at her, smiling to himself. Have you arrived? My number 2 trump card? He replied, Oh, my little brother just sent over his latest training report. She continued to mock him. Speaking of which, aside from the basic exercises, I've never actually seen you train before. Where are you sneaking off to do your training anyway? He gave a playful wink. I have my own ways. She was curious. How? She huffed, pretending not to care. One glance, and it's obvious there's nothing special about it anyway. Coming from a guy who couldn't even land a single blow on a demonic dragon. Thinking of this, he teased right back. You didn't exactly manage to scratch the demonic dragon either, yet you've got quite a big mouth. Finding herself countered, Jupian's fur stood on end as she gasped. What? He continued. Should I give you a piece of advice? On the verge of tears from anger, she turned her face away. Forget it. It's a complete waste of time bickering with you. Worry about yourself first. Despite that, he still gave her a tip. Try separating your ego from the illusion. Otherwise, the illusion will never be able to move autonomously. These words struck a chord with her. What do you know about illusion magic? He replied, I studied it for about 3 months. Thought I scored a top-tier master, but turned out I got stuck with a total fraud. Hearing this, Jupian's face went blank. She snapped angrily. You really are arrogant. Faced with the sarcasm, he still took it as a compliment, replying, "Geniuses are inherently arrogant after all." Thanks for the compliment, he thought to himself, but regardless, that's knowledge learned from a 9-star archmage, so it will definitely come in handy. Images of the past flashed before her eyes as the mage girl instructed him. "Chris, focus. Focus harder." Then from behind, a mocking voice rang out. "Talking to the branch family vermin again, are we?" Maysak stepped closer, continuing his sarcasm. "Don't lower yourself like that, Jupian. I'm only advising you because I care about you." In response to this, Jupian didn't even care and shot back. "Shut up, your breath stinks." Finding himself shut down, Maysak became furious. "What did you say?" Jupian continued. "Your mouth smells like an open sewer. Keep it shut." Maysak yelled. "Are you seriously defending that guy?" Hearing this, she pointed at Christian and declared sharply, "What kind of nonsense is that? I absolutely despise this guy." Maysak yelled, "Are you seriously defending that guy?" Hearing this, she pointed at Christian and declared sharply, "What kind of nonsense is that? I absolutely despise this guy. But your bad breath is even more disgusting. So get lost." Continuous mockery made Maysak furious, his face turning dark. He thought to himself, "Lousy, arrogant brat. If she weren't a meritorious member of the clan, I would have taken her out a long time ago." Christian, who was standing nearby, joined in and covered his nose. "It really does smell like a gutter. Young Master Maysak, you should brush your teeth more thoroughly. That's even more foul and disrespectful than branch family vermin." By this time, Maysak's anger had reached its peak. He screamed, "You bastard! You're literally the weakest piece of trash, yet you dare. You're practically begging for death. With your level, how could you have achieved anything great during the ruins exploration? You just used that clever tongue of yours to make it all up, didn't you? Isn't that right?" Looking at his expression at that moment, Christian evaluated internally. High-level destructive demonic energy. It's definitely an influence from Preshia, a direct descendant of the destructive demonic house. But it's only at the low-grade amethyst level. He's simply no match for me. Thinking this, he spoke up. "Why doubt the achievements of a genius like me? If you question my ability that much, how about we use a clash of demonic energy to see who comes out on top?" At this proposal, Maysak didn't hesitate for a second, reaching his hand out and replying, "Fine. I'll unmask your true colors right here and now." Having achieved the desired result, Christian rejoiced internally. Hook, line, and sinker. Just as the two were about to clash, a voice instantly boomed out. "Stop this right now." Frisia appeared out of nowhere, walking toward the two of them in a rage. Christian clicked his tongue and cursed internally. Damn it. Meanwhile, Maysak was also taken aback by her sudden appearance. "Mother," she reminded Maysak, "I told you not to release your demonic energy so carelessly. If you really want to fight, set an official date." Realizing his mistake, he bowed his head and muttered, "I'm sorry, Mother." Then Frisia turned to Christian and made an offer. "Young Master Christian, I have something to say. Come to my office right now." This unexpected invitation startled him slightly, but he rejoiced internally. Ho ho, an even bigger fish has bitten the bait. A short while later, the scene shifted to Frisia's office. The two were now sitting across from each other, enjoying tea and pastries. Some additional background on Frisia. She was the daughter of the head of the destructive demonic house and the matriarch in charge of the internal affairs of the black demonic house. Coming from the destructive demonic house, one of the top 5 prestigious families among the 12 famous demonic houses, she wielded immense power, second only to Lang. Maysak happened to be her only biological son. With the top-ranked Ashid having lost his strength, she would undoubtedly do whatever it took to make Maysak the successor. And naturally, the first sacrificial lamb would be me. After taking a sip of her tea, she got straight to the main point. "It's a bit late, but congratulations on becoming the young master. But I never expected you to grow into such an outstanding young man." In response to these loaded compliments, Christian cheerfully replied, "You flatter me. Thank you for the high praise." She continued, "However, it's hard for me to turn a blind eye to the two of you shouting at each other. Even if you're cousins, you still share the same bloodline. I hope that as the younger brother, you will live in harmony with Maysak." Hearing this, Christian understood her underlying message and thought to himself, She basically wants me to obediently tuck my tail and live under Maysak's thumb. With that thought, he let out a sigh and replied, "Why should I respect such an incompetent, useless loser as an older brother?" His words sparked a flash of anger in Frisia. "What did you say?" Christian continued to taunt her. "You should make Maysak get down on his knees and respect me as his older brother right now. That's the only way he'll keep his life when I become the family head." At this point, the anger inside Frisia finally reached its absolute boiling point. She instantly unleashed a massive amount of demonic energy, causing the surrounding space to vibrate violently and shattering rows of glass windows. Under this horrific pressure, Christian sustained a fair amount of damage. Demonic energy, truly terrifying. Right now, if she wanted to, the old hag could kill me at any second. But she wouldn't dare, because I've already become the young master. Killing me would mean inflicting a heavy loss on the forces of the Black Demonic House. And that could trigger a full-blown conflict between the destructive Demonic House and the Black Demonic House. She quickly regained her composure and said, "Now that I think about it, Maysak seems very eager to have a sparring match with you. As the young master, surely you wouldn't decline this invitation, right?" Wiping away the streaks of blood on himself, Christian smiled and replied, "Of course." She then withdrew her demonic energy. "Very well. I'll have the butler inform you of the specific date and time later. Oh, and by the way, I will also send a few professors to instruct you. It wouldn't be fair at all if you, having just become a young master without any proper guidance, got defeated by Maysak right away, now, would it?" Christian smiled and looked her dead in the eye, replying, "Thank you. I'll take my leave then." With that, he turned and left her office. Walking down the hallway, he let out a long sigh and thought to himself, "Exactly as I predicted. My peaceful luxury life as a young master ends right here." And sure enough, right after that day, Frisia's string of dirty schemes officially began. Scene cuts to the next day. He was currently in a dusty, old room that hadn't been used in ages. Cobwebs hung everywhere, and the smell of mold permeated the air. The butler's voice rang out. "From now on, this will be the young master's residence." He bowed his head, sincerely apologizing. With the order handed down like that, so he wore an amused expression, thinking to himself, "This is actually better. My nephew needs a discreet hiding place away from everyone's attention, and this godforsaken place is perfect." Then he turned to Marie next to him and ordered, "Marie, clean up." She happily obeyed the command. Then she waved her hand, summoning the ghosts behind her. "Come on out." Following the command, those ghosts appeared and lined up. "Did you call for us?" Seeing these phantoms, the butler panicked. Phantoms? He was also a bit surprised. Unlike Marie, he asked, "Are they low level?" She ordered from his side, "Since this is the sweet home of the young master and me, clean it thoroughly until not a speck of dust remains." The phantoms immediately bowed. "As you command." "As you command." They immediately began the cleaning work. They split up, some mopping the floor, others sweeping up the trash. The cleaning took only a moment, making the room look much brighter. The butler was incredibly shocked. In just the blink of an eye, he too couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. When will I finally get human servants? The Dark Magic family is the clan of the Dark Magic Swordsman. Therefore, the young master is eligible to learn all skills related to demonic energy. However, his first day turned out to be incredibly boring. The swordsmanship instructor taught with an anxious tone. "That's right, young master. Just keep doing that. Slowly turn your neck to the left. Perfect. You really are a genius." He wore a bored expression. What kind of swordsmanship style is this anyway? This is so boring. Scene cuts to the second day of classes. Today was a theory lesson. The professor explained, understanding the general principle of the compulsion curse to destroy the opponent's mind. What is it anyway? The en masse creates a balance for the actual physical body. Let's try researching how to destroy something like that. Scene cuts to the third day of classes. Today was a magic lesson with a dwarf. He hesitantly introduced himself. "I am Sebastian, the one in charge of teaching illusion magic to the young master." He recalled Frisia's words from before. "You absolutely must not help Christian achieve any accomplishments." He asked hesitantly, "But that is clearly the young master's right." She immediately interrupted him. To repay your kindness for raising Maysak, our only young master, our family didn't hesitate to support you. I assume you understand what I'm saying, right? Displeased but with no choice, he nodded in agreement. I will do as you say. A few hours of the class passed by. Sebastian's voice sounded a bit awkward. Let's end it here for today. He politely replied. Thank you for your valuable guidance. He tried to explain. I don't know if I'm even qualified to receive that gratitude from you, young master. You know, I only talked about nonsense. He smiled to ease the tension. I understand the assistant butler's difficult position. I should be the one to apologize for dragging you into this childish fight. Even so, you still did your best. Although the explanation was cut short, you showed me the true essence. This made Sebastian wonder the true essence. He immediately put it into practice, like this. A magic orb appeared on his fingertip. Immediately after, it transformed into a tiny spirit flying around Sebastian's body. He gasped, this is insane. Manifesting a fairy is an illusion magic that takes at least 6 months to learn. He just saw it demonstrated once and duplicated it instantly. His face was filled with emotion. Madam was wrong before. Young Master Maysak can absolutely never be a match for young Master Christian. Then he continued, even though I'm praising you, I can't teach you anything more. I'm truly sorry. He also understood his situation. It's really fine for now. Then Sebastian showed off his skills, creating countless small, golden butterflies flying into the air, making him thrilled. 5-star illusion magic? He felt a bit embarrassed. It seems I couldn't control my output properly today. Anyway, good job today. I still haven't taught you anything worthy. He smiled back. Thank you for your valuable guidance. Scene cuts to the family head's mansion. Right now, he was sitting cross-legged, looking bored and arrogant. How many days has it been? Since becoming the young master, he hasn't come to see me even once. Marion explained from aside. Isn't he about to face Maysak? He said he would win without the family head's help. Let's be patient and wait a bit longer. Dion pouted. Someone like him thinks he can win against Maysak without my help? That brat has only reached 3 stars. As soon as he finished speaking, Simon appeared before him. Surprise. Family head. That kid who just reached 3 stars just sent a gift. He said he made it himself for you, as your nephew. So you absolutely have to try it. Dion happily enjoyed the candies, still complaining. So young. Yet instead of focusing on training, he's thinking of ways to flatter others. I need to teach him a lesson. As soon as the candy dissolved in his mouth, the space around Dion instantly shifted. He also realized this is illusion magic. Right now, he was standing lost amidst a rushing crowd. They screamed loudly, destroy Dion. Dion must die to overthrow the dark magic family. Looking at the man in front of him, he muttered to himself, is that me when I was young? The young Dion was full of energy. He easily wiped out the crowd of soldiers rushing to attack him. The allies rejoiced. It's a victory for our dark magic family. Then the scene shifted back to the mansion. The others in the family were also extremely thrilled when they received the good news. Long live family head Dion. Long live the dark magic family. A call of master pulled Dion back to the present world. Marion asked worriedly, I'm sorry, I didn't know you hated this kind of pastry so much. I will tear it to pieces right away and teach the maker a lesson. Contrary to her thoughts, the family head replied, I really like it. This took both of them completely by surprise. Is that true? Dion gently stroked his chin, looking amused. This kid is really bold. For the prosperity of the dark magic family, he could understand my thoughts and weave them into that illusory realm. Furthermore, this aura, it must be the blood-circulating pill of a legendary doctor, a spiritual medicine capable of extending one's lifespan. How did he find the ingredients when even Simon was completely helpless? Then Simon presented another letter. Sir, here is another item the young master sent over. Inside the letter, it read, if this gift displeased you, I sincerely apologize. I hope you can overlook the clumsiness of someone so inexperienced. I'm doing my best not to fail the family head's trust. On the day of the rematch with Maysak, I will definitely make you proud. Reading this, Dion laughed out loud, leaving Marion and Simon utterly confused about what was happening. His voice was full of excitement. You said this was a gift Christian sent as a nephew, right? Simon confirmed. Yes, sir, that is correct. He was thoroughly amused. In that case, I also need to give a proper return gift befitting my status as a grandfather. The match between Christian and Maysak, I will definitely be there. As a grandfather, I should personally verify how much my grandkids have grown. Right after, this news reached Frisia's ears, making her jump. What? The old family head plans to attend the competition. The servant replied, Yes, Madam Frisia. He said he wants to see the results of his 2 grandsons with his own eyes. She was extremely worried now, biting her lip and thinking to herself, I have no idea why that old man suddenly did something he hasn't touched his entire life. This also caused other dukes to gossip. What a rare event. Even our spirit magic family has started keeping an eye on it. The blue-haired duke next to him added, I didn't expect the old family head to care to this extent. Frisia's eyes were filled with rage. That damn old man. First there's the Count blocking the way, and now Maysak too. No matter. Consider this an opportunity to crush him right in front of that old man's face. To show him that his eye for talent isn't worth a dime. When that time comes, I will personally tear Christian into 100 pieces. Scene cuts to Christian's room. The setting had now shifted to the afternoon. After a completely ridiculous swordsmanship class that left him frustrated, he placed his sword on the table. He let out a long sigh. Tisk, these useless classes are starting to make me sick. I don't have spare time to waste like this. Why on earth did the spirit magic family act like that anyway? The fact that they sent the 4 dragons to the inauguration ceremony was a warning. It proves that the leaders causing the chaos have started to notice my existence. However, at this moment, closing the absolute power gap with them is impossible. For now, he needed a weapon strong enough to protect himself until he truly grew powerful. It seems he could only count on the true dark sword. With his current ability, just maintaining it for a single minute drained all of his mental energy. Even during high-intensity combat, a minute would probably be a luxury. I need to reach the level of effortless control like Nordion back then. How should I do that? While he was still deep in thought, Simon suddenly appeared right in front of him out of nowhere. My dear young master, I heard you're being cornered and tormented in every possible way. Is that true? He started mocking. There's less than a month left until the exam. Is it really okay to train by yourself? Seeing him suddenly appear and say these things made him a bit creeped out. Why is this guy getting weirder by the day? Is this really the mentor of the Blood Radiance, Captain? He cut him off. Did you come here just to tease me? Simon laughed and replied, How could I dare? I came to convey that the family head is very pleased with the young master's gift. Then he asked a question. You won't disappoint the family head, right? He also smiled with absolute confidence. Of course not. Simon then made a suggestion. It seems those self-proclaimed teachers are just a bunch of lazy bums. On this occasion, do you want to learn about the true blood breed? I guarantee I'll teach you extremely systematically. If so, but he immediately refused. No need. Simon felt a bit regretful. What a waste. I could have helped you become the strongest blood demon. Then he suddenly caught a strange scent of blood in the room, making Simon's face light up with amusement. Perhaps a guest will come looking for the young master before long. After that, he turned and bowed. I've disturbed you enough. I shall take my leave. I hope that in the upcoming battle, you'll provide me with some wonderful entertainment. Looking at his retreating figure, he sighed in annoyance. What is that? Always talking in riddles. As soon as Simon left, Marie entered the room. She exclaimed, Young master, the investigation regarding Grand Princess Urian that you requested has been completed. He asked back, Did you find anything? She presented a few sheets of paper before him and explained, There are absolutely no special clues. The princess was originally the youngest daughter of the Marquis, born to his first wife. She has lived in luxury since childhood. According to the information obtained, she has never encountered any major incidents. This took him a bit by surprise. That makes no sense. A power far exceeding the star rank, plus that bizarre aura. That's definitely the ability of someone who made a pact with the devil. Yet there's no specific reason to sign a deal with a demon? No, there must be some hidden issue that her family knows nothing about. Marie continued, Come to think of it, there's a rather strange detail. They say her personality suddenly changed completely. He wondered, her personality changed? Marie explained. Previously, she was notorious for being arrogant and cruel. But apparently 5 years ago, after surviving a near-death illness, she turned into a completely different person, becoming gentle and kind-hearted just like she is now. This gave him even more food for thought. Just how sick do you have to be to completely alter a person's nature like that? It really is highly suspicious. We need to keep monitoring her closely. He began checking the information sheets and then posed a question. But Marie, where did you get this confidential news? Even my aunt doesn't know it clearly. Marie smiled delightfully. I interrogated the spirits lingering around the main house. He was a bit puzzled. Are you that close with the ghosts of the main house? She gave a sheepish laugh. It's not exactly that we're close. It's just that they kept blabbering endlessly about you, young master, so I just threatened them a little bit. Her capability also made him apprehensive. You can even force them to speak clearly? Marie continued. Ever since then, every single one of them has been completely submissive to me. Ho ho ho, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, if all spirits are kneeling under Marie's command, hasn't she basically become a banshee queen? And an exclusive one for the dark magic family at that. Usually, the deeper the resentment, the greater their power. Then just what on earth did Marie have to endure? Seeing him spacing out, she asked curiously, What are you deep in thought about, young master? At this, he snapped out of it. Ho, it's nothing. Thank you for this information. You've worked hard. These words made her incredibly thrilled. For my master, I am willing to do anything. And just like that, a month passed. The day of the match with Maysak finally arrived. Looking up at the stands above, he thought to himself, the former family head's presence caused quite a stir. Fortunately, the former family head understood my intention. To determine superiority among the princes, many observers are needed. Maysak pointed at his face right then and shouted loudly, Brace yourself. Today you will prove to the former family head that you are the worst prince. He didn't get angry at all, but immediately mocked him instead. Shut up, mama's boy. Don't go denying later that you asked your mother to help with those tricks. This made Maysak furious, gritting his teeth tightly. Every sparring match in the dark magic family is a battle to the death. I will let you carry your severed head back home. He immediately burst with power, casting dark destruction magic. The terrifying explosive pressure forced him to shield his face with his hand, resisting the violent gusts of wind rushing at him. Maysak began charging his energy, condensing a frightening attack in his hands. I will kill you. In just an instant, the attack was deployed and rushed straight toward him. He remained calm, immediately reaching out his hand to summon his weapon. He used the true dark sword with extreme skill, easily slashing through the incoming attacks. A magic orb struck him, causing him to sense something. It's similar to the Alliance's elemental magic. The difference is that it contains a curse law. They shot straight into his body and wrapped tightly around his entire form. His body right now was being scorched by hellfire, causing him to cry out in pain. Maysak continued summoning his weapon. I will make you regret ever being alive. Maysak continued summoning his weapon. I will make you regret ever being alive. He himself could only cry out helplessly in pain, sinking into the sea of fire. Witnessing that, Maysak was thoroughly amused. Ha ha, foolhardy brat, it's over. While he was celebrating, he suddenly appeared from behind, whispering into his ear, Are you having fun? Hearing the familiar voice, Maysak turned around in shock. The exact moment he turned around, a massive fist appeared in front of his face. Christian didn't hold back at all, immediately driving a powerful punch straight into Maysak's face, making him cry out in pain. He mocked, Idiot. You're already a 4-star, yet you still got fooled by an illusion magic I just learned yesterday. Giving him no chance to resist, he immediately rushed forward, throwing a barrage of punches into Maysak's body. Maysak's weakness was that his entire capability was focused on dark destruction magic, influenced by his mother. He ignored learning other areas. For a dark mage, securing a safe incantation area is just as important as firepower. In other words, they must be thoroughly prepared for close-quarters attacks. But would those easily manipulated, sycophantic professors ever teach him that? He delivered a decisive kick, knocking Maysak flat onto the ground. Then he waved his hand mockingly. Hey, seeing you like this, your mom's probably going to cry. Aren't you going to try harder? lying defeated on the ground. Rage entirely consumed Maysak. "I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you." He immediately took an item out of his pocket. It was a magic tool. The referee outside immediately warned, "Using a magic tool during the match violates the Duke's rules." He backed away at this point, widening the distance. As expected, he had a backup plan prepared. Holding the magic tool in his hand, Maysak's mouth mumbled, "Soul Destruction Melody." Marion up above was extremely anxious. That's 5-star dark destruction magic. While the family head beside her was highly thrilled by this situation. Mizok screamed frantically, "Godi!" A massive tornado appeared behind him, making him a bit perplexed. The ability to control destructive mana. The will to pierce through the surrounding darkness. That will is precisely about transcending physical limits. He extended his hand forward, summoning the true dark sword once more. He gripped the weapon tightly, raising it high, then prepared to bring it down. Immediately after, a devastating strike slammed straight onto the floor, shattering the ground into pieces. And just like that, the match day ended in resounding applause. At this moment, 2 massive fire tornadoes had appeared on his side. That sight left everyone absolutely terrified. In the stands, Marion was equally shocked. She immediately extended her hand forward, summoning magic to protect herself. Who would have thought the Dark Sword could actually condense 5-star destructive demonic chi? Could it be Dark Aura? Seeing his attack neutralized made Maysak's entire body tremble with fear. "You! How could you?" Still gripping the weapon in his hand, he mocked, "You really are foolish." Right after that, he rushed forward to attack, launching Maysak into the air. Maysak was now almost entirely incapable of resisting because he was exhausted. Although he was defeated, deep down Maysak couldn't help but secretly acknowledge Christian as a genius. Looking at Maysak lying motionless on the ground, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. Then Nordion stood up. "There's nothing left to see. Let's go back." Marion added, "Yes, family head." He turned to advise. The Countess should focus more on educating Maysak. With that level, it might actually be better for his future to follow the path of overbearing destruction. Then he turned to call Christian's name. He also turned around and replied, "Yes, family head." Nordion smiled and praised. "It seems my trouble coming here personally was well worth it." Being praised made Christian incredibly excited. "From now on, I will continue to work hard to present results that will satisfy you, family head." Then, with a beaming face, he left the arena. He clenched his fist in pure excitement. "Even if it's only temporary, I successfully condensed Dark Aura." Dark Aura not only enhances the power of the Dark Sword to the 5-star realm, but is also an ability that can release demonic energy to suppress a target at will, regardless of distance. If this keeps up, I can masterfully use Dark Aura and the true Dark Sword. A voice from behind suddenly rang out, interrupting his train of thought. "Are you Christian?" A person sitting on a tree branch opposite him smiled. "Well, nice to meet you. I really wanted to meet you." At this moment, he could only glance over, his entire body completely unable to move under the overwhelming pressure. The young man introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Sarad, your eldest brother." This caused a feeling of ultimate dread to suddenly surge deep within his soul. He recalled the words of a beast man from before. The dark magic family once had a crazy young master known as a lunatic. He ran away from home and went missing long before the Great War broke out. Sarah jumped down to the ground and stood in front of him, making him wonder, why is that guy here? Seeing his body frozen, Sarah looked a bit confused. "Why did you suddenly freeze up? Today is our first time meeting, isn't it?" He suddenly recalled a scene from the past. His face covered in blood. He spoke, "I think your name is Christy, right? What a pity. If you had been properly taught magic or swordsmanship, it would definitely be much more interesting than that Evan guy. If that were the case, I could have enjoyed the pleasure of severing your limbs for a bit longer." Remembering this made his entire body freeze. From the moment he encountered this guy, every nerve in his body had been screaming, "I have to kill him. I absolutely must kill him." if I don't want a repeat of the tragedy from back then. Murderous intent poured out from his body. Across from him, the corner of Sarad's lips curled into a slight smile. Then he stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder as if to comfort him. That's pretty harsh. I'm your brother after all. Isn't baring your fangs like that a bit much? He sneered, tossing out a threat. If you keep talking like that, I'll have no choice but to kill you. The direct threat caused his eyes to flicker slightly. His hand clenched into a tight fist, radiating a thick aura of murderous intent. Seeing that his younger brother's murderous intent hadn't changed at all, Sarah evaluated. The rumors outside really had me looking forward to this. I didn't expect there to be nothing worth seeing. Completely below expectations. This made him furious, his whole body trembling violently. Below expectations? That's only because you're blind. The world would be a better place if scum like you just dropped dead. Just you wait. I will definitely take your head. These words instantly changed the look in Sarad's eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched up into a somewhat amused smile. Then he crossed his arms and laughed out loud. All right, I take back what I just said. But that little trick still isn't enough to catch my attention. Why don't you try a little harder? He pointed a finger straight at his forehead. But you'd better hurry up. I don't have a lot of patience. A drop of blood shot out from his finger, flying straight into his forehead. Having said his piece, he vanished into thin air. Everything happened so suddenly that he stood frozen for a few seconds. Then he clenched his fist, punched the wall beside him, and cursed under his breath. Damn it, the enemy of my comrades is right in front of me. Yet I couldn't even move a single finger. But seeing that he hasn't radiated that horrifying evil aura yet, he probably hasn't made a contract with the devil. So there's still a chance. Within a year, I will definitely kill that guy. Once he completes the contract with the devil and receives the protection of a true demon, we will completely lose control of the situation. I need treasures to increase my own strength, like the relic that Masak used to hold. While he was thinking, the butler stepped up from behind and reported, "Young master, the Marchioness needs to see you urgent." A bit surprised by the invitation, he replied, "Lead the way." A bit surprised by the invitation, he replied, "Lead the way." On the surface, she looked completely calm, but he could see her arm trembling. It seemed she was using every ounce of her willpower to suppress her instinct to kill him. After trying to compose herself, she set down her teacup and started the conversation. "Do you understand the true nature of the meeting between the young masters?" He replied, "I know it very well. Isn't it an occasion for the new successors to get to know each other and build relationships? It's a gathering of young talents from the 3 major clans in the Southern Magic Kingdom. However, while it's nominally a social gathering, in reality, it's an arena to compete for supremacy." She continued, "This year, the Black Magic Clan is responsible for choosing the location. They've decided to hold it on the 7th floor of the Underground Garden. Keep that in mind." The name of the location surprised him a bit. The Underground Garden? Then he asked a question. "Can you provide a list of the people who will be attending?" She replied, "It includes you, Urian, and Lady Marissa from the Poison Magic Clan. In addition, young Master Kashmir of the Destruction Magic Clan will also be participating." Thinking of this name gave him a jolt. The Rebel Kashmir? The one who will later join the ranks of the 7-Star Demons. A key leader of the resistance against the Blood Demon Prince. I remember he was abandoned by his clan when he was young. Could this gathering be the turning point that leads to his banishment? Furthermore, looking at this list, they were all members who had no standing in their clans. Why would they choose the perilous Underground Garden to host a meeting like this? Clearly, this was a setup designed to assassinate him. After thinking it over, he replied, "I understand. I'll make the preparations." His lack of objection surprised Frisia a bit. "You accept this so easily? Or has he sniffed out that secret?" She waved her hand to dismiss the thought. "At least you know how to be practical. All right, you may leave." He suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Ah, one more thing. The previous battle with Masak drained too much of my mental and physical energy. So before I head out, grant me some fun so I can relax and have some fun in the city." Even though she was so furious that her whole body trembled, she still had to accept his request. Cut to the next day. As soon as he arrived at the shop, Rudolph handed him a letter. "Greetings, Lord Rhea. Have you been well lately? We have prepared a gift that you will surely be pleased with. We look forward to welcoming you for a visit today." He stepped inside, thinking to himself, perfect timing. To survive in the underground garden, thorough preparation is a must. Furthermore, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because a highly powerful relic is hidden there. Furthermore, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because a highly powerful relic is hidden there. As soon as he walked in, he took off his hood and greeted them warmly. Long time no see. What is your purpose in calling me here? The one who replied wasn't Rubid, but a very familiar girl, Idrin herself. She turned to him inquisitively. Did you receive an invitation too? He was also surprised by her appearance. Why are you here? She replied. This has always been a shop I frequent. There's no reason I shouldn't be allowed to come. From behind, Rubid stepped forward and whispered, You're here, Ria? Oh, no. I should call you young Master Christian. He turned back mockingly. Is this guy the gift you were talking about? This made Rubid a bit angry. Since we only prioritize serving a single client, we needed to make some rearrangements. As he began to explain, he waved his hand. It works out perfectly anyway. I have something to discuss with both of you. Sit down, let's talk details. This surprised Rubid. What? He plunked himself down in a chair and replied, What are you doing? I told you to sit down. Idrin was also puzzled by his strange behavior. You mean we should talk right here? He smiled. Don't worry. This person is just as trustworthy as you are. He thought to himself. In other words, neither of you can be fully trusted. Then he pointed at Idrin. First, let's talk about you. During the recent ceremony, I received quite a heavy gift. She looked a bit flustered now, clearing her throat. First of all, congratulations on officially becoming the young master. The Purple Dragon. I really hadn't anticipated that option. I didn't expect the Necromancy clan to move so quickly. This name also surprised Rubid. The Purple Dragon? She continued to explain. You've probably noticed that the situation at the Purple King's castle is taking a very bad turn. Disappearances among the citizens are still happening constantly. Many clans have started to implement isolationist policies, cutting off communications. It seems they are plotting some underhanded scheme. Rubid immediately mimicked her words. Forgive my bluntness, but how is Lord Ria so well informed about the situation at the Purple King's castle? It's as if you just left that place. Idrin calmly explained. It's just that my family happens to have an old grievance with the Purple King's castle. Somewhat skeptical, Rubid still nodded. So that's how it is, coupled with the fact that they are isolating themselves to such an extreme degree. It's highly likely, just as the young master assessed, that they are actively preparing for a conflict with the Alliance. She continued, Lately, some rather unpleasant news has been coming from the Alliance's buffer zone. I hope it's just me being paranoid. Rubid wondered, Are there more disruptions there? She explained, Control at the checkpoints leading to the Alliance is being tightened severely. According to the news received, a few major routes have even been completely blocked. This proves that the judgment from the Holy Empire has begun to have real effects. Quite frankly, I don't have any connections within the Alliance to look into it deeply. Rubid immediately interrupted. Leave that to me. Idrin wondered. To you? Rubid explained. Only merchants like us can travel freely through those buffer zones. I guarantee I will find out exactly who is behind the blockade and the precise moment it started. This thoroughly amused him. Not bad. Very reliable. Then I'll leave that matter to you. And there's one more issue I want to ask of this place. Edited. He was startled. Another favor? What are you trying to squeeze out of me this time? He quickly denied it. No, I intend to pay a fair compensation. Rubid was surprised. Really? Or are you going to make promises and then stiff me like usual? He asserted, Definitely, I'll pay right away. As he spoke, he pointed straight at Idrin, wanting to shift the responsibility onto her. This made Rubid angry. You didn't even ask for her opinion. You're just making decisions on your own like that? What a crook. Are you trying to walk me into another trap? But on this side, Idrin didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. All right, I'll cover the cost. This got him excited, raising a finger. Haha. Rubid was also startled by her action. You said you would pay? She replied. Although I don't know what it is yet, if it's your calculation, it will definitely be worth investing in. Rubid told himself. How can anyone trust the words of this rowdy young master? Rubid told himself. How can anyone trust the words of this rowdy young master? I have plans to visit the underground garden soon. also known as the Treasure Garden. That means countless sacred beasts and artifacts are hidden in that place. But since it's territory under the jurisdiction of the Destruction Magic Clan, for outsiders, that place is a distant dream out of reach. However, if I can take them out anonymously, things will go in a different direction. Hearing the name of this location made Rubid immediately change his attitude and reconsider. In that case, our caravan seems to be able to invest capital in you as well. It's all for the sake of pacifying the Magic Empire. Seeing herself get upstaged made Idrin angry. I said I would pay. Rubid waved his hand. It's really not necessary. He chimed in, it's best if you accept it. What I want to ask for is, he leaned close to Rubid's ear and whispered, Lenin's scissors. Hearing the name of this item made Rubid's entire body freeze. Lenin's scissors from that renowned archmage. It was a top masterpiece among the magical tools created by humanity, its power not a single bit inferior to spiritual divine artifacts. Rubid held his head in despair. Now you want me to find an item worth over 10 million Lupe? He cut him off. Why would you need to look for it? You're the one owning it right now. Hearing this, Rubid was startled. How could you possibly know about that? He thought to himself, you bragged about it to me in my past life. He spoke up, just borrowing it for a bit. After all, nobody's buying it anyway, right? In return, I'll bring you a truly valuable treasure. Seeing his close friend get conned again made Rubid speechlessly furious, his whole body trembling violently. Seeing his close friend get conned again made Rubid speechlessly furious, his whole body trembling violently. Afterward, he returned to the mansion and began his training process. So after everything, I've finally broken through to the 5-star rank. During this time, he could summon the Black Sword with absolute ease. Based on the experience gained from the confrontation with Maysak, I've further refined my illusion techniques and control over demonic energy. Thanks to quickly grasping the laws of black aura energy, I perfected a thinner external aura layer that is completely compatible with myself. In addition, I also raised the light core to the realm of swordlight. It's a relief to have reached this threshold right before entering the underground garden. Finally, the day to enter the garden arrived. From behind, Simon's voice rang out. Are you all packed and ready, young master? Today, I will be handling the escort duties for the young master. Without a single moment of hesitation, they set off for the underground garden. Looking outside, Jupian was currently running alongside the carriage. He turned and made a suggestion. Can't you just get in the carriage now? This is such a hassle. She shot back. I'm currently building my endurance, so just ignore me. He let out a dejected sigh, thinking to himself, there really are quite a few eccentric people in this magic empire. Then he turned his gaze toward Simon, sitting opposite him, including the guy standing right here. He put on a fake, insincere face again. I really want to serve the young master. I find this opportunity to be an absolute honor. He asked back inquisitively, but why choose me? He put on a cute face. Well, maybe because the young master is a very interesting person. This action gave him goosebumps, filling him with dread inside. The vampire race is inherently extremely brutal. When Simon abandoned the Blood Sword Magic Clan, how many lives within his own clan did he take? On top of that, Simon is a pure-blooded vampire and also the older brother of the blood demon Prince Idrin. Seeing him staring, he asked curiously, It looks like you have something you want to ask me, don't you? Except for the clan's darkest secrets, I'll answer everything, so feel free to ask. Can you tell me about the chief lady-in-waiting of the Blood Sword Magic Clan, Countess Idrin? Hearing this name, Simon smiled with amusement. Oh, you've developed an interest in our Idrin? After all, she is one of the 5 rising stars among the 12 magic households. A rising star isn't merely a promising rookie, but it's a title reserved for those who have shattered the boundaries of age to stand among the ranks of true powerhouses. He replied, Since my goal is to defeat her one day, I need to look into it. After thinking for a few seconds, Simon replied, She is a very pretty and sweet child. These words surprised him a bit. What? Simon continued to explain. Completely contrary to me, she behaves very properly. Such a lovely child that no one would believe she's siblings with a maniac like me. Hearing their conversation from the outside also made Jupian a bit curious. He continued to wonder, The Blood Young Lady is Sweet? There must be some misunderstanding about that title. Hearing their conversation from the outside also made Jupian a bit curious. He continued to wonder, the Blood Young Lady is Sweet? There must be some misunderstanding about that title. He was a bit flustered now, thinking to himself, is that some kind of threat? Simon's voice turned mocking. Come to think of it, you two make quite a matching couple. Even though a difference in race leads to an age gap, your actual lifespans are roughly similar. If you're interested, I can act as a matchmaker for you. This proposal caught him off guard, making him cough nervously out of fear. Stop talking about such nonsense. Simon pouted. I'm being perfectly serious. He stepped to stop him. Cut it out right now. An anxious thought crossed his mind. Both Urian and Idrin are completely outside my calculations. Could Idrin be just like Urian, her personality twisted after making a contract with a devil? Or is she hiding her terrifying true nature? In the end, was Simon's death really such shocking news? He mocked himself internally. I definitely missed some crucial detail. While he was deep in thought, Jupian suddenly poked her head in from outside and asked inquisitively, what are you muttering about? Her sudden appearance made him jump. He yelled, whoa, don't just startle people out of nowhere like that. She teased, what a chicken. Cut to a certain mansion. The scenery here was extremely gloomy. Inside a room, a young man was sitting on a chair beside a sickbed. On the bed, a white-haired woman was breathing with great difficulty. The young man tightly held the hand of the person on the bed and spoke up. Mother, please just hold on for a little while longer. While struggling to maintain his remaining consciousness, a frail and heavily bruised red-haired boy noticed a strange man who had just entered the room. Jolted awake abruptly, the young boy bitterly realized his harsh standing within this noble clan. First, Prince Schwartz coldly questioned his humiliating behavior, while simultaneously ordering him to attend the upcoming prince gathering despite his terrible physical condition. While explaining that the underground garden could only be entered at the exact right moment during the gathering, the prince revealed a sparkling, glowing key. Shock was clear on the young boy's face upon learning that everyone participating would die if the teleportation inside that mysterious location failed. Even so, he still accepted the medicine from the medical saint family. Heavy thoughts weighed on the young man's mind as he considered accepting this perilous challenge in exchange for his dying mother's life. He silently accepted the task. The gloomy room seemed to reflect his own heavy heart. Then the space gradually shifted to the Grand Prince Conference Hall, filled with shimmering lights and the lavish decorations of high society. A black-haired young man entered the gathering, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he remembered the brutal battlefield connected to the underground garden. Memories of powerful warriors and bloody war scenes reminded him of how valuable the artifacts hidden here once were during the conflict years ago. Resolve returned to his eyes as he wondered if he could once again claim that powerful treasure. A blue-haired noble lady suddenly approached to greet him with a playfully sarcastic tone and sharp curiosity. Awkwardness quickly spread after his clumsy reply, creating an embarrassing misunderstanding right in front of the surrounding nobles. While the atmosphere between the two was growing tense, the gathering officially began as more participants entered the Grand Hall. Kashmir Van Bazen formally introduced himself as a prince from the Destruction Magic clan, while calmly observing that unfamiliar black-haired participant. At the same time, the young prince also remembered Kashmir's proud reputation. Surprise washed over the surrounding nobles after Christian politely introduced himself. Behind Kashmir's smile, a hint of anxiety flickered as he humbly praised the Holy Kingdom's achievements. Despite his growing fame, Christian skillfully built trust by expressing respect for the efforts of Kashmir, a late-born prince who had to fight with everything he had to gain recognition. This sincere compliment deeply moved Kashmir, because within the nobility, he rarely received genuine admiration from others. Christian calmly explained that dark mages value strength and capability over noble bloodlines or family background. Sorrowful memories suddenly rushed back into his mind, like echoes from the past, the voices mocking him as a lowly outsider that no one in the clan wanted. After hearing Christian's words, Kashmir sincerely thanked him and began to treat the young prince with much warmer respect. Kashmir proposed establishing an alliance, like a brotherhood, to strengthen the southern magic nations through cooperation. Christian listened intently as Kashmir confidently threw down a challenge to prove their covenant. Bewilderment was plain on Kashmir's face after hearing about the strange wager. The first person to reach the 7th floor would become the big brother. A light-hearted atmosphere briefly dispelled the tension as Christian, the younger one, confidently teased the older prince for lacking courage. Resolve quickly returned to Kashmir's features, and he immediately accepted the challenge rather than letting himself look weak. Christian felt secretly satisfied after his successful provocation, which made Kashmir accept the challenge without even realizing he had been manipulated. He confidently volunteered to enter the underground passage first, while the others watched from above. Silence enveloped the hall for a brief moment after his sudden jump. Silence enveloped the hall for a brief moment after his sudden jump. She questioned why Christian wanted to have such a close relationship with her partner when they had only just met. Embarrassment instantly flushed the girl's face red after Jupian bluntly pointed out her strange reactions and flustered expression. Meanwhile, the young prince secretly wondered if her aggressive personality was real or just an act to hide deeper schemes. Wasting no more time, Jupian activated dark magic and plunged into the underground entrance, while the girl, filled with aggrieved anger, rushed in right behind him. Cautiously stepping through the ruined corridor, Christian listened to Kashmir blaming himself for failing to recognize the deadly traps hidden inside the mansion. Kashmir had no idea that Christian had intentionally lured him into danger just to put him in his debt. After dodging another trapdoor, Christian secretly decided that this prince could become an important ally in the future. He frankly admitted that his previous promise was actually just a calculated move to get close to Kashmir. But instead of demanding a favor in return, he unexpectedly offered a genuine friendship, catching the prince completely off guard. Hearing those words, Kashmir was left speechless, because a friendship with someone like Christian was something he had never dared to imagine. Memories of a painful childhood rushed back, reminding him of the nobles who once viewed him as a disposable pawn during the prince gathering. He swore that anyone involved in his suffering would meet a tragic end. Despite deeply appreciating the offer, Kashmir still felt insecure, believing he wasn't qualified to stand on equal footing with Christian. Right then, hurried footsteps and shouting interrupted their conversation as a few nobles rushed straight into the grand hall. Heated arguments instantly broke out among the exhausted nobles after their life-or-death competition against one another. Witnessing the chaotic scene unfold, Christian could only look on in utter confusion as the wounded nobles continued to clash over their ridiculous pride. He pressed them on why they were so badly injured when the previous traps had already been cleared. Instead of answering honestly, the group blamed one another to hide the embarrassing truth. Christian casually mocked their terrible character and thoroughly enjoyed the surrounding chaos. While the nobles were arguing loudly, Jupian playfully grabbed one of them, causing the already exhausted group to tear into each other even harder. Kashmir quietly imagined how interesting life would be if he had normal friends by his side. Hidden beneath his cloak, he clutched the mysterious key tightly, thinking to himself that those trapped on the upper floors were going to die anyway. At the same time, Christian suddenly sensed a strange determination from Kashmir. Memories of his sick younger sister flooded Kashmir's mind, reminding him why he could never disobey the ruthless orders weighing heavily on his shoulders. Without a moment's hesitation, he secretly activated the artifact hidden in his hand, skillfully masking his ulterior motives behind a fleeting smile. A golden light erupted from the ancient key. It instantly caused the massive gears surrounding the mansion to move automatically. Terror gripped the room as the nobles realized the key had activated itself without anyone directly touching the mechanism. Kashmir slowly realized that his brother might have secretly activated this dangerous artifact from outside the secret chamber. A giant magic circle suddenly appeared beneath the noble's feet, engulfing the entire floor in volatile energy. Christian immediately ordered everyone nearby to erect mana barriers before the unstable surge of power exploded. He released dark energy throughout the room, attempting to block the incoming attack. Powerful shock waves slammed into the Grand Hall, throwing several nobles to the floor. The nearby nobles stared at Christian in astonishment while struggling to stay on their feet. Although he had protected the group from the attack, Christian continued to carefully observe the unstable magical current as the danger within the mansion grew increasingly grave. A confident smile remained on Christian's lips, even as the chaotic magic circle suddenly swallowed him whole. A blinding light exploded throughout the secret chamber amidst the screams of the terrified nobles calling his name. The Grand Hall fell dead silent, with only the survivors left standing there in shock. Fear quickly spread as everyone realized Christian might have lost his life after being dragged away by the teleportation magic. Without a moment's hesitation, Christian's teammate grabbed Kashmir by the collar and snapped at him to reveal the truth behind the incident. All suspicions immediately fell on Kashmir, as the mansion and its dangerous mechanisms were all linked to his family. A chilling rage filled the room as Christian's allies repeatedly forced Kashmir to confess before things got any worse. Unable to bear the guilt any longer, Kashmir finally confessed that the Grand Prince Schwartz had ordered him to lead everyone to the 17th floor. Although trembling in fear, he insisted that he himself had never activated that mysterious key. Even after hearing the explanation, the others still forced Kashmir to hand over everything he knew to reach the 17th floor. Dark memories of the underground garden returned as they discussed the terrifying, monstrous creatures there. Surviving on the 17th floor without prior preparation was nearly impossible, even for the most seasoned warriors. The atmosphere became extremely tense when a black-haired noble grabbed another man by the collar, refusing to accept Christian's death without concrete proof. A red-haired noble stepped forward, holding back the black-haired man and loudly questioning the certainty of Christian's death, as well as everyone's subjective speculations about the current situation. Marissa quickly spoke up in support, asserting that Christian was a capable man who absolutely could not have perished so easily, and he was certainly still alive somewhere out there. Although he tried to maintain his composure, Christian's confidence had made him truly question the deep-seated fear in his own heart. Elsewhere, Kashmir quietly reflected on those who had acknowledged him and stood by him throughout the crisis unfolding around them. His thoughts turned to his mother and her wish, hoping Kashmir would become a proud and respectable man in the future. The memory of those words seemed to fuel Kashmir's resolve. He chose to keep fighting, determined not to betray the expectations placed upon him ever again. Meanwhile, the red-haired noble had volunteered to join the search party for Christian Van Bazen, his heart heavy with guilt and the desire to atone for the mistakes caused by his actions. As the group was moving through the hallway, a strange vibration appeared overhead, and a swarm of bats suddenly rushed out from somewhere, flying chaotically throughout the hall. Suddenly, the bats gathered into a dark mass before transforming into a familiar figure, immediately drawing everyone's full attention. That figure revealed himself to be the head butler, who explained that he had returned because he sensed an ominous presence inside the castle. Seizing the opportunity, the group pleaded with him to help search for Christian, but he warned them that the 17th floor was a dangerous place far beyond the safety limit. Even though they were determined not to abandon Christian, the head butler calmly assessed that the risks far outweighed the benefits, forcing everyone present to accept the harsh reality. However, the head butler decided to act alone. He believed that this life would no longer have any meaning if his young master lost his life, and he began preparing a powerful grand magic. A glowing magic circle formed beneath his feet as he activated the teleportation spell. Kashmir and the others also rushed to follow him at any cost, secretly hoping they were not too late. On the way to Christian's location, the head butler couldn't help but fear an even more terrible threat. Encountering the Tarantula Queen on the 17th floor meant certain death. As for Christian, he had activated Kashmir's key and entered the dimensional space alone. He walked through the twisted tunnel while reflecting on how his spatial teleportation ability had been significantly improved thanks to the artifact. This strange dimension acted as a bridge connecting distant locations, allowing him to bypass standard routes and drastically shorten the entire journey. While moving through the brilliant, formless void, Christian recited the laws of space. Entering required breaking the spatial structure, while exiting under harsh conditions required extremely precise coordinate control. Although this method seemed simple in theory, even a small mistake could leave the traveler permanently trapped between unstable dimensions or fractured spatial regions. Christian remained calm despite the danger, focusing intensely on reaching his destination, fully trusting his own knowledge, skills, and experience with spatial teleportation without the slightest bit of fear. He knew well that dimensional space always contained unpredictable variables that even powerful archmages could not fully calculate or anticipate amidst the actual chaos of the dimensions. Many pilgrims had failed simply because they could not determine the exact coordinates between the constantly shifting dimensions, only to be lost forever in the endless spatial warping over time. Fortunately, Christian carried Lenin's scissors with him, an artifact capable of ignoring all hidden variables in dimensional space to carve out a straight, stable, and error-free path. Tightening his grip on the treasure, he prepared to use its power, understanding that this was his greatest advantage against the instability of the dimensions in the battle. Christian's eyes grew sharp as he pinpointed the exact spot in the dimensional flow, aligning his movements perfectly and surely. Timing it perfectly, he swung Lenin's scissors, slicing through space itself as the surrounding energy exploded violently in response to the cut, and a brilliant tear formed, creating a path straight ahead. Christian dashed through without a moment's hesitation, heading straight for his destination without a single doubt. A voice spoke from the deep darkness, asserting that a mortal could actually reach the level of a half-demon, pressing down heavily on his mind. Christian remained indifferent to the pressure, carefully observing and identifying this entity as one of the rulers of the fourth level of Gehenna. Upon close observation, this creature exuded an overwhelming air of superiority, regarding weaker beings as nothing more than insects crawling around. Christian realized this enemy was completely different from any opponent he had ever faced before. It was a true mismatch. Even a sealed fourth-level ruler was far superior to Mefina and easily capable of wiping out an entire nation at a level grounding scale. The demon's aura radiated, forcing nearby creatures to fall to their knees, and Christian understood that facing it head-on at this moment was impossible in his current state, a clear impossibility. Instead of attacking, this ancient entity felt a sense of curiosity after centuries of boredom. Deeply intrigued by the human who had just set foot in its territory, the demon asked for Christian's name, its tone carrying more interest than hostility toward this uninvited intruder. Remarkably, Christian replied with full confidence, even mocking the demon for not recognizing who was standing before it, without a hint of fear or hesitation. Arrogantly revealing his half-demon nature, Christian declared himself the incarnation of the fourth level, leaving the ancient demon completely stunned in utter shock. The ancient demon stared at Christian in silence for a moment before immediately denying his claim. Convinced that no ordinary half-demon could possess such supreme power, it sarcastically dismissed his words as nonsense. However, Christian remained unfazed because he knew the demon's perception had been distorted by the very seal restraining its power. Exploiting that weakness, Christian deliberately invoked a forbidden name, targeting the demon with the name Star Slayer, a title buried in its forgotten past. The demon's expression changed instantly. Its arrogance vanished, replaced by utter terror. It realized Christian knew a secret that should have been impossible to unearth. Christian recalled hearing this title in his previous life, when he and his comrades had set foot in this very place, which allowed him to identify the entity before him. Mentioning this name had awakened the Star Slayer's buried memories, making it boil with fury as it recalled the betrayal that had pushed it into its current pathetic state. Its hatred exploded outward, intensifying the heavy, oppressive atmosphere, making the entire battlefield feel heavier and more suffocating than ever. After recovering from its shock, the Star Slayer dismissed Christian as nothing more than an arrogant fool trying to toy with forces beyond his comprehension. It declared that regardless of his half-demon rank, he was still just a lowly mortal standing before an immeasurably superior, supreme existence. The demon accused Christian of lying and unleashed a sky-high, killing intent aimed directly at him, hoping to crush him completely. Facing the entity sealed within the sacrificial space, Christian was immediately threatened with death by this creature, which mocked his interference. While a massive magical pressure spread throughout the chamber, the ancient entity declared itself to be only a tiny fragment of a much greater existence. Yet, despite being surrounded by that overwhelming aura, Christian remained calm and in control, absolutely refusing to let himself be subdued or flustered. Star Slayer looked at Christian with contempt, saying that even with a half-demon rank, he was still just a lowly mortal and would never know who it was. The monster roared in anger, believing that Christian was deceiving it. Facing Star Slayer's sky-high killing intent, Christian stood his ground even as the monster's shadow loomed over him. He replied coldly that the half-demon title was actually just a disguise to bypass the surveillance of those annoying constellations. While talking, Christian's hand touched the bag containing linen scissors, as he had already planned an escape route if the situation got out of hand. Star Slayer's giant body loomed like a rocky mountain, radiating terrifying pressure. Seeing the monster seem to waver, Christian added a suggestion that piqued its curiosity. "Why don't we make a bet?" Christian calmly offered the high-risk invitation. He stated bluntly that if it won, he would release its seal immediately. Star Slayer was stunned. It couldn't believe a half-demon would dare defy the will of the third realm. It sneered, thinking Christian was joking, as that was impossible. Christian calmly said if it didn't like it, then forget it, as he had nothing to lose anyway. Hearing this, the monster became even more enraged and asked what Christian intended to do for it if it won. Christian gently raised his finger, making a gesture as if aiming a shot. A knowing smile appeared on his lips. "You will have to erase yourself." Star Slayer was stunned by the unreasonable request. In the middle of the vast desert, Christian's silhouette looked tiny but extremely confident. He smiled brightly, saying that it had nothing to lose anyway. A powerful stomp from the monster shook the ground. Christian added that even if it died, it would just be resurrected anyway. He explained that the underground garden was actually just a training ground created by someone. The bosses on each floor, even if defeated, only disappeared temporarily. They would soon be reset like sand in an hourglass, because they were all just copies of the original entities. In other words, the bosses trapped here were enduring a living hell without even knowing their true existence. An endless loop of death and rebirth was taking place underground. Christian recalled his previous life, when he and his comrades had come here and had to kill the same enemy over and over again. Star Slayer roared, claiming what Christian said was just nonsense. And how could a mortal sway it with a silver tongue? Christian sneered, saying that instead of a puny mountain, it could receive something much greater. Looking at the crystal blocks on the monster's back, he asked if it wanted to rot here forever. "You're the great Star Slayer, aren't you?" A powerful psychological blow struck directly at the monster's pride. Finally, Star Slayer accepted the challenge, and Christian let out a slight sigh of relief. Christian told it to guess his true name. If it guessed correctly, it would win. Star Slayer was extremely confident, saying if he were a fourth realm ruler, it must surely know him. In the middle of the desolate space, it began to call out, "Nibirius." Christian replied coldly, "Wrong." Under the withered tree, it continued to guess, "Sabnak." "Wrong." Christian's voice remained calm. "How about Larich?" Star Slayer pressed. Christian snapped his fingers decisively. "Still wrong." It listed a series of names from Spolus to Furcas, and even Baal, but Christian's answer remained, "All of them are wrong." The monster began to panic. As to its knowledge, no new rulers had been appointed. A terrifying silence ensued. Star Slayer fell silent, its sharp teeth clenched tight. It roared, realizing it had been deceived. Christian also began to be on guard. "How dare you mock a demon?" Star Slayer went crazy and attacked. Its 1,000-pound punch landed, sending dust flying everywhere. Christian quickly jumped into the air to dodge. The pressure from the strike forced Christian to brace himself, sweat beading on his forehead. While dodging, he shouted, insisting that he had not deceived it. Star Slayer flew into a rage, its eyes burning red because it was certain it had named every lord in the fourth realm. It roared, asking how much longer Christian intended to keep lying. Christian smirked arrogantly, asking if there might still be one name it hadn't mentioned yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he held out the object in his hand, leaving Star Slayer stunned. The monster seemed to sense something terrible. "Don't tell me." Christian looked at his hand, asking if it realized what it had missed. A desolate desert area was left with only the sound of the wind. Christian said coldly, "Blame your own stupidity, Star Slayer." The badge in Christian's hand suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, outshining the sun. Standing before the giant entity, Christian proclaimed loudly, "My true name is Istaroth." He sarcastically called it a fake and told it to look at its own true nature. Star Slayer screamed in despair. "No way!" And its stone body began to crack and shatter into pieces. The monster still stubbornly screamed in pain, refusing to accept that it was just a soulless copy. Christian's burning red eyes coldly watched the death of the defeated. In an instant, Star Slayer had completely vanished, leaving only dust in the vast desert. Christian had also returned to his normal human form. He looked at the badge in his hand, secretly relieved that everything had gone exactly as calculated. This was the constellation badge he always carried. Without its concealment ability, this plan would have failed miserably. Christian recalled the moment he had silently taken this divine artifact from a previous expedition. Its ability was supreme camouflage and stealth, not merely changing physical appearance. This badge could even simulate the target's soul. However, Christian also understood well that this trick only worked on the copies here. If he had met the original entity, he would have been seen through long ago. A glowing system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you are the first person to conquer the 27th floor." Christian smiled contentedly. Finally, all his efforts had paid off. The system continued to announce that his name and achievements would be recorded forever. The Hall of Fame of the Underground Garden would henceforth carve Christian's name as a new legend. His stats appeared impressively with the title, the Demon Joker, proof of his superior wit. Looking towards the distant horizon, Christian felt his power and status changing significantly. He laughed when he saw that strange title. After all, it sounded quite cool. The system also gave an extra special bonus gift because he was the first to clear the level just by using his tongue. Suddenly, from mid-air, a pitch-black object fell at breakneck speed, startling Christian. A heavy metal box slammed into the sand right next to where he was standing, making him wonder if this was a reward or another assassination attempt by Artifact. Christian curiously opened the box. Inside was an exquisitely shaped ring shining bright. His eyes lit up when he realized it was the vampiric ring, the treasure he had always been looking for. This used to be the most precious item of the 9-star Archmage Ranya, a growth-type artifact that could help the user increase their power by up to 30% over time. Christian put the ring on, feeling a new surge of energy. With this trump card, his journey ahead would certainly be much easier. In the gloomy hall, thousands of pitch-black spiders began to swarm out like a flood. Kashmir swung his blue crystal spear, clearing the monsters while shouting to warn his teammates. Christian also joined in, his purple magic blades slashing through the oncoming spiders. A precise attack pinned the spiders straight to the floor, clearing a corner of the battlefield. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, Christian maintained a calm expression, as if he were just out for a stroll. Naren, on the other hand, was weighed down by explosives, her eyes filled with tension as she prepared for the next attack. Christian turned to look at her, his expression still showing no sign of worry. He let out a "so noisy," making Naren furious as she scolded him back, saying he should at least know how to thank people for saving him. The spiders were beaten to a pulp, and green fluid splattered everywhere. Simon stood observing from afar, his face showing clear seriousness regarding the current situation. Looking at the Spider Queen perched on her web throne, Simon muttered that if they didn't find the young master soon, they were all doomed. The giant monster opened its jaw, full of sharp teeth, emitting a ghostly greenish-yellow light. Baby spiders continuously swarmed down from the dense webs on the ceiling. Simon just had to flick his finger lightly, and the spiders nearby exploded into pieces. His eyes darkened, as he seemed to be calculating an extremely risky plan. Using teammates' blood as a sacrifice, a cruel thought crossed his mind. The group was still struggling to hold out amidst the spider's web net. A cruel, forbidden art using human blood began to surface in Simon's mind. Simon glanced at Christian, telling himself he had to take down this boss at all costs. Only that would help the group escape the impending death. The Spider Queen's power was too overwhelming, far beyond the capabilities of the rest. Simon looked at his teammates' necks, thinking that butchering them for power would be much simpler. But doing so would make him an enemy of Christian, the one he called his young master. Moreover, he still had a promise to take Christian to meet Idrin, so Simon had to discard that cruel intention. Crushing a spider underfoot, Simon ordered the other three to listen to him if they still wanted to live. He assigned Christian and Naren the task of cleaning up the baby spiders sneaking up from behind. As for Kashmir, he demanded that he use all his strength to break the Spider Queen's hard shell. Simon took off his gloves, emphasizing that just trying wasn't enough. Kashmir had to succeed. Having said that, Simon bit hard into his wrist to draw blood for the magic guidance. A bright red energy surge from the blood began to swirl, radiating a terrifying pressure around his arm. The Spider Queen hissed, seemingly sensing the danger approaching. It spread its giant pincers, ready to crush anyone who dared to venture near. Simon's blood-soaked hand began to emit a blinding light. He unleashed his move, and columns of blood surged from the ground, piercing the spiders and opening a bloody path. Simon shouted loudly, signaling Kashmir to seize the opportunity immediately. The Spider Queen was attacked by surprise, its web defense shredded. Kashmir gripped his spear tightly, even though he was drenched in sweat. His eyes were extremely determined. He lunged at lightning speed, his blue crystal spear shining brilliant. Every bit of focus was now poured into a single strike. The rusted horn skill landed straight on the monster's shiny black shell. The Spider Queen shrieked in pain from the extremely powerful impact. The spearhead pierced deep into the shell, creating large cracks, but it itself was also vibrating from the overload. Everything happened too fast. Kashmir's crystal spear suddenly shattered into 100 pieces against the monster's hard shell. His eyes widened in shock as he realized his weapon, his only hope, had been smashed to bits. It broke. Before he could recover, a powerful shockwave threw Kashmir away, making him vomit blood. Kashmir's body collided violently with the stone wall, creating an earth-shattering impact. Simon froze, shouting Kashmir's name before clicking his tongue in worry. The situation was spinning out of control. The Spider Queen shrieked, its slimy mouth emitting a disgusting yellow glow. It unleashed a deadly ultimate technique. Lush green silk threads covered the space as if to swallow everything whole. That was infinite despair. Silk threads of energy that could shred a victim's body upon the slightest touch. Watching his teammate collapse, Simon told himself that the group couldn't hold out for another minute. Standing on the brink of life and death, he realized he had to make a cruel decision so that everyone wouldn't perish together. Simon's eyes coldly glanced at the remaining members. He intended to start the sacrifice from that guy from the Branch family. Just then, a purple energy current tore through the pressure-filled air. The monster growled and lunged, ready to finish off those standing before it. But suddenly, a shadow dashed past Simon at terrifying speed, leaving him stunned. Naren was also dazed, not understanding what was happening, while Christian was no longer standing in his original spot. It was Christian, his eyes glowing red with killing intent, rushing straight toward the Spider Queen with an entirely different demeanor. "Young master," the words were gasped in astonishment at the sudden change in the person they always thought was weak. Chris and Naren widened their eyes as they saw Christian suddenly appear like a phantom right behind them. Christian nonchalantly asked what everyone was doing there, and added that if they had just stood still, he would have found them himself, leaving both of them speechless. While Chris was still dazed, Simon behind him jumped up and shouted at the prince's indifferent attitude. He clapped his hands mockingly, sarcastically saying that Christian didn't know the first thing about thanking those who had gone to great lengths to find him. Christian could only laugh and scratch his head, awkwardly apologizing for making everyone so worried. He secretly thought it was best to keep quiet about his walk on the 27th floor, as well as the fact that he could see through everything on the floors below. Simon suddenly knelt in apology, tormenting himself for letting Christian get lost in such a dangerous situation. Christian signaled for him to stand up, saying to leave those details for later. Now, they had more important things to attend to. In front of them was the giant spider monster looming amidst the hazy, webbed mist. Simon asked Christian if he had a decent plan to escape, as their current situation was dire. The two stood face to face with the monster, clearly feeling the immense pressure from the six-star creature guarding this area. Simon explained that these silk cocoons were incredibly tough, and with their current power, breaking through them was unthinkable. He suggested using bloodline magic to carve a path out, but it required a sacrifice to trigger greater power. Simon looked at Christian for orders, but the response was a flat refusal. Christian declared he would handle it himself. Christian began delegating. He would be the one to slash the cocoons, while his teammates had to cover him when the monsters focused their attacks. Naren and Chris immediately took their battle positions, ready to support Christian's actions. Christian drew his black sword, his gaze turning icy as he focused all his mana into the blade. He took a deep breath to stabilize the energy that was beginning to surge within his body. A jet-black mana flow began to churn violently, enveloping Christian's arm and weapon. Christian calculated to himself that if he amplified his mana to the limit, he could reach power equivalent to 5.5 stars. A confident smile appeared on his lips as he prepared to unleash his greatest secret. At that very moment, Christian revealed that he possessed not one, but two magic cores simultaneously. The sword erupted with a brilliant dark aura as Christian unleashed the black sword origin technique. Simon froze, unable to believe his eyes at the massive amount of mana radiating from the young prince. A major question flashed through Simon's mind. What kind of monstrous entity was Christian, really? Christian dashed forward like a black bolt of lightning, leaving streaks of purple energy slashing across the hall. A sword stroke tore through the night, closing the distance to the monster in an instant. Christian appeared right before the Spider Queen, facing its mouth full of sharp, serrated teeth. The monster roared madly, its rows of glowing yellow eyes focusing on the target in front of it. A swarm of minions poured out from everywhere like a waterfall to protect their master from the intruder. Chris and Naren did not hesitate, rushing forward to intercept the minions to clear a path for Christian. Naren swung her sword, slashing away the spiderlings and creating a safe clearing behind them. Christian glided fluidly between the silk threads, unleashing powerful slashes to break through the encirclement. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing for a finishing leap right into the midst of the monsters. Christian jumped into the air, swinging his sword straight at the head of the giant spider monster. The blade collided with tremendous force against the opponent's sturdy defense, producing sparks of deep purple electricity. The sound of the impact echoed. The monster had managed to erect a magic barrier just in time to block Christian. Christian gritted his teeth, surprised. He hadn't expected the spider to have such a sturdy defensive barrier. Christian landed on the floor, feet planted firmly to gain momentum for the next attack. His lightning-fast slashes began to tear through the indestructible spider cocoon right before Simon's eyes. Finally, a critical sword strike split the spider's defense in two, causing it to disintegrate. Simon stood motionless, drenched in sweat from the terror of the insane power Christian had just displayed. Simon gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as fresh blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth due to the effects of his bloodline magic. He waved his arms, controlling the bright red streams of blood swirling around him to prepare for a large-scale attack. The blood rays shot out like sharp arrows, burying themselves deep into the intricate spiderweb network. The blood exploded, destroying huge chunks of the giant cocoons and creating a pile of debris filled with smoke and dust. The dust cleared, revealing the spider monster roaring in agony as its silk cocoons were ravaged. Christian, with red eyes burning with killing intent, gritted his teeth with determination to execute the final step of the plan. Simon shouted in concern as he saw Christian beginning to exceed his physical limits. Kashmir also roared the prince's name, swinging his ice spear shimmering with blue light to draw the monster's attention. Kashmir lunged like an arrow. The spear in his hand radiated a bone-chilling cold that tore through the air. A frost explosion erupted the moment the spear collided with the monster's magic shield. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar as its shield began to show intricate cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Christian ordered the group to launch an all-out attack right then. The black sword in his hand swung in a deadly arc, aiming straight for the monster's opening. With a powerful downward slash, Christian split the giant spider perfectly in two. Chris and Naren were still dazed, standing and panting as they looked at the heap of monster remains collapsing at the prince's feet. Christian turned to look at his teammates with a nonchalant expression, as if he had just done something very ordinary. He smiled faintly, repeating his earlier claim that he would be the one to clean up this mess. Simon shivered, wondering to himself what the head of the family would look like if he saw this terrifying scene with his own eyes. A glowing system notification appeared in midair. To the group's astonishment, the notification confirmed they had officially passed the grueling challenge of the 17th floor. However, the system reported that this was not the first time the floor had been conquered, so there would be no extra rewards. The group began moving deeper inside, leaving the lone monster's carcass behind. The system continued to pop up a notification about a special achievement called Egg Against Stone for Christian. Christian paused when he saw the text about completing 2 impossible feats being sent to mysterious realms. All eyes turned to the final notification line about the achievement being transmitted to a distant place. Simon muttered the name Glass Lake with a bewildered and skeptical expression. Christian also wondered what the hell place that was to be appearing at a time like this. An image of a shimmering lake under the moonlight appeared in everyone's mind, opening the door to a completely new mystery. A system notification appeared in the night sky. Christian had cleared the 8th floor and received the Egg Against Stone title. Under the full moon, a figure in a gray cloak stood silently observing the shimmering lake. "Did you call me for something?" Footsteps broke the silence of the night. The elegant blond man was Prophet, the deputy master of the swordsmanship house. He paid his respects with deep reverence. Prophet looked thoughtfully into the distance, sensing a great catastrophe gradually drawing near. He feared that the Shadow Clan was about to give birth to a new demon king, something that hadn't happened in over 100 years. The subordinate asked in surprise, "Who could that possibly be?" In Prophet's mind, images of Christian and Kashmir flashed. The name Christian van Berenkazar was uttered with great weight. He still couldn't believe it when the targeted subject was just a brat who had only just become a young lord. Prophet saw images of burning red dominoes collapsing, a harbinger of the destruction of an entire decayed alliance. With a resolute and cold gaze, he decided he would personally eliminate this threat. It was all for the glory of the great alliance. The oath echoed over the rippling lake. Prophet turned and walked away, his lonely figure gradually fading into the deep night. But this mission would not be easy, because the Shadow Clan's army was terrifyingly strong. Anyone who broke in was guaranteed death. He suddenly thought of requesting help from the Cursed Prince, but unfortunately, he was dead. Prophet wondered whom he should send to carry out this dangerous assassination. His silver blue eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. He had found a suitable candidate. The chosen one was Shadow, an assassin with a mysterious and terrifying reputation. Scene shift to a bustling tavern, where the group was raising their glasses to celebrate the victory. Jupian muttered complaints about Christian dragging the whole group to the tavern, while he himself only drank ginger ale because he was underage. Simon sipped his beer, admitting that the atmosphere here was much better than sitting and drinking tea in the underground garden. Naren downed her glass, not forgetting to thank Christian for arriving in time to save her life. But in response to that enthusiasm, Christian only coldly asked her never to do that again. He reminded her to know her own limits and only intervene in things within her capabilities. Naren flared up, demanding to go kill the mastermind immediately, but Christian brushed it off, saying it wasn't time yet. While Naren fumed, Kashmir sat nearby, still bewildered by what had just happened. Kashmir's face suddenly turned somber. He admitted that he didn't want everyone to die at all. He remembered his severely ill mother and the orders from his brother forcing him to sacrifice himself along with everyone on the 17th floor. Kashmir blamed himself, thinking that a coward like him didn't deserve the position of young lord. Christian listened in silence, realizing that Kashmir's rise was being viewed as a threat by many. It was clear that many forces had joined hands to orchestrate this, not just the destruction house. The truth was that everyone present here was an outcast from their own families. This conspiracy didn't just have Frisia's fingerprints, but the extreme poison houses as well. Christian consoled him, saying everyone had their own struggles, but Kashmir was still tormented by having pushed his comrades toward death. He stood up abruptly and once again bowed his head in the most sincere apology to Christian. Christian brushed the apology aside, only asking about the condition of his mother's health. Kashmir sadly said he would try to find a way to get medicine at all costs. Simon suddenly patted Christian on the shoulder happily, promising to always support and stand by him. Christian cleared his throat slightly, then reached into his pocket as if searching for something. He produced a small box containing a flame pill, a top-tier elixir from the Divine Healer House. Kashmir was stunned, his eyes wide as he saw the treasure that could save his mother's life. He stammered, asking where Christian got it. The young man just calmly lied that he'd bought it at an auction. Christian smiled lightly, saying he had known about Kashmir's mother's condition beforehand and had prepared this medicine. Kashmir was still in shock. He couldn't believe he was receiving such a precious thing from the person he once wanted to harm. He recalled Christian having given him expensive antidotes for free before, but this time, the debt of gratitude was too great. Simon laughed radiantly beside them, while Christian silently drank his beer, leaving Kashmir deeply moved. Kashmir tormented himself. He had once wanted to kill Christian, yet since they met, he had only received kindness from him. I don't deserve to receive this. Kashmir choked out a refusal in agony. But Christian only made one single request: survive. The simple words shook Kashmir to his core. Christian's burning red eyes looked straight at Kashmir. He knew clearly of the hardships and enemies waiting for him ahead. He demanded that Kashmir endure, that he survive, so that one day he could make those who trampled on him pay dearly. Can you promise me that? Christian asked again to confirm his new subordinate's resolve. Christian smirked with satisfaction when he saw that Kashmir truly understood the point. Kashmir swore loudly. I swear I will remember and carry out your instructions. After the party, the group sat together to enjoy a rare moment of peace before facing the storm. In the night, the inn where the Shadow Clan group was staying remained brightly lit in the midst of the winter sky. In the hallway, a drunk Simon was wrapping his arm around Christian, demanding one more drink to satisfy his thirst. Christian, annoyed, pushed him away, reminding Simon that he only drank ginger ale and that he should go to bed immediately. As he entered his room, Christian suddenly froze when he saw the door was already open. A mysterious red-eyed girl was waiting in the room, looking at him with a challenging expression. Not asleep yet? She asked. The girl smiled radiantly, saying it had been a long time since just the two of them were alone like this. Christian wearily asked her purpose, and the answer was an impromptu request for a sparring match. He decisively refused and told her to go to bed. After chasing away the uninvited guest, Christian slammed the door shut, sighing in relief that he finally had some peace. He stood silently by the window, looking out at the night and thinking about his upcoming plans. He secretly thought that for now, things were stable, and the most important thing was to return safe. Kashmir had a way to save his mother and no longer had to live in humiliation. That was a huge step forward. Christian knew that both Jupian and Marissa had also learned much from this trip and wouldn't be lazy in their training anymore. But the fact that news of his achievements had reached the ears of Glass Lake, the sanctuary of the swordsmanship house, was truly no small trouble. Christian sighed, predicting that the Alliance group would start digging into his identity and background soon. His hands suddenly trembled violently, a sign that his body had reached its limit after the battle. Drowsiness struck quickly. Christian staggered toward the bed, having used too much mana. He collapsed onto the bed and passed out instantly, without any strength left to resist, if something happened. Right then, the window suddenly flew open. A dark, gloomy smoke crept into the room as it sank into silence. A mysterious hooded figure appeared right next to Christian's bed, radiating intense killing intent. It was the assassin Shadow. Her emerald eyes shone brilliantly in the darkness, staring at the target sleeping soundly. She stood silently like a statue, observing Christian before moving to finish off the cursed prince. A red light slashed across the night, signaling a devastating attack about to take place. The female assassin was dressed in tight clothing, her green eyes glowing coldly in the night. A subordinate approached to report that everyone in the inn had been apprehended. Idrine's eyes were full of sadness, but still full of calculation for her next moves. Meanwhile, Zion was still fast asleep after exhausting himself in the previous battle. Idrine stood by the bed. A bright red magical aura began to surround Zion's body. She did not hesitate to channel her own mana to help him recover his strength faster. Her fingers touched his forehead lightly, and burning energy flowed straight into Zion's mind. Zion's breathing gradually stabilized under the influence of that powerful mana flow. The subordinate standing by asked why she had to go to such lengths to help him. Idrine coldly replied that they needed the help of the Shadow Mage family if they wanted to face that mysterious force. She asserted that this was a mutually beneficial alliance, because if her family collapsed, they would be the next target. But a truly sustainable alliance often comes with a political marriage contract. The vision of Idrine and Zion walking together in a wedding ceremony appeared, causing the subordinate to worry about its feasibility. To Idrine, if she could sell her soul to the devil for her family, then a marriage was nothing. Even so, the subordinate was still skeptical about how long someone of Zion's branch family background could last. Idrine stared at Zion, believing that this was the once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity to change their destiny. Zion remained fast asleep, completely unaware he had just become the most important chess piece in her hands. He was the type of powerful ally that Idrine's side had been desperately searching for. Sometime later, Zion returned to his mansion comfortably in a luxurious carriage. The deputy commander came out to welcome him, smiling as she admitted that he had noticeably grown stronger in a short time. The maids were all in a fuss when they heard rumors that Zion had personally taken the Spider Queen's head. There were still those who didn't believe the truth, assuming Zion must have used dirty tricks to achieve the feat. Immediately, the deputy commander squeezed the guy's shoulder, scaring him so much he turned pale and changed his tune to praising Zion. Zion looked around and saw the deputy commander seem to have taught the subordinates quite a lesson. Talk of a demonic human achieving such a terrifying feat spread everywhere. People were even whispering about a major coup about to happen in the family succession line. A loud crashing sound rang out. Maysak was in a rage, smashing all the decorations in his room. He roared in humiliation, unable to accept being easily outdone by someone from a branch family. Pathetic, a cold voice suddenly rang out, making Maysak jump. The Marchioness strolled in and immediately gave her son a sky-shattering slap. She looked at him with contempt, shaming him for losing so badly to a scoundrel. She cruelly crushed a flower underfoot, while Maysak could only hang his head and mumble apologies. Despite her anger, she decided to give him one last chance by handing him command of the Ghost Shadow Squad. This was the family's elite combat unit, specializing in assassinations and terrorism in the shadows. Maysak was surprised to find himself leading those strong from 3 to 5 stars like this. He immediately regained his confidence, swearing he wouldn't let himself suffer any more humiliation. But the Marchioness had one more particularly cruel mission she wanted to entrust to him right now. Her order was clear: use the entire Ghost Shadow Squad to send Zion to the afterlife. The Marchioness's eyes were as cold as ice, showing no mercy even to her own blood. She promised to personally arrange and create the perfect opportunity for Maysak to strike. The next morning, unexpected news reached Zion, making the atmosphere suddenly tense. News arrived that Maysak had just been appointed temporary leader of the elite Ghost Shadow Squad. Zion, upon hearing this, just nonchalantly continued his chess game, hand moving a black pawn on the board. He sarcastically said that with Maysak's ability, he would find it hard to complete even a low-level mission properly. Juvian placed a piece down, not forgetting to remind Zion to be careful, because they were definitely targeting him. Zion rested his chin in thought. He knew he should temporarily play it safe to see what tricks they would pull next. Right then, a subordinate entered to report that the Marchioness was summoning Christian for an urgent mission. This mission was to hunt down a shadow from the swordsmanship house that had secretly infiltrated the territory. Zion was slightly surprised to hear the name Shadow, wondering why they would be so reckless as to come here. Shadow was a secret assassination organization specializing in the dirtiest jobs for the swordsmanship house. Zion remembered in his previous life, this organization never dared to openly cross the border so thoughtlessly. This could push family tensions into a full-scale war between major forces. Although their true goal was unclear, Zion only hoped this news hadn't reached Glass Lake yet. He decided to prioritize dealing with the troublesome Ghost Shadow Squad before confronting the intruder. Juvian smiled at Zion, realizing that her earlier warnings had soon become reality. Zion felt bored because the opponent's mistakes and conspiracies seemed too obvious. He knew full well they intended to borrow the Ghost Shadow Squad's hand to kill him, and then blame it all on that shadow fella. The scene shifted to a remote suburban forest, which was the territory controlled by the Shadow Mage family. Zion jumped from high above, officially beginning the counter-hunt against those stalking him. Juvian couldn't help but grumble about having to work with those she considered to have foul breath. The group quickly gathered to discuss a specific combat plan in this dark forest. Zion produced the tracking device of the Ghost Shadow Squad, which they would definitely use tomorrow. A cunning smile appeared. Zion came up with the idea of sabotaging this device to turn the tables from the start. Zion dashed through the deep forest at incredible speed without making a sound. His gaze was icy, scouring everywhere to find the location where the shadow was hiding. He stood on a high branch, determined to find and take down the target as soon as possible. His goal was to wipe out Maysak's bunch and blame it on Shadow, all while receiving the credit himself. Zion suddenly stopped when he discovered strange marks left on the leaves. He smiled faintly, realizing these were just fake signs created in an amateurish way to deceive trackers. The knowledge of how Shadow's fake traces that Evan had taught him flashed clearly in his mind. Zion took a blue glowing relic from his box, which he had prepared to teach Maysak a lesson. Looking at the bloodstains on the leaves, Zion guessed the Shadow must have been injured while crossing the border. Suddenly, a cross-shaped energy ray erupted violently right near Zion's position. With keen reflexes, he immediately stepped back to avoid this sudden, powerful attack. Zion's red eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the enemy that had just revealed itself after the attack. Before his eyes was a ruined tree trunk, with sap flowing out thickly, creating a bizarre sight. A massive energy explosion called Dead Sea Flash erupted, swallowing the entire forest in blinding white light. Zion dodged to the side, letting the blade tear through the ancient tree trunk right behind him. The assassin stood holding his sword, panting heavily. It seemed he had begun to exhaust his stamina. Zion stopped in his tracks, his mind stuck on a single name, Evan. He couldn't believe his eyes, because in his previous life, this was his most loyal shadow. But it was clear that Evan had never taken on assassination missions of this kind. Even so, the current situation did not allow Zion to stand there and wonder any longer. The assassin shifted his feet slightly, preparing for another lightning-fast attack. He darted forward, vanishing into the dark jungle night like a true ghost. Zion reached out, a stream of dark purple mana erupting. He decided he had to capture this man alive. Sparks flew as sword and magic clashed in a rapid succession of collisions. His speed was too fast, forcing Zion to grit his teeth and defend against every lethal blow. He realized he could no longer hold back. He had to proactively create an opening to lock his opponent down. A sword swing accompanied by a sharp green light tore through the space. Zion rolled to dodge, his eyes becoming cold and highly focused. Behind the mask, the assassin stared, perhaps not expecting his opponent to be so resilient. Zion smirked slightly, beginning to cast a binding spell, Swamp of the Curse. A magical swamp appeared right under the assassin's feet, holding him fast so he couldn't budge. Not stopping there, Zion added the Fog of Suppression technique, creating a massive pressure weighing down on his target. The assassin panicked, feeling as if a ton of boulders had just collapsed onto his shoulders. Black magical chains emerged from the void, wrapping tightly around his limbs. Bound like prey, he struggled madly, but in vain. A frustrated TCH sound emitted from behind the pitch-black mask. Despite everything, he swung his sword, intending to sever his own bound arm to escape. Zion froze, not expecting him to be so ruthless toward himself. He lunged forward like an arrow, shouting that the man was not allowed to die before he found out who he was. A blinding light erupted as Zion closed in on the assassin at the last possible moment. A precise blow was aimed straight at the head to neutralize his opponent. The mask shattered into pieces under the intense impact, revealing his true face. The chain snapped, and blood from the wound on his arm splattered all around. Zion's red eyes contracted when he saw clearly the appearance of the person standing before him. Blonde hair revealed itself, and the assassin dropped his weapon and slumped his head in exhaustion. In his heart, Zion prayed that it wouldn't be the person he was thinking of. But looking at those blue eyes, every doubt in him was completely extinguished. It really was Evan, his old brother from his past life. Zion looked at Evan, never expecting their reunion to take place under such ironic circumstances. He decided to change his plan. Instead of eliminating the assassin, he would find a way to save him. Evan braced himself, attempting to unleash his Dead Sea Link strikes technique one more time. Lines of light from his sword once again tore through the surrounding space. Zion calmly blocked the attack, as he understood every move of this technique all too well. To Zion, Evan's power at this moment was still too immature, not even half of his former peak. A terrifying explosion occurred, and smoke and dust rose up, obscuring the entire battlefield. Zion stepped forward through the dusty haze, ending this confrontation filled with fateful connection. The glowing swords clashed violently, sparking in mid-air. Evan, though exhausted, still tried to fend off Zion's tricky blade moves. Sweat poured down Evan's face. His teeth gritted as he realized the massive gap in power. He couldn't believe his most prized technique was neutralized so easily. Zion advanced calmly, holding a sword radiating a pressure-filled dark purple mana. He determined that neither the Dead Sea Link strikes nor Evan's standard swordsmanship had any effect on him. The hand wearing Zion's silver ring tightened, preparing for a finishing blow to neutralize his opponent. Zion's gaze was cold as he swung his sword, creating a sharp cut that tore through the space in front. Evan panicked, raising his hand to shield his face as a brilliant golden light erupted right before his eyes. It seemed he was being suppressed by a powerful defensive magic. A powerful collision occurred between the purple light and the golden shield, knocking both of them back. Zion maintained his balance while his opponent began to stagger. Evan knelt, blood oozing from his mouth along with a pained groan. He hadn't expected to be defeated so miserably by the prince. Zion lunged from above like an arrow, the sword in his hand radiating a white aura aimed straight at the target below. The ground exploded, and dust rose up to cover the entire jungle area after Zion's forceful land. Evan knelt at the base of a large tree, panting with resignation as he realized he had failed completely. Zion stood not far away, the purple mana still flowing relentlessly around his hand. He sighed, ordering Evan to surrender right now. Through the tattered mask, Evan's gaze still clearly showed stubbornness and defiance. Zion reminded him gently that he had tried his best not to kill him. Evan's bloodied arm trembled as he gripped his sword hilt, as if he still wanted to risk his life one last time. Zion stepped closer, seeing the serious wounds on his opponent. Zion's eyes contracted when he realized Evan's condition was deteriorating rapidly. The ceaseless bleeding made him begin to feel anxious. He rushed to catch Evan as he collapsed, shouting and scolding him for being such a crazy fool for risking his life to attack. Zion hurriedly rummaged through his luggage. He couldn't let Evan die here. He promised himself that once he woke up, he would definitely give him a good beating. Zion's face showed rare panic. He knew that if Evan disappeared, there would be no one left in this world who could defeat the Demon King. Zion clicked his tongue in regret as he had to pull out an expensive emergency elixir. He had intended to save it for himself in the most critical situation, But now there was no other choice. He forced Evan to swallow the glowing golden pill, muttering a reprimand that once he woke up, he absolutely had to repay this life-saving debt. A pale blue aura covered Evan's pale face, but his breathing still showed no signs of stabilizing. Zion realized that medicine alone was not enough. Evan coughed up a clot of black blood. The massive blood loss was pushing him to the brink of death. Zion immediately changed his treatment method. Zion placed his hand on Evan's chest, beginning to channel his power to stabilize his acupuncture points. The bloodstains on Evan's shirt looked pitiful. Zion unleashed the secret technique, Saint Healer Qi Gong, 5th form, meridian acupuncture. A brilliant blue light erupting from his hands, transmitting directly into Evan's body. Deep down, Zion thanked his luck for obtaining the lost manual of the Saint Healer family from Duke Wham. This was his only hope right now. An old notebook appeared in Zion's mind along with an urgent prayer. Let this method work. He was betting everything on this medical knowledge. Evan's breathing had stabilized slightly, but his complexion remained extremely pale. Zion realized the external wounds might close, but the blood loss was too great. Zion's face was drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth in helplessness, seeing that his medical skills couldn't fully resolve Evan's condition. He could not let history repeat itself. Images of his previous life returned to Zion's mind, where Evan and his other comrades were still smiling together before the catastrophe struck. He could not accept that scenario ever again. Memories of the world's collapse and the appearance of the Demon King with burning red horns standing amidst the ruins made Zion shiver. Without Evan, everything would fall into chaos again, and everyone would die. Zion was conflicted, his eyes clearly showing an unprecedented fluctuation. He asked himself what he must do to salvage this dire situation when all conventional methods were ineffective. Zion's gaze suddenly became resolute, and a reckless thought flashed in his mind. Dark magic. This was the only remaining path to save Evan's soul and life. Zion stared at Evan, his old friend on the verge of death. He believed that this type of dark power could work a miracle and save the most important variable of the future.